Hello, everybody. I am very sleepy. Hey, Nick DeOrio. We're going to talk in a few minutes. My girlfriend just went out like 10 minutes ago, maybe, to grab some Monster Energy from the gas station. I just woke up. I'm tired as fuck. I got to drink a Monster really quick, and then we can talk. But that's on its way. She'll be here any minute. In the meantime, how's everybody doing today? Hey, Apillo. Hello, Keefindir. Hello, Nick. Hello, Poob Gaming. Adante Asai. Who else we got here? Kim Bell. Saucy Fox. Base Doll. Stokes Theorem. Hello. How are you guys doing this afternoon? Ball in your jaw? I've always got balls in my jaws. I always do. Okay. I had the most unpleasant sleep I think I've ever had in my life last night. I don't know why. I got to bed at like maybe 6 a.m., so pretty normal time for me to be getting to bed. And then I woke up at around 4 p.m., maybe. About an hour ago I woke up. And I just feel like I've gotten no sleep. Even though I've gotten the amount of sleep I should have, I just feel like I've gotten none. I feel like I've been up for 24 hours straight. I love you and Lonnie. Thank you, Lilith. Cathelia? Cathela? I think it's Keithla. I mean, I guess it would be equal there, right, chat? Why do you always do the ball, dick, ball polls and try to make the 1 and the 3 equivalent to the balls and the 2 the shaft? Why are you always doing that, chat? You guys also always fuck it up, and there's like the dick is either like about as long as the balls, like here, or like the balls are lopsided, or the dick is the size of one ball on the pole. You guys always fuck it up. Hey, the Holy Toast Show, thanks for the $2. Says, yo, here's some of Keemstar's retirement fund. God damn. I think the Holy Toast Show might actually be the oldest Xanderhal fan in the chat right now, in terms of how long they've been watching. The Holy Toast Show, I believe, started watching me back in my Minecraft, like, 2B2T days. So, pretty dope that they're still around, huh? There are tons of dick shapes, Xanderhal. Every dick is valid. Every dick is valid. Every dick is indeed valid. Cathilla. Ah, nice name. Holy Toast, thanks for the $2. I'm sorry, chat, but I have to wake up, okay? And first, I should probably watch this before we talk to Nicholas DeOrio about this. Plus, it gives us something to do that's related while we're vibing, okay? And getting ready for the debate and waiting for the Monster Energy. I really can't, like, I can't keep a sentence going with how tired I am right now. I really need some Monster Energy. Holy shit. I am just completely non-functional. All right. We are going to watch Keemstar's Drama Alert video about his retirement. If he... Oh, it gave me an error. I thought the video got taken down for a second. I was going to be like, what? Really? YouTube... I was about to say, did YouTube, like, just ban Keemstar today or something? Like, that... Okay. I would be mad if YouTube banned Keemstar today. Okay, let me be completely honest. If YouTube banned Keemstar today, like right after he announces retirement, I'd be pissed off, because that would just be the most glaring evidence that YouTube doesn't actually care about their TOS and they just want to make money. It would be like, oh, so like you're gonna ban Keemstar right when he's quitting already because he wasn't gonna be worth any money to you? Okay, cool, YouTube, real classy. All right, let's watch this video. I haven't seen it yet. No audio. Sheesh. Oh, yeah, there is no audio. Sorry for those 15 seconds of no audio. See? This is why I need my monster.
What is up, Drama Alert Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar, and I quit. That's right. Yesterday, I announced my retirement. It's been almost 14 years. In January, I'll be 14 years that I have been a YouTuber. I started being a YouTuber at age 27,
Jesus.
so had a little bit of a late start. And quite frankly, I'm not having fun anymore. You know, I started off my YouTube career as a gaming troll, making trolling videos all the way back in 2009. A lot of trash talk, a lot of entertainment.
Ah, yes. The Federation of Asshole Gamers and its notorious acronym.
And when I moved into doing Drama Alert, right, you know, it was the same thing. You know, people were talking trash.
I miss
we're
the old
covering
internet.
the tweets back and forth, and it was fun. A lot of fun drama. But recently, things have
Chat, a pillow is black. He can make that joke.
changed quite a bit. And it started around the time of the pandemic is when things got pretty bad. You know, there was a shift in the culture where cancel culture became like this overpowering thing. And people went after YouTubers, sponsors, you know, like really trying to just ruin them financially.
Didn't Keemstar also go after, like, I think he went after some, like, pro Call of Duty players sponsors back in the day? Wasn't that a thing that he did, like, way before everyone got mad that H3H3 set a precedent for it or something?
And that caused everyone to stop speaking their mind, right? That caused everyone to be a walking, talking commercial, all right? You got guys like Bryce Hall, who I guess is edgy. He doesn't really seem that edgy to me.
He did. The clip will get you banned on Twitch. Don't look it up. Okay. I think going after people's sponsors for their political opinions just broadly is pretty stupid. Like, if that's what you're going after them for. But if someone's generally engaging in behavior that's just kind of toxic for the entire online space, I don't know if, like, I don't know if going after sponsors is that, like, big. I think that precedent's been set for a long time. Like, even, like, Vosh, back when he was, like, a big, like, Tumblr SJW type on Reddit, like, before he was a Destiny fan, like, took part in mass emailing Destiny's sponsors because of, I forget what Destiny had done. He did something that was, like, super controversial, and it was back when he was more right-leaning, and then Destiny kind of became, like, a more left-leaning dude, and Reddit or like Tumblr stopped hating him quite as much, and now they hate him probably even more now. Pepe La Vie.
But then you have Noah Beck coming out saying, I don't want to make videos with Bryce Hall because I feel like it might hurt our brand deals. That's what we're dealing with.
Review Tech USA had to battle this for what feels like a decade. Battle what in particular? I'm sorry, I can't remember what I just said. I'm gonna be honest. Holy fuck, I'm tired. Review Tech USA seems like a cool dude. I know he's done some sketchy things in the past. I know there's been some drama that he's been a part of that I'm not entirely on board with. But overall, I've always kind of liked his videos. I started watching Review Tech USA back when I started watching Rags and Fratanga and a little bit of Bullet Berry, if anyone remembers those YouTubers. I used to be really, really, really into the like Kiwi Farms trolls contacting every sponsor he gets. Yeah, that's pretty excessive, I think. I mean, like, if somebody, like, for example, I think there's tiers to it, right? Like, I don't really think that Keemstar should lose his sponsors for any current stuff he's doing, necessarily. Like, I don't know. I feel like Keemstar, compared to old Keemstar, keeps his nose fairly clean. There was the election stuff, the saying that the election was stolen. That was fairly recent. But besides that, he doesn't tend. Maybe I'm just forgetting right now, but I can't really think of anything quite. You need to lose all your sponsors worthy that Keemstar has done in the recent times. You know.
So, who is Noah Beck? Well, you don't know. This guy's a robot. What does Noah Beck think about anything? You don't know. Like, the guy's a robot. He's a walking, talking commercial. He's not a real person. He's fake, you know, because brands. He's got to protect those brand deals. But this isn't to single out Noah Beck. This is everywhere, right? This is all YouTubers. This is all influencers. Well, most of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Keemstar's right here. I gotta listen. Just because Keemstar is an asshole doesn't mean he doesn't know a lot about YouTube, okay? The guy knows a lot about YouTube. He's been around for a long time, and his observation here is completely correct. YouTube has changed quite a bit. YouTubers have changed quite a bit. The meta has changed quite a bit. I don't even think the name YouTube fits the platform anymore, right? Like, we've seen YouTube get far more corporate than it used to be back in the day. I feel like peak YouTube was 2011. I'm gonna be honest. YouTube will never surpass Okay, 2011 YouTube videos were garbage quality, okay? The editing wasn't good, the microphones were bad, the concepts were extremely shallow and simple compared to today's video concepts across all parts of the YouTube community. But I gotta say, I've never in my life enjoyed YouTube videos as much as I did back in 2011, okay? I think 2011 was absolutely the peak of YouTube. Baited was wild. Oh yeah, I hope Keemstar is still willing to do the Baited podcast, because that shit was awesome. Watching Colossal's Crazy and Keemstar just yell at each other all day was just my fucking lifeblood.
So what happens is when nobody speaks their mind and everyone's a commercial, there's not really that much entertainment, you know? Entertainment. In entertainment, you need drama. You know, think of the Avengers without drama. Think of the Avengers without a bad guy, right?
Okay. Here, if I was in Keemstar's place, here's what would push me to retiring. Drama has gotten more depressing. Am I the only one that feels that way? Like, YouTuber drama has gone from being like, this person doesn't like this person, and this person made a call-out video on this person. Like, back in the day when the drama was like, Leafy is here, and the dog fucker lady, Whitney, Wisconsin, and like, Whitney, Wisconsin, and Leafy were like, I wouldn't even say debating, on Keemstar's, like, show. Like, that was fun. That was, like, fun drama. But now it's like, well, another beloved YouTuber's been outed as a pedophile again. You know, or like, has been outed as, like, abusing their girlfriend, like we had with the Gus Johnson thing. That one hurt. I don't know, like, YouTube drama has gotten to be more serious and more depressing. It's not just the fun, like, who dislikes who's against who anymore. I mean, sometimes it is, but not really as much anymore. It feels like a lot of the drama that happens on YouTube these days is just fucking horrible. Like, not even fun to talk about.
You need some back and forth. You need some battles. You need conflict, right? That's a core part of entertainment. Not all entertainment, but in general, entertainment. And that just doesn't happen anymore with the cancel culture stuff, with the ripping sponsors.
The cancel culture stuff has resulted in there being more conflict than there ever has been. For drama YouTubers right now, there's more content than there's ever been in the history of, like, doing drama content. I feel, listen, I'm not like a drama YouTuber necessarily. I talk about drama sometimes, but so I haven't really been doing the drama stuff for a long time. Maybe like Nicholas DeOrio in chat, who's been doing drama longer than me, would disagree, but I feel like now's the best time for drama content in terms of having a lot to pull from, right? Like, there is always drama going on, something to talk about. The problem is, it's depressing, you know? It's like, I have no doubt that the type of drama that's really big right now, that's being talked about right now, I feel like it's unironically got to be depressing to have to talk about it all day. Every day. Always, every video. It's always like, new YouTubers, this beloved YouTuber's a pedophile. This beloved YouTuber has been false striked for this reason. This beloved YouTuber is abusive to their girlfriend. This beloved YouTuber is running an NFT scam.
Away and attacking a YouTuber sponsor. It used to be this huge no-no. If you did that, like, you were the one that got canceled. Now it's acceptable. Now it's like normal thing. Like, if someone gets in trouble, let's email the sponsor. Like, that's a normal thing. I don't know how that happened. I mean, it threatens the entire entertainment, you know, community or whatever that we've built here. And that's another thing. Back in the day, you know, when we talked about the community, felt like we knew everyone. Like, it was an actual community. The community doesn't exist anymore. It's like so big and so spread. You know, I think back of stories.
Yeah, I think the T Martin stuff was the beginning of that. Like, YouTubers scamming their audience like crazy. Actually, I think gift card scams are the biggest scam. I've never, like, do we even know if those gift card giveaways were ever legit that any YouTuber ever did? Is there any way to like, that's such an easy thing to fake. I feel like I could start faking gift card giveaways today and just start showing a random combination of, like, capital letters and numbers on screen, like, every 20 minutes. Like, oh, we're going to do another gift card giveaway. I'm making fun of Derv there. Yeah, and like have like a fake gift card number there. And I mean, if everyone's gonna try to put it into like, I don't know, Amazon, and if it's an Amazon gift card and use it, and then it's not gonna like do anything, and they're just gonna think, someone must have gotten there before me, and everyone will assume someone else got there before them. It's like the least falsifiable fake giveaway you could possibly do.
What was the name of
gift
those
card
guys?
giveaway.
These guys, I'll find it in editing. Remember, they got canceled for something everybody talked about. Everybody. Now a story will happen, and only that.
The Fine Brothers tried to copyright React content, didn't they? Like, they tried to, like, copyright that format of React content, of, like, reaction video, and everyone got really mad. I feel like that's okay. That's, like, something they deserve to get criticism for. YouTubers shouldn't be copywriting a type of content. The whole idea of YouTube is to be like, yep, everybody just uploads whatever the fuck they want. People copy each other. People upload whatever they want. I don't think people's, like, intellectual property should be infringed on. Like, I don't think you should be able to re-upload people's videos. But I don't know. I feel like that was a warranted drama. That happened back in, like, 2016, didn't it? 2017, maybe? Yo, when's Nick coming on? Just a few minutes. My girlfriend's out grabbing a few Monster Energies for me, and I'm really tired, so I kind of need them before I have a conversation with anybody. Plus, I'm catching up on why Keemstar is retiring with this video, because I haven't seen it yet.
That group of fans or care about that story, you know, we're not knit together like we used to be. And part of the problem is we don't have a flourishing commentary community, right? We used to have a commentary community where everybody was talking about the same thing, and that commentary community has disappeared, and they're all making long-form, like, documentaries because the longer videos, the more watch time, the more they'll get promoted in the algorithm and blah.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the longer videos actually do equal more watch time. I think a shorter video with a more attractive title and topic is probably going to get more watch time than, like, a longer video any day. Like, I feel like Internet Historian's average watch time on his videos is probably 8 minutes. I'm willing to bet Internet Historian's average watch time on his videos is probably 8 minutes. But if you upload 10-minute videos every day that are super short and very, like, algorithm fuel, you know, like the algorithm really wants it, I feel like those are going to get a lot more... Like, they'll get views, don't get me wrong, and the views are big, but watch time is also a big deal, and I feel like... that longer form content, even though it's longer, people don't stick around for it as much. YouTube viewers are as fickle as it gets, okay? They have the shortest attention spans. YouTube encourages a really short attention span. Like, even stuff that I enjoy, I have a hard time watching for a long period of time. Like the PKA podcast, every episode of that is at least 4 hours long usually. And I usually have to, like, split it in half, you know? Like, I watch the first 2 hours, take a break, watch the next 2 hours, just because I can't sit and watch that much of something for that long unless it's Lord of the Rings.
Blah, 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 blah. So you're left with the T channels, and the T channels have no credibility, caught lying and bullying and harassing.
That's true. I hate the T
YouTubers,
community.
Nonstop, but there's so many of them that they kind of control the narrative. It's just a mess. It's a giant mess, all right? It's just a giant mess of not fun. I think back of the time where there were diss tracks, right? And people were making diss tracks back and forth. That was fun. We don't have that anymore. You know, if I go back and I look at, you know, we have Drumler DM where you guys can tip us off on news. And we look through that, and it's like, you're trying to Me Too every single YouTuber for something, right? And a lot of them are guilty, need to be called out. Don't get me wrong.
I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody gets to be... I don't think anybody gets to be, like, anti-cancel culture and not be a hypocrite. I'm going to be honest. I think everybody who's anti-cancel culture is probably hypocritical to some degree. Anytime you take part in criticism of a large figure when there's a lot of criticism going their way, you're engaging with cancel culture. Thank you, babe. You're the best. Cancel culture... I don't think cancel culture is a political thing. I really don't. Every political side does it. Everybody does it, okay? It's just the type of cancel culture that's 14-year-old, like, SJW types on Twitter tend to do has become so recognizable and so, like, fear-mongered about that I feel like that's become what people think cancel culture is. So like EDP, for example. EDP got canceled. EDP got canceled and nobody's upset about that. Not a single person, me, you, nobody is upset about EDP getting canceled. Nobody's upset about that. If Rice Gum got canceled, if insert any YouTuber that basically everybody agrees is kind of a douchebag, nobody's going to get mad if they get canceled. There are plenty of people out there who very rightly deserve to be canceled. I think cancel culture is a tool. I don't think it's good when cancel culture is used in ways against people that don't deserve it. That's the problem. I think that's the problem with cancel culture, is that it's a tool that's used by individuals that, or used by people against people who don't deserve the cancellation. I think that's the issue. Yeah, I think when people got canceled via Content Cop and such, but now it's just cringe. Yeah, like Leafy got canceled back in the day because of iDubbbz's Content Cop. That was cancellation. Yeah, I don't know. I think cancel culture has always been a thing. I just think that it's become politicized. The concept of a large amount of people getting upset about someone saying or doing something has gotten politicized, because now the left has gotten a little bit more organized online in particular. Like a lot of young people are really radical and angry on Twitter, and Twitter enables like crazy brigades and harassment campaigns. I think that's why cancel culture has been politicized to the degree that it has.
But like that's the only thing anyone cares about anymore. It's like there's no, where is the fun? You know, there's
lifeblood.
Not much fun left in the community from the perspective of drama. It's always something to pull on the emotions of the audience, of the viewers, get them emotionally angry so they form a mob and then use them to attack someone. Like that's what I see these other YouTubers doing nonstop. And
it used to be cool though. Now it's just content creators pandering to angry fans. Honestly, yeah, it kind of is. Like, unironically, I make my videos with the intent of people that disagree with me seeing them a lot of the time. And it really just isn't good for your channel. It really isn't. It is something like, if I just started, if I could today start doing like the Jimmy Dore super crazy, ultra socialist, anti-establishment like grift today, and it would be so much more profitable. But I think it's probably more valuable to try to focus my content on people that don't already disagree with me, like trying to convince those people. I don't know. I think that's just something more fulfilling for me. Yeah, Fedmeister got canceled. That was a thing, and rightfully so, I'd say.
It's sad. It's pathetic. It's not fun. Another thing, because I've been a YouTuber for such a long time, is, you know, back in the day, all right, I had a fan base that subscribed to my channel, and they would go to their sub box and be like, oh, a Drama video, and go watch it, right? But then YouTube changed some things, right? They said, well, you got to turn the bell on, right? You got to turn this notification bell on if you want.
I agree. I'm sorry. YouTube implementing the bell thing is so fucking bullshit. That's so bullshit. It really, really is. Because now you're adding like another barrier of entry for new people to become fans of your content, right? It used to be you watched a content creator, you liked their videos, you hit the subscribe button. Now YouTube knows you like their videos, so whenever they upload a new video, it's going to pop up in your recommended, it's going to pop up on your sub feed, it's going to pop up on your front page, it's going to pop up on your sidebar, you know, in your recommended videos. That's all you used to have to do. No, Keemstar is right about this. I think this is one of those issues where it's like, we all know this is an issue. Every YouTuber knows it's an issue. The bell icon, nobody hits it. YouTubers basically have to get on their knees and beg for people to hit the bell icon, because unironically, that's the only way to actually be subscribed, is to ring the bell icon along with the subscription button. Like, if the bell icon's not rung, you might as well not even be subscribed to a YouTuber. That's what YouTube's done. And like, most people don't think to take that extra step.
Notifications for that channel. Oh, okay. All right. So we started telling people to turn the notifications on. Then they added another layer. Well, if you want all notifications, you got to select the all button. Okay, YouTube. All right. All right. So that was their third, you know.
He's not wrong.
Stage or whatever of trying to separate the creator from their fan base, right? Make the fans go through three. So you got to sub, you got to turn on the bell, and you got to select always, right?
No,
Then
Lonnie,
they started pushing recommended.
Nick DeOrio is hanging out in chat.
Now, when I go to youtube.com, I get recommended videos that I want to actually see. And, I think the recommended thing is awesome, right? I use it all the time. The problem is, all right, the people I sub to, the people that I made a decision, a conscious decision in my head.
He's correct.
I
I
want
know
to
what he's
watch
about
this
to say.
person. I don't see their videos anymore because YouTube is sending me the videos. You recommend it. Look at all these thumbnails. Look at all this other stuff that you're interested in, and that causes me to be distracted and click on a video that I wouldn't have normally watched.
Low key, Keemstar's spitting facts here, actually. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Keemstar is low key spitting facts about this because he's completely right, okay? So it's not bad that YouTube is pushing content that it knows you'll be interested in, new content from new creators you haven't seen before. That's great. YouTube is great when it comes to discoverability, okay? YouTube is probably the best platform besides maybe TikTok when it comes to discoverability as a creator. But YouTube has gotten progressively worse and worse and worse at helping creators maintain their audience. YouTube's gotten way better at distracting your audience so that they start watching other creators instead of you, but they've made it a lot harder to maintain an audience because they've made so many barriers of entry to people being repetitively recommended your content. It used to be, back when I was a kid, if you subscribed to, say, the Yogscast, you hit the subscribe button, right? And the Yogscast uploaded a new video. Back then it was Blue Zethos, the time period that I'm talking about. If you subscribed to the Blue Zethos channel, the old official Yogscast channel, and they uploaded a new video, as soon as that new video was uploaded, it was at the top of your sub feed, at the top of your recommended, because you're subbed to them, and that's the content you want to see. Nowadays, though, if I go to my recommended, let's see how many of the videos on my homepage are even from channels I'm subscribed to. So let's see. Not subscribed to this guy. I'm subscribed to them. Subscribed. Not subscribed. Not subscribed. Oh, I am subscribed to Mystery Recapped, I think. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm not subscribed to that channel. I'm subscribed to this channel. Subscribed to this channel. Not. Oh, I am subscribed to this channel. This channel. Not subscribed to this channel. Subscribed to this channel. Not subscribed to this channel or any of these channels. I'm subscribed to this channel. I'm subscribed to this. Not this. This is a mix of Sonic songs that Mr. Krabs has made part of my algorithm. Not subscribed to this channel. Not subscribed to this channel. Not subscribed. Well, I am subscribed to this channel. I am, not, am, not. So, a good amount of the content on the homepage here, I am subscribed to many of these channels. Though, ironically, and I want to point this out, the videos from every channel that I'm subscribed to that are actually showing up in my recommended are all from channels that I've watched a couple within the last day or two. I watched a Shadiversity video 2 days ago. I watch PKA every day. I watch Mystery Recap videos late at night because they get fucking put in my recommended, and goddamn, watching movies, like watching a whole movie in 12 minutes it's actually pretty fun. I watch a lot of PK stuff, and I just watched a Philip DeFranco video before I went live. Like every video on this page from like recommended from channels I'm already subscribed to, I've watched within the last day. I'm subscribed to so many channels that have all probably uploaded within the last 10 minutes. Many of them probably uploaded within the last hour. And yet they're not on my recommended because either I didn't ring the bell icon or YouTube just decided not to. I don't know. Yeah, Keemstar's 100% correct here. He's 100% correct here. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to like this video because Keemstar is so correct here, okay?
That's because YouTube is feeding me. So the viewers have lost control on who they watch and who they sub to. And
oh, yeah. Me and Lonnie fall asleep leaving the TV on, okay? And we usually put, like, SCP readings or creepypastas or, like, scary story narrations, you know the type of videos I'm talking about. That's what we usually fall asleep to. We put it on the TV, me and Lonnie go to bed. Many days, especially a while ago, we would wake up, and we would wake up because the YouTube, like, autoplay would have started playing the same 3 John Oliver videos repeatedly, just all night.
Welcome to capitalism.
The same 3 fucking John Oliver videos constantly, just repeating them over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, that's real annoying.
And YouTube has full control, of what you viewers are watching. Let me ask you a question. How many times have you guys had to manually go type in Dromler to watch a video? I wonder if Keemstar uploaded like Dromler, so it's a lot. All right. My channel doesn't really get thrown into recommended, doesn't get recommended to people. There's a lot. All right. That is on my plate that I'm just battling with. Over the last, I would say 2 years, I've been actively looking for my replacement because I just need to do other things. I got other things going on.
I'm fine with content creators with similar content on my home feed. With that said, not having like you, Vosh, or Dylan Burns content pop up first instead, I get a 7-month-old Scott the Woz video sucks. Yeah, like YouTube prioritizes trending videos to be recommended to you that from channels you're not even subscribed to, way over the channels you've actually gone out of your way to hit the sub button on. Even if you ring the bell icon and turn on all notifications, I bet you're more likely to have videos from that like really popular trending videos pop up on your feed faster than you're going to see the videos from the channels you're subscribed to. Yeah, Keemstar is completely correct. Xanderhal's the next host of Drama Alert. Honestly, I'll fucking do it, dude. I'll fucking do it.
I'm involved in the boxing world. I want to get into documentary stuff. I want to leave the house. All right. When you work at Drama Alert, you're kind of stuck here, right? Some crazy thing goes on. I got to make a video, right? I don't get to plan videos. I don't get to schedule stuff. No, I am on call 24/7. There's no off time. If something goes down, I got to rush here and make a video to let you guys know about it, to keep you in the loop. After doing this for such a long time, it's like, okay, I want to leave the house. I want to go on vacation. I want to travel. I want to spend more time with my family.
Oh God, Keemstar's gonna make a Cancel Con documentary, isn't he? I don't think Keemstar's gonna make like a Cancel Con, like cancel documentary type. That's not gonna happen. But I don't like his. I feel like too many people have made cancel culture this boogeyman in their brain that it really isn't. I think cancel culture has always been a thing. We've just got a name for it now that's a bit more broad. I don't know. The cancel culture thing's the only thing I really took issue with, to be honest, with this video. Like, that was the only part of the video that I was like, really? Like, that's your reason? But for the rest of it, I'm not really that. I don't really have anything to disagree with besides that.
Family and stuff like that. So it's a lot of different things. Why am I retiring is a lot of different things. Now, I'm planning on retiring. And
I will say, though, even though Keemstar was pretty weird about it, he posted some pretty weird memes and tweeted some weird things about it, there was this weird thing that happened recently that I don't really agree with, where people accused Keemstar of being a pedophile because he liked to date like 18 and 19-year-olds or something, or like women in like their early 20s or whatever. And that's like not my preference. I'm not really like my age range is 25 or older. When it comes to dating women, it's not my preference, but it's completely legal, and it's certainly not pedophilia. It's not pedophilia for someone in their 40s to date a 20-year-old. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys here. You may think it's kind of a weird age gap. Maybe it's like weird, but I don't think it's a problem. That was weird. That was really, really weird. That drama, I didn't like that at all. I hate when someone who I don't have very good opinions on gets criticized for stuff that everybody knows is stupid. Because when they get criticized for stuff that's stupid, it kind of makes the valid criticisms look bad, Like, calling Keemstar a pedophile for dating a 20-year-old makes his other criticisms of him sound just as unhinged as that.
Leaving for good as the host of Drama Alert on my 40th birthday, March 8th, okay? And the reason why I want to announce my retirement now is so I can find my replacement, all right? Someone's got to come up here and keep you in the loop. And it's been really hard looking for that replacement.
Get scarce.
I haven't found anyone even remotely close. I mean, there's a lot of responsibilities. I mean, you have to double check the news that you're about to talk about. You have to pick the stories. You have to make your video. You have to edit your video. You have to upload your video. You have to make your thumbnail or whatever. And you have to tag the video. You know, it's a lot of responsibilities for someone to do. And even, you know, when you pay really, really well, you know, who wants to be on call 24/7, right? Now, I know a lot of people say me, but you'll see how challenging this actually is. But more than that...
Scarce is a robot. Name one opinion that Scarce has on anything. You can't. I mean, he sometimes, like, gives his opinion on stuff, but I kind of like that about his content. Like, Scarce is probably the least objectionable news figure I can really think of. He just gives you the fucking news, you know? Like, I sit down and I watch a Scarce video and I just come out of it and I'm like, well, that was the news, you know? I think he featured me in a video, too. Back when I got that false strike in my channel earlier this year, Scarce featured me for a pretty long segment in his video about it, about me getting false striked. I think he talked about Teleport as well, who also got the false strike as well. YouTube does need to fix their moderation system.
You got to find someone that's entertaining. But also, on top of that, I got to find someone that you guys like, right? You know, the number one comment when, you know, I talk about me retiring or me leaving drama or no longer...
Yeah, but that's lame. Yeah, I actually do kind of think it's lame not to give your opinion on drama if you're a content creator, because that kind of helps build a bond with the YouTuber. And the point of YouTube... I'm going to be honest with all of you guys. The point of YouTube, the reason why YouTube is so different from TV or movies is because it allows you to build a parasocial relationship with your audience. I know we really don't like parasocial relationships on the left and we talk about how bad they are, but without parasocial relationships, viewers don't donate to streamers and viewers don't leave likes and comments and subscribe to YouTube channels. If you are a fan or an enjoyer of anyone's content, there is some form of parasocial relationship there, regardless. Yeah, let's just finish up the video.
Hosting Drama Alert. The number one comment is,
monster.
Oh, just like Ray William Johnson. Remember when Ray William Johnson had someone else on his show, the show died, and da-da-da-da. It's going to be the same thing. Like, I get it. I get it. But we have now until March to find someone you like, all right? And I've had people cover for me on Drama Alert before that you guys appreciated and you guys liked and you guys enjoyed. So I think it's very possible that we, you know, find someone that you like. You know, maybe it's multiple people hosting. I don't know. But if you are interested in hosting on Drum Alert, I need you to apply. It's very simple. Make your own Drum Alert video, all right? There are assets in the description that you can use, like the intro or whatever.
Wait, real? Wait, is this actually real? Hold on, can I actually just, like, get the Drama Alert, like, assets, make a Drama Alert video, and submit it? Do it, Zan? I might. I actually might. I might do that just for the meme. There's no way you'll win, Xanderhal, lol. Regardless, it's still a video worth putting up on my channel, right? It would be good content. Why shouldn't I do it? Like, just for the meme at least.
Make your own Drama Alert video. Upload it to YouTube. Put the hashtag Drama Alert in the title. This is my application for Drama Alert, something like that. We'll see it. We'll come across it. We'll be checking. I have a whole team of people that'll be checking this every day. And we'll look for, you know, people that we feel are entertaining that could really pull this off. By the way, when you're doing your application, you don't need real stories. Just make something up, you know, or use real stories. Do what you want. But obviously, energetic, entertaining, you know, there's a lot. This is not an easy job. We'll pay you well, but it's not an easy job. So we got to see who's got it, and we'll test some of those people out right here on the channel between now and March, and we'll read comments and see what you guys think, and you know, hopefully we'll find a good replacement for you.
What a donation! Adante Asai with the tier 1 sub over on Twitch just says sex. What a true statement. Fucking true.
But I got some other stuff I got to do. I got some other big things that I want to do. And this show that I love so much, I love hosting this show, has become kind of a prison. Everything has a start and everything has an end. And for me, being the daily 24/7 host here on Drama Alert, that end has come. I want to thank you guys for sticking with me for all these 14 years.
I wanted to make a joke about how your chin begins where my balls end.
Years in January. 14 years. It's insane. I want to thank you guys for sticking with me, watching the show, supporting the show. But more importantly, I just want to thank you for letting me keep you in the loop. See you guys.
Bro, I'm low-key kind of sad that Keemstar's retiring, you know? Like, regardless of your opinion on Keemstar, it's like, there's some people that are so ingrained in internet culture that it's like, regardless of your opinion of them as a person, you acknowledge their contribution to the broader internet culture that we've all sort of grown up in, and you're just kind of like, well, fuck, I never really liked Keemstar, but shit. Like, if Ben Shapiro died tomorrow, don't tell me you wouldn't at least be a little sad. Like, if Ben Shapiro died tomorrow, would you not be a little bit sad? Like, fuck. Ben Shapiro's dead? Fuck. Really? I mean, I didn't like the guy, but we really liked making fun of him. He was a big part of internet culture, Ben Shapiro. He's dead? You know, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm totally wrong here, but I feel like there would be some amount of, like, fuck. It's like if you're in prison for a really long time and you get institutionalized, like Red at the end of Shawshank Redemption. And Brooks, too. Xanderhal, didn't you make a video about Steven Crowder dying, Lamau? Okay, Steven Crowder doesn't even come close to Ben Shapiro as far as memes go. Xan, spoilers? What did I spoil? Wait, what did I spoil? I don't know what I made a reference to. I'm so fucking... Alright, tired. Alright. Hey, Nick, message me on Discord. I have you as a friend on Discord, right? Because I looked for your account on Discord on my like friends list, and I couldn't find you to DM you. Hey, politically provoked. I assume that's Brittany. You know what movie we should do a watch party of next? Shawshank Redemption. Oh, I didn't have you added? What the fuck? Wait, did you make a new Discord account or something? Did you get banned? I feel like I already had you added as a friend. I guess we mostly have talked in calls in Discord servers, though, I guess. Maybe I didn't. Weird. Oh, it was a group chat. Ah. Fucking weird.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I don't know if this is going to be a great big debate, though, because it sounds like we pretty much agree on everything.
Yeah, I think Keemstar hit the nail on the head with a surprising amount of things in his retirement video, especially talking about the general culture of YouTube changing, as well as the algorithm. That in particular did speak out to me as a fellow YouTuber. I think there's certain things that, regardless of my opinions on Keemstar as a person or his politics, that like, if you're a YouTuber and you make content on this platform, there's going to be things that we've all experienced, that we all understand about making content on this platform, that we're all going to be able to like agree on and understand the feeling of. It's like, yeah, I mean, fuck, I felt that too. Shit, he's completely right.
Mm-hmm. Just before we get started, let me just let your chat know who I am. My name is Nicholas DeOrio. My politics are I'm a commentary YouTuber who's not educated enough to have a real opinion on pretty much anything. I've worked with Keemstar. I posted on his channel fairly recently. Unfortunately, I don't have any insider information for you because this was all a surprise to me as well. So when I saw all this stuff, a lot of people were speculating that I would be that person that like does that, like on the Drama Alert channel. I'm here to tell you I'm definitely not.
You're not even going to apply?
Probably not. He brings up in the video, he talks about how all these YouTubers make long form content and stuff like that and long video. Dude, that's me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's always going to be me. I'm never going to be doing like, here's the news. So yeah, no, I'm probably not going to apply.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep your content short when you make, because you do deep dives.
I always have.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat similar to like the Right Opinions content. Kind of like that.
I like to
Jay
think
Aubrey also does something similar.
I'm like edgier them.
Oh yeah, definitely edgier
Like,
for
yeah.
sure.
I feel like
But,
they go safe in a lot of different things. Like I remember one critique I had of The Right Opinion was when he had to do the segment where like Onision probably won't go to jail. I pointed out that he had John Swan voice that part. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. And I just saw Tro this weekend. Very nice guy. But like, yeah, I don't know. When it comes to like controversial stuff, Jay Aubrey and Tro usually kind of go with like the popular opinion.
Yeah, they do play it pretty safe. I like both of them. Their content's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Lonnie says that your content's probably closer to like Internet Historian than The Right Opinion.
You know, I don't watch Internet Historian, so I can't.
Wow.
The only Internet Historian video I've seen was through Hassan Piker's stream.
You got to watch the I think his best video, even though it's not exactly left leaning, is probably his video on the flag, the Shia LaBeouf "He Will Not Divide Us" flag. That video just tells an amazing story. I might watch
know
that on the
that
stream
story.
one of these days.
Yes. Oh, that's where they like track down the flag. Even
Yeah,
after he
but-
tried to like move it to a remote location through like airplanes and stuff.
Then he moved it to a museum, and I think people like they were planning to sneak up on. It was on like the roof of a museum in London or something, and 4chaners were gonna try to climb the museum to try to get up to the top of the building to bring the flag down and replace it with like a little like a Kekistan flag or something.
Yeah, the internet refuses to lose. In regards to what Keem was talking about, I think he uses cancel culture as a blanket term. I know what you said before. I feel like I argued very similar to that in like 2019 that like cancel culture is also when you get rid of like rapists and pedophiles, right? Like that's not it's not just like the edgy joke execution. Like I'm sure everyone's pretty happy that I don't know, some like Lion Maker, the Minecraft guy, or EDP 445 is banned and stuff like that. But when you see people complaining about cancel culture on Twitter, they never mean that. So I've just stopped using the term. I actually think I made a very similar statement to what you said, and people like got on my tail. They're like, "Oh God, I love Nick DeOrio," until he said he was a supporter of cancel culture. And my quote was like, "I agree with cancel culture when it's people who like lie about allegations, be it like the Slazo situation." Or like actual degenerates and shit like that. It seems like one of those words that's taken on like a whole new meaning. But with kind of like the whole landscape of commentary, it's just not fun. Nobody's gonna say like, I don't want to expose all of these degenerates, but like, I don't want to make a video on pedo drama every single week. You know,
it's always pedo drama. Why is everything pedo drama now?
And for Keem, I think he tries to reach out to like what's going to get him monetized. So I don't even know if he always covers all those stories. So like for him, there's really no drama to talk about. Like he'll like briefly mention it and he has to like kind of dance around the words. But yeah, no, dude, if I have to talk about, and by the way, these are like high stakes. So like if you fuck up a rape allegation or a story involving like sexual assault in some capacity, there is like something coming, right? Like you're going to be in the list of all the people who got it wrong. So you have to like dot your I's, you know, cross your T's and stuff like that.
Dot your I's,
yeah, that didn't happen when people said, "Hey, dude, your thumbnails are super clickbaity." That was what the old drama was, dude. It was like
remember that, yeah. The thumbnail discourse and the clickbait discourse, right? Where it was like, okay, all right, I make clickbait. My content's clickbait, but it's not dishonest clickbait, okay? When you click on my video, you're going to get what you're expecting, okay? It's not, I know it's clickbait, but it's not dishonest. And that was like the discourse back in like 2015, 2016.
Like your merch isn't creative enough?
Yeah, you're, or like, what's another really dumb drama from back in the day? Like, I'm trying to think of like one that today would be nothing. That we're just like, we thought that was a big deal back then. I'm trying to think of another one. There was like when two YouTubers had a falling out or something. Like
Some of the early content cops probably wouldn't be as damning today.
Yeah, like the Leafy content cop, like besides I guess like some of the bullying stuff that Leafy had done, like that was not nearly as spicy as you could make a content cop on plenty of creators now that have gotten into drama. Like you could probably
Welcome
like
to
they would
capitalism,
pale
you.
in comparison. You know, like 2016 and before YouTube drama, that was like a kids game. Now we've gone on to grown up
Oh
time.
God!
It's gotten
Perfect
serious.
example. Perfect example. Your transitions are too long in the content cop on Leafy.
Yeah.
That was like
yeah.
an actual point in the video, is that Leafy has like 10-second transitions, and then after that he like slowly like made them 5 seconds over time. It's wild, and like, so that's what I think he's kind of talking about. Like there were days when the gaming organizations like FaZe Clan would get into an argument with each other and just start calling each other slurs, like on their main Twitter accounts and stuff like that, because people blame it on like cancel culture. Not only has YouTube gotten more professional and more corporate, but like the people on the platform have gotten more professional and more corporate. And if you want to be taken seriously as like a legitimate celebrity, as so many of these people do, they have to conform to what legitimate celebrities have to conform to. So yeah, I'm sorry, like all these big YouTubers are going to be a lot more, not posting Twitter notes apologies on their timelines anymore that are really fun to cover on Drama Alert. They're not going to be firing up live streams and giving PR disasters. Like again, I hung out with Sky Williams this weekend, and I think you remember his stream he did after the whole Sky House allegations, where he tried to tackle it all at once in like a live format, and it just exploded, and someone stole his router and drove away. Like that's gonna happen less and less.
Wait. What happened?
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Okay,
No, I didn't.
So Sky Williams got accused of a lot of stuff, which
I know about that.
more so it was like related to his house, not so much him. And he tried to address all of the house allegations at once instead of like giving a formal statement. So he just went live on Twitch with like a big list of shit to talk about, and then eventually like he lost the chat. And then people started messaging him like cut the stream, and his roommate took the router and drove away.
Oh, because to stop him from like embarrassing himself and ruining and like making the situation worse.
And then that same roommate dropped a twit longer the next day, saying that he stole money from him basically for like penis enlargement surgery.
Jesus,
which
I remember
turned out to not be true, but yeah.
the only thing I knew about Sky Williams prior to that drama was that he like. After the JonTron debate with Destiny back in the day, he went on and talked to Destiny, and he was.
I watched that yesterday on stream, dude. You can hear
really
in real time.
JonTron.
He had no idea what John said, so the minute he's like starts to play clips, he's like, "Oh no, he's a bear." I don't know, man.
I love the "he's a bear" line.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. That was some funny stuff. I think that was probably like around that time. I feel like that correlates directly with when drama started to get more serious and less fun, you know?
Dude,
oh yeah.
I can link it to an exact moment. The Pro Jared story is where everything went downhill. Because it was Pro Jared, whether or not he was like a pedo, into James Charles, into Slazo in like a 3-month period. And then after that, it like upped the ante on what people had to talk about. So yeah,
I guess Lion Maker I think was a bit before that maybe, but like
there was like
I
a
feel
lull
like the
though.
Jared thing was too recent, you know?
There wasn't anything in that time. Like, dude, I feel like after that it was just like every month, and then we had the big Smash Brothers Me Too. Yeah. We had oh god, who else? The EDP stuff is super recent. It just I think actually last 3 days or something while I was in Cali. Apparently 20 twitlongers dropped on a Minecraft YouTuber.
Yeah, I heard about that. Didn't like some really popular like Dream Orbiter like get kicked from the Dream SMP for doing weird stuff with kids or something?
That's what I heard, but I don't know enough about it to talk. And specifically, now I have to quantify that by saying I don't know enough about this to talk about it. Otherwise, if I say the wrong thing, I'm fucked. So like, we don't know. Don't ask us. Don't quote me on that.
Take everything we said with a molecule of salt. Yeah, let's not get in trouble for that. God, imagine the Dream Stands. That would be the scariest cancellation. Dream Stands. That's the game ender. That's the your Twitter account's never gonna be clean again. Your notifications until the end of time will be filled with dream stands shitting on you. That's one you can never recover from.
Yeah, it's just, oh god. My whole philosophy has always been like, I want the police to be involved in a lot of these, and I understand why they can't be in certain circumstances, but I don't think I, as a YouTuber, can do a better fucking job. So I get like rape apologists a lot, because most of the time the only stories that I feel like I can actually comment on are ones that I think I can poke holes through. Because if I think that I can like prove somebody's a pedophile, like, I mean, there are ways to call the police for that. Those are extreme slam dunks, or they're risks that I don't think are worth me specifically taking. So you see a lot of the time when I comment on these, I'm commenting on ones that I know are like weird. But then that like has its connotation. It's like, well, why didn't Nick make an EDP 445 video? Well, because everyone knows he's a pedophile. Everyone knows. What can I add to that story that wasn't already there? You know what I mean? But then like the Slazo stuff, when I interviewed him, are you familiar with that story at all?
Oh yeah. I'm pissed off to this day that I'm Alex still has a platform, or any of the people that helped spread that misinformation about Slazo.
Dude,
he was one of my favorite commentary YouTubers.
Since it's like VidCon time, do you know what that was like? He called me. Me, Boblax, and him sat in a Discord call, and he told me, okay, so we have more people coming forward, but we can't, like, we don't know if they're going to or not. And this is what I know. And we're going to wait till we get back from vacation, and we're going to go hit him with more allegations. And then he told me all the stuff that he was supposedly doing. And I'm like, you guys are literally spending time in California, so you're not going to finish your, like, Me Too? Really? Like, that's how we're going to handle this one? You have to go to VidCon and go to get, like, some weed at parties and shit like that? You're not going to fix the job?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not, like, a dedicated and knowingly, like, malicious attempt to smear and, like, ruin his career?
I think from the people it was. I'm not going to put that on Che. I think Che was pushed, like, to make that twit longer.
Yeah, it looked like those other YouTubers kind of, like, I'm not going to say groomed, because that has bad connotations to it, but, like, weren't there DMs coming out where they were, like, severely pushing that person
there
to,
was, like, group
make those
chats.
allegations?
There was, like, make sure this person can't interact with people anymore. It was, like, so obvious what was happening. So I called Slazo, and we just filmed an interview while they were at VidCon, and then dropped all of our videos to ruin their vacation.
Yeah, fuck them. Who was it that, like, I know I'm Alex was, like, a big pusher of it, and I never liked that guy. I'm gonna be completely honest. If you're watching this right now, I'm Alex, go fuck yourself. You can stick that long tongue all the way down my urethra and suck me off with it. And then there was, like, I think another commentary YouTuber, Kingani, I think her name is?
Kingani, she never got shit for that, by the way. Never.
Yeah, I don't recall her getting into any trouble, even though she was part of it as well.
Yeah.
And then just, like, that general area.
Yeah, Weasterner apologized. Blues Dank apologized and did, like, an interview later on about it. Dolan Dark apologized immediately back then. Because I remember Dolan Dark was one of the first people who reached out to me. And at this point, like, keep in mind, I'm like a 1K YouTuber. I don't know why any of these people talk to me about any of this. But yeah, it was, oh God, it was wild. I always say this, and this sounds super fucked, but I think when you're talking about allegations like this, and allegations of, like, sexual harassment, sexual assault, I think 99% of the time people are telling the truth. And I think the 1% of the time is most likely to occur across social media.
Yeah, or to large figures, like celebrities.
Yes, large figures, celebrities, where there's no accountability, really. If you, like, obviously you get hate and stuff like that, but these people are still, you know, relatively okay.
Yeah, like, I think the issue is, like, in real life. Like, if you're talking about a real life situation, non-celebrities, just complete normies, if some girl accuses a guy of, like, you know, groping her pussy or something, chances are they're not lying, because what do they really have to gain from that? I guess there's been some stories I've heard about, like, there was, like, a group of, like, teenage girls in a high school that got together to falsify accusations against,
there's
like,
always outliers,
because he was, like, a player and he fucked all of them completely consensually, and they got mad about it. That was the thing that happened, but that's, like, so rare. It's so rare everybody knows that story.
Yeah.
But, like, the fact that can happen, the fact that that's a thing that can happen to you if you're a guy, mostly guys, like, let's be real, like, it becomes scary, right? I think a lot of guys are genuinely afraid that will happen to them. It's happened to me. I got falsely accused of stuff like that. I was able to destroy the accusations because I had screenshots, but it's happened to me. I think it's way more likely to happen if you're a YouTuber or a big celebrity. But then that also, you have the problem of, like, normies who maybe the court of public opinion, who are probably more afraid of being falsely accused of rape than getting raped themselves. Like that's an act like a I heard somebody say say that like this quote that women's biggest fear is being raped, but guys' biggest fear is being falsely accused of rape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's like a big reason why a lot of people are a bit hesitant when it comes to like accusations like this. And I'm also quite hesitant about it. I am of the belief that even in the court of public opinion, people should be considered innocent until proven guilty. Like there needs to be evidence, right? Like we can't just base our opinion off of he said, she said, but then you've got that problem of like, but what if something happened and there's just no way to prove it, you know?
Yeah, someone who's become probably one of my more closer online friends went by Zaptai, now Big B. And this creator was around, actually, I had a bad interaction with Alex in like 2017. I don't know if you followed the Hot Wet Soup podcast, but somebody came out and said that he exchanged nudes with a minor, which wasn't true, from the minor's mouth, who's testified against it. And then they decided, Elvis the Alien Bionic Pig, to do a live stream. Not a live stream. They uploaded a podcast while he was offline for 3 days. I think he was actually in the hospital. And they're like, well, we don't know what to do, so we're going to do a stream, and we're going to say that he talked to like a bunch of girls or whatever. That was never substantiated. It's like, sometimes you don't even need a person to call you out for this, right? Like, there doesn't have to be a twit longer. False allegations can take many different shapes and sizes. I don't know if you followed like the Just Destiny situation, not like Destiny the streamer, but like he got upset at a small YouTuber who called him a nonce, which is like a slang word for pedo.
Yeah, for pedophile and
then
PK, right?
Yeah, in the Keemstar interview, he turns around and goes, "Do you touch kids?"
The guy to wait in.
Like Keem asked him, he goes, well, you're getting upset that someone called you a nonce online, so do you touch kids?
And did he say no?
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that was in the content nuke that Ethan made on Keem.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time. I think I only watched the first Ethan Keemstar or the Ethan Keemstar video, and after like the second one on both sides, I was just like, why are you going back and forth now? Why is the... I didn't like that. I didn't like the back and forth that happened. I think the one first video was like pretty substantial as like a new age content cop on Keem, and I was like, oh,
dude,
I mean,
everybody sleeps on Keem's response. Now, it wasn't good, but it had like Pirates of the Caribbean music in the background, and it was hilarious, and I really enjoyed watching it. He was just like, I have been slandered by someone who claimed that the Catholic Church has raped millions of people. And it's like got Pirates of the Caribbean music on in the background. It's hilarious.
Has the Catholic Church... I feel like the Catholic Church has probably been responsible for the rape of millions. It's been around for a long time.
I have no fucking idea.
I'm pretty... Like, was the Catholic Church not around like during like Holy Crusades where we would like send like Catholic soldiers out to invade some kingdom, and then like the soldiers would rape all the women and children afterwards? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how long the Catholic Church has been around. If that's true, then I have no doubt the Catholic Church has been responsible.
I think he was referencing like I don't even know if it
like
was millions, but it was like the yeah.
That is a big problem with the Catholic Church, and they have in the past gone like really tried to cover it up. Like they protected officials within the Catholic Church from like legal shit because of touching boys. Like there's a reason that's a stereotype and a joke. But yeah, I mean, there was another thing. Oh yeah, I remembered another piece of like such inconsequential drama compared to today. Remember when everyone would get mad that the trend in the commentary community was to use surfing footage?
Oh my god!
As, like, visual. That was the big thing that you would get in trouble for. Like,
because it was the
another
Leafy
commentary
clone.
YouTuber. Yeah.
You know, the Leafy clone thing really like it kind of still exists today. I don't know if you like followed like the Scrubby Cyruses, Benjis, and all that. Those were like the first wave of people who were called like Leafy clones. And they've kind of just turned into algorithm machines. So, like, you see all these other channels. I'm sure some of them might ring a bell, maybe not any of them. Jalen, who goes by Jaden on YouTube. Poncho. Who else? Optimus. There are, like, a subsect of those creators that, like, you could take their content and, like, take the video portion of the audio and just flip it around, and it's, like, interchangeable. Like, they kind of just do the 8-minute grind, and they're done. So
Yeah.
those guys don't really have a lot of staying power. You see, like Optimus survives and Poncho survives because they're probably like pretty good, but like a lot of these channels will blow up to like 200K subs and die immediately because
I
they're
know,
so
right?
yeah. It's
Yeah, I've seen that. I think the only Leafy clone that I watched a lot of Leafy back when he made the story videos. My preferred Leafy content, like ironically, the time where I started watching a lot of Leafy was also the time when I was going really hard on CS:GO. So while I was like, I would get into like like practice matches on CS:GO to like get my aim better, and I'd listen to the new Leafy video while I did it. And it was back when he would do stories about like taking different drugs or just funny stories that he would tell. And I still watched him for a while when he went on to like the reaction type content where it was like, oh, crazy dog fucker lady. I watched a good amount of that. And then he just stopped for a while, and I kind of fell out of like the demographic for Leafy's content during his super long time away. And by the time he came back, he just came back to be like sort of a shitlord troll. And I was like, I mean, if he uploaded the same content he made back in like the day, but just changed it up a little bit to avoid getting in trouble, I feel like he would still do absolutely great with his name recognition and his algorithm fuel content. I feel like he'd be doing fine to this day.
liked his new content. I'm on the fucking fence about it. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the one where he said to invade Pokemon's Discord server was good, but I don't know. The one where he made fun of Alex for crying was pretty good. I enjoyed that one a lot. The H3 memes to an extent were pretty funny. Honestly, it felt like I couldn't have. Dude, I'm telling you right now, at 24 years old, if he started doing the fucking CS:GO surf in like exact same content he made 5 years ago, I couldn't have watched it.
I feel like I'd start watching it again if he made that content, just telling stories and surfing. I still watch Luna's content. Luna was the only other like Leafy clone, I guess you could say, that I watched, and I sometimes still like watch his stuff. But as I like continue to watch his content over all of these years, and he's still putting out new story videos about like taking acid at school. It's like, so either he's retelling the same story he's told like four other videos in the past, or he's making up stories now. So I've kind of fallen out of it a little bit because there's no way that this, like, 22, 23... I don't know how old Luna is. I'm sure you're aware of him. I don't know how old he is, but he
can't still be having these stories or whatever.
You can't still be having stories about taking acid in class in high school, you know? Like, I don't... Like, how many times did you do it? How many times did you take mushroom on your birthday at family dinner? Like, mushrooms, yeah.
Grade A Under A came back and tried to go back to making, like, his older content, pre-drama stuff, and it just doesn't fucking feel the same. The voice doesn't sound the same. I loved Grade more than Leafy back in the day. I can't watch anything he's put out in the last 2 years, especially the last video.
Yeah, that last video was something. Yeah, I didn't think that last video was going to get taken down. I got proven wrong on that. I thought YouTube would probably let that one stay up because...
Well, did you think it would be put back up? Because it did.
Oh, it did get put back up?
Yeah, I was actually surprised as fuck that they went back on that.
I'm surprised that it got put back up after being taken down, but I'm more surprised that it got taken down in the first place. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because like I don't know where you stand like super hardcore politically in regards to COVID, but there are channels that objectively, like large right-wing channels that objectively publish misinformation about COVID and like the vaccines and whatnot, like daily, and they get millions of views, and YouTube does nothing about them. Like Steven Crowder is one of them. Steven Crowder breaks TOS in like every video.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't watch any like large right-leaning channels. If anything, my politics is mostly watching a Prime K's panel every few nights, or watching to see what Stardust is talking about, or watching Destiny, or watching occasionally Vosh. That's basically what I watch in terms of politics. And honestly, the reason I've been watching anything politics is kind of back to what we started talking about. It's like all this commentary drama is really boring or like really high stakes, and it's kind of funny that there's more childish shit going on in the politics community right now.
The drama community needs to infiltrate BreadTube, all right? I want that clipped, and I want that everywhere. The drama community now needs to infiltrate
Well, I just
BreadTube.
got I got partnered, bro. I got my little check mark. I'm infiltrating.
Yeah. The drama community is the only place with an audience so terminally online left on the internet where you can still have that really dumb petty drama, you know? Sometimes there's some serious allegations like the Prime Kai's thing, but as far as the track record goes,
Dude,
most of the allegations that have come out have been disproven.
Even
you
the
know?
Prime one, that was like a fucking slam dunk. I guess they didn't have a Slazo over there or something. But dude, the minute that I saw that Twitlonger and then I saw that Dylan Burns was going live with her in person, I was like, oh, something good is gonna happen right here. So I just sat down and started watching, and I was not disappointed. Oh god, I don't know. That is one of the funniest like terrible situations that I've seen in a while, and I'm really glad everyone's kind of like okay now, and everyone's kind of let it go. But
yeah, the politics community has some of the dumbest, most childish bridge burning drama you can possibly imagine, but somehow everything goes back to normal for a little while afterwards. Not that normal here is even close to okay, but it goes back to normal anyways. And I feel like I think there's been maybe one that I can think of, maybe two. I have a hard time like remembering everything. Like credible accusations of sexual impropriety, to be as broad as possible, that have been like credible, like against like left wing YouTubers. I think there was what's his name, Virgil Texas. Do you know who that is?
I do not. Probably
Virgil
before
Texas. He's still around. Virgil Texas is one of the hosts of the Chapo podcast, Chapo Trap House. Pretty edgy left-wing podcast, not quite as edgy as Come Town, if you've heard of that. But he started like he's the type of lefty that Destiny really hates, and I also really hate him. That kind of lefty is like super populist, super anti-establishment, like Jimmy Dore type, you know. And basically, he recently was accused, with some pretty credible screenshots included, of sexting with a 16-year-old, and he's, I think, in his 30s. And he just, after the accusations came out, he just fucking poofed. The accusations were 6 months ago. He stopped appearing on his podcast with Brianna Joy Gray that he was making like $25K a month from. He's stopped tweeting. He hasn't tweeted anything since. He's disappeared for the internet in every form for the last 6 months since his accusations, and has said nothing about it. And the accusations were fairly credible. They included screenshots and stuff, so that sounds pretty solid to me. But besides that, I feel like every like drama, like sexual wise, that's happened in the left wing sphere has been disproven on the part of the person.
It's funny
who was
because I
accused.
feel like if we went back like 2 years ago, I would see stuff people say like, "Oh, this will never happen." That's not just an attack on lefties. I feel like that was more of like an overall like, "Oh, none of these. There's no way people aren't going to just make false allegations and stuff like that." And then they started happening in my sphere, and now you start to see them happening in your sphere, and it's just like, I don't know, dude. It sucks when it happens. It really discredits like legitimate victims. And sometimes you're in situations where it's not like black and white, right? Like someone can feel like they've been harassed or something like that. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not everyone else's interpretation of the situation. So like when people go back and attack them and stuff like that, like they legitimately didn't mean anything by it. That was just the way they interpreted their own feelings and stuff like that. It's hard to tell what specifically to feel about their own situation. But at the same time, you have to like there's such a huge stake here. Like this is somebody's career, this is somebody's livelihood, so it has to be looked at fairly.
Yeah, it's like there's a hard balance to like a hard line to walk on, like to get the perfect balance. But then there's also the problem with the audience, right? So if you engage with these accusations responsibly, and the responsible way to engage with them is to act with skepticism to some degree, look at the evidence, and to a degree, you want to, I wouldn't say poke holes, but critically analyze accusations like this against a large figure, or because it's their life, it's their life on the line, it's their fucking career on the line here, and that is serious. And I feel like regardless of how the content creator may engage with those accusations responsibly, there are people out there that will see like a skeptical and I hate that word now, like a skeptical perspective on accusations that tries to look at evidence, and that like almost attracts people who are on board with the whole like Me Too has gone too far thing. It's like, no, Me Too hasn't gone too far or anything like that. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm just saying that when accusations like this come out, we need to look at the evidence and make sure it's legit. Yeah, Me Too's gone too far, right? People are just taking it too seriously. Like, no, we're taking it seriously, but gotta be careful.
It's like Lonnie says, the overwhelming majority of allegations are not made up. It feels like in the business that we're in, we're way too exposed to ones that are like fucked.
Yeah, did you I guess I talked about it on the Half Baked podcast, but I don't know if
Augie
you've seen
deleted the
video.
audio, I think, for that one, so I don't know if anyone saw it.
I think it went up on YouTube recently.
No, that was the re-up of the re-recorded one that we didn't have it. Actually, I think we used the artwork for the original one, but nope, the one that we did, which was really good, fucking Augie deleted the audio drunkenly on the Zerka podcast by accident.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think Tom messaged me about that. Augie deleted the audio.
Yep.
We can probably I can retell that story on another episode if you guys want to have me on again. I think it's
sure.
I think it's a good story. It's pretty juicy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I had drama similar to that. It wasn't like an accusation of pedophilia or rape or anything, but it was like yikesy enough that left tube content creators could spin it as something bad, and then I was able to debunk it. So now I've experienced that, and I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of false allegations, and so I'm probably a little bit more careful about those even now. But I do think the Gus Johnson drama, I don't know how much do you know about that?
I was out. I was in Cali. I know a little bit, and I know that he really didn't deny anything. So
he didn't deny anything. Yeah. He just kind of put out like a basic cookie cutter YouTuber apology. That one hurts. I like Gus Johnson's content. That one really, really hurts. But like the Sabrina's allegations look pretty damn credible, in my opinion. And you know how skeptical I can be about these things, right? I took Prime's side during that whole thing, and I've been falsely accused before. This isn't a sexual thing. It's more of like a neglect and abuse type thing. But she was linking like emails she had with her doctor, phone call receipts she had with doctors in the hospital and her insurance company, and like medical records and stuff. I can appreciate well substantiated accusations.
Oh, believe me, I can too. Especially when I see like a twit longer with no screenshots or anything on there. Recently, I don't know if you know about like the Eugene Cooney stuff that's been going on with the T channels. Apparently someone just like sent a DM saying that there was like a groomer in the chat. And then when everyone like tried to reach out to this person, like, hey, like what actually happened? Is this person okay? What's the evidence here that like everyone was trying to avoid it? They're like, yeah, she doesn't want to tell her story. So it happened. But I was like, okay, well, that's fair to her. But what the fuck am I supposed to do with? How do I critique Eugene Cooney for an allegation I don't even know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Like, how do I responsibly platform that allegation?
Dude, that's another thing too. Like Eugenia Cooney existing was drama for a while, because she was so skinny. Like everyone was like, "You are influencing young girls into dangerous eating." Oh yeah, Chud Logic. He also got falsely accused. Thanks.
I saw that one. Yeah,
that one was pretty fucked up. This was actually funny because one of the people who pushed the false allegations against me, Corviday, agreed to debate me on that on Chud Logic's stream, and then right before, like as Chud Logic being the moderator, and then right before, Corviday convinced Chud Logic to not let us talk about that. So then we were only allowed to talk about like the one other thing Corviday had tweeted about me,
I thought
like
you were gonna say right before that he was like that's when he got accused.
Oh, no, it was like 6 months to a year later after all of that Chud Logic got accused of grooming a 30-year-old and grooming a I think 17-year-old that outright lied to him about her age or something. Like there was like DMs where he was like, you're 18 or older, right? And she was like, yeah, I'm 18, I'm legal, it's all good. And he's like, okay. And then they come out and say that they were groomed later. That was, and then one of them was 30 years old and accused Chud Logic of grooming, which was pretty funny.
So that one, yeah, I remember that.
That was another example of it being just anyway. So I like messaged Chud Logic afterwards, and I'm like, "Bro, they got you too? They got you too, my man?" And he's like, "Yeah, they got me too." And we had a nice little Discord call for a little while, and it was pretty fucked. I think the drama community needs to kind of like infiltrate BreadTube. We need like
they got to infiltrate something, dude, because everybody's just what did Dream do today? Who got accused of what? It really is fucking boring, dude. There's nothing petty about it anymore. And whenever you try to make a petty video, they go, well, your video doesn't fucking matter because there's no fucking like X, Y, and Z allegation in it. And then everyone just says, oh, whatever. Nick had nothing to upload today. Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. Because like now the
then it gets,
demographic shifted.
Yeah, and it gets even well. Yeah, that's also a big part of it, right? Because like it's almost like I think the evolution of drama content on YouTube is directly comparable to the tone of the Harry Potter series, where like in the beginning it's like the Harry Potter movies are basically kids movies, and at the end everybody's dying and it's like really brutal. I feel like that's basically what's happened. Like in the beginning of the drama community, it was all like little stuff, nothing really all that serious, and now it's like, well, this YouTuber with without over 2 million subscribers, tried to have sex with a 13-year-old. Yeah, so that's just another Sunday.
I feel like I went from like people looking at me like, oh, that's just an asshole, to like, oh, that's a new police officer. Like, all right, buddy.
Yeah, dude. Like drama YouTubers are almost like seen as like policemen on the internet, and I think that's partly like what Content Cop was referencing, the idea that like drama YouTubers have sort of acted as like the police of YouTube. Like if you're out there making some kind of content that people aren't going to like, and some like drama YouTuber with a large audience makes a video on you, or some commentary video, which I think commentary YouTubers and drama YouTubers are like kind of the same, kind of, if they talk about current events. Like Poncho, for example, I've seen his video on That Vegan Teacher, and that is it. That video is kind of like a drama video, like you're talking about what's going on and everything. Yeah, like the stakes have just raised so much.
Dude, I've stopped saying like commentary, drama, tea. Dude, people just don't like to use like definitions of words, and they don't like, they like to like misinterpret stuff a lot. So when I say like, oh my god, I hate the tea channel, they go, oh really? Because you spill tea. And I'm like, okay, sorry, I meant the beauty, fucking makeup, story time, art community. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I'm not going to use the word tea anymore, whatever. And then commentary this, commentary that. Dude, I think there are people who make long form videos and people who make short form videos. That's really it now. That's kind of the big divider for me, is who makes 45-minute videos with a lot of editing and who makes gameplay commentaries. Because that's really like, there is very little. And then like streamers. I don't know.
Yeah. The streaming thing is like, I don't know. I feel being a streamer, I get a lot of imposter syndrome when my channel does well, because it's like I see other content creators that put like a ridiculous amount of work into their content, talking about certain things, and I see that like I won't say my content's lazy, but it's certainly not as high effort as like any edited, prepared, scripted video, right? I mean, I guess there's a skill in improvising and not fucking up when you're improvising, because when I do fuck up, I get tons of shit for it. Like my video, if I upload a bad video, like a really bad video, it gets ratioed to hell, right? And a lot of that's because I'm improvising, and sometimes I forget things or I fuck up, or my argument.
Oh god, your video on MC Jarbo, dude.
Yeah, like that, right? Like
oh my,
are just, like,
that was
sending
the
me that
funniest
in my DMs
fucking thing ever.
Yeah. So for those of you guys that don't know, like maybe a year ago, 8 months ago, a while ago, I had nothing to cover one day, and I was like, all right, guys, I added everyone in my Discord, and I was like, guys, need someone to cover. Oh yeah, the Dark Viper AU. That was also like one of my bigger mistakes. I talked about that yesterday. But I was like, okay, guys, I need something to cover. Okay, I need something to cover. And so a bunch of people start messaging me that song, because I think it might have been new at the time, like a week or two old at the time.
Yep.
And they were like, Sargon of Akkad says the N-word in this song. And I was like, wait, really? And I was just like, okay, I guess we'll listen to that on stream. And I was like, oh yeah, that's Sargon saying the N-word there. Turns out it was actually just a really well done, like
it's so well done. Oh my god,
it's really well done. Have you guys ever heard Dicko Mode? It's the first ever Sus remix. It was an edit of Sicko Mode in which it sounds like it just sounds like gay, right? And that's the whole point of it.
In that
but
one, like that's really a different person. Like it's a Sus remix. That was really Sargon saying the N-word.
It was.
And that was really Monday in that. So like they were taking, I don't know how they did this, but someone who actually can like make real music, he's proved that he's made like actual music and stuff like that. They took like thousands of hours of these people talking and they made it into, I mean, some of the new ones, you could think it's Ethan Ralph. It sounds like Ethan Ralph literally is rapping.
Yeah. No, that even the Matt Jarbo one with Sargon, it sounds pretty like realistic. Like you can, if you really listen to it, you can tell where the cuts are and where the edits are and whatnot.
But
And
I
like
think you were listening to it on like 1.25 or 1.5, so it's kind of harder that way.
Yeah, I was listening to it slowed down so we could analyze the lyrics. I genuinely thought that like Sargon and I don't I have a small understanding of who Matt Jarbo is, but he's not.
Oh,
like,
you're missing out.
That's just a YouTuber, like a part of YouTube that I've never really like. I just didn't happen to get into. You know, the YouTube algorithm sends us all in the different directions. When I was a kid, I watched like Minecraft videos.
Oh,
and,
so
like,
you didn't
the
have an
Yogscast and
IBS
stuff.
background, did you?
IBS?
Internet Blood Sports.
Not really, no. The closest internet blood sports I've really ever engaged in has been during my streaming stuff, which is only really like doing politics and debate.
Oh,
has
no,
only
no,
been
I'm
since
talking
really early
about
2019.
like Warski, Tonka, like that time online when it was like Andy Warski's gonna fight Tonka Saw and like Ethan
Yeah.
Ralph's gonna call in and argue with him and stuff like that. Like those streams were like unhinged, like chaos. I actually jumped in at the very tail end of that.
As did I, yeah. I was most of my consumption of that particular content was through Destiny, going on there and arguing with them, which is the best of that content, to be fair. But I watched Andy Warski, but I watched his prepared content where it was him and that other guy, and they were like talking about whatever an SJW said that pissed them off, like Francesca Ramsey they really hated. Like that was the content from Andy Warski that I watched a lot of. I never really got into his live stuff, mostly because I never really watched live streams around that time. Destiny was like the person who got me into live streams.
Dude, Destiny is like a takedown piece. Like the IBS stuff was like meltdowns. Okay, like we're talking about actually towards the very end, way after it was already over. Like the Andy Warski going out with a gun clip in Florida. That was kind of on the that was like the way after tail end. But like the Matt Jarbo stream where they found out what like they did like 2 hours or whatever after the kill stream got taken down, and then they found out like 3/4 of the way through the stream that YouTube report history existed. And Matt didn't know when he went on the stream and lied for over an hour straight that like he never flagged anybody. So then he pulled it up in front of everybody, and oh god, I still remember Jim's laugh. Holy shit, that was one of the most insane. Then there's like all the stuff that happened with I think like the IBS Apocalypse stream, and oh dude, you definitely have to go back and look at some of that older shit because like these were like absolute degenerates. Like all of these people were terrible people, and they just made such like trash fire content that it's impossible. It's like a train crash or something, or like a car crash. It's impossible to look away.
It's crazy too because back then, like a lot of these people that were part of the internet blood sports community, they just went fucking crumbling. Back when they had more credibility, like back in 2016, when they had like everybody on the internet, I think fronts a somewhat more likable version of their own personality, and I think that's what all of those content creators did, and eventually that facade crumbled. Eventually things just got heated enough, things got desperate enough, things got dark enough for them. That facade crumbled and they became like who they truly are, very similar to I think Nikocado Avocado. I think that's just sort of like the degradation of what you'll do for YouTube and online clout, to the point where, and obviously this is also the case with people like Wings of Redemption, for example. Where eventually like the true personality behind the facade eventually cracks and breaks if you get desperate enough.
It's always fun to wonder how self-aware these people actually are.
Okay, so I'm a big PKA fan. I don't know if you watched Painkiller already, but he Wings of Redemption was the starter of that, and now it's hosted by Mercadurka Woody's Gamer Tag in FPS Russia. Love that podcast, my favorite one. Destiny goes on there sometimes, and it's pretty funny. But the Wings of Redemption, just from the discussions that they had, because they were all like longtime friends with Wings before like that all got burned down, it seems like Wings is not very self-aware whatsoever.
Dude, there was a rumor that came out that I think he commented on one day where he's like, Wings gets a cut of all the troll channels that make content on him. And I don't believe that's true.
No, it's
But
not
could you
true.
fucking imagine if this motherfucker was like getting people to make that shit and then he was having like breakdowns about it on stream? My brain goes into overdrive. I'm like, that would destroy my fucking fabric of reality if it turned out that it was all a big sham.
I actually ended up finding out that Chris Chan actually did this, but I had that, but with Chris Chan. What if it turned out one day? What if Chris Chan just uploaded a video on Twitter, on like YouTube or something one day, and was just like, Yeah. So you all got trolled. Turns out they actually did try to do that. Didn't really work out.
Oh God.
It was like that one video where like she dressed up as like a douchebag. This is the only way I can describe it, with like sunglasses and like the frosted tips or something. It was like, I actually work 70 hours a week. I have 2 kids and a wife and a full-time job. I'm
Oh
not
my
actually
God.
autistic, and you've been trolled. And then the video ends.
Holy crap.
You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't. Dude,
I got it. It's only like 10 seconds long. I gotta send it to you really quick.
and by the way, what we're talking about, the Chris Chan, she was like another one for me I was done, dude. When I saw Chris Chan like fucking her mother allegations, I checked out. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to go on like streams and talk about it. I think we filmed a half-baked podcast reluctantly about it, where I just was as much of a dick as possible to try to overplay it because I didn't want to talk about it either. It's just like, oh my God, it's just so gross. Leaves such a sour taste in my mouth when that's like the only shit to like make content about.
The Chris Chan thing was also pretty tough, like as a political content creator, because there's like a really common stereotype about trans people, particularly trans women, that trans women are just like delusional men pretending to be women in order to get into women's spaces. And like a lot of TERFs like to say it's men trying to find a loophole to rape lesbians, that's literally a tweet that I saw last night from a pretty prominent TERF, and I was like, yeah, men have to dress up as women to rape women. That's totally how it's done. That's totally the way that a rapist would go
and then
about
people
it.
like pretend there's like a whole epidemic of like trans people going into bathrooms and just raping tons of women, which just doesn't seem to be the case. I got into an argument recently with somebody who's like, there's going to be tons of more rape now in our prisons now that trans people are being put where they want to be placed in terms of like male and female prisons and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, I don't think anybody can have a fucking take on that, even if that's the case. Nobody gave a shit about all the rape that happened in the prisons for the last fucking 100 years. Why are we going to start caring about all the rape that happened now? It's just like, I don't know, dude. You got like biological female prisoners getting like raped by male guards. So like, I don't know. I hope the person finds solace in the fact that if they remove like all the trans people from the prison, they'll only be raped by their guards now. I don't know, dude. I think we should just try to get rid of the rape in the prisons. A little reform would be nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty common loophole I see in a lot of people I disagree with politically's like prescriptions. It's like, because this system is bad and broken, we can't do this good thing because that means more of this bad thing will happen. Be like, why don't we fix the prison system why don't we make it so prisons are less dangerous? And then it's not a problem if we have trans people in there. Like, yeah, also, I'm pretty sure when it comes to like trans women in women's prisons, listen, I've watched a good amount of 60 Days In, and I know, like, I watch a lot of prison videos on YouTube. Women in women's prisons are fucking all the time, as are men in men's prisons. Like, if you're like a Twinkie kind of skinny dude in prison, you can, or if you're fat, like if you're like on the fatter side and you're in prison, you can like become someone's prison bitch and get like a lot of privileges. That's a thing that just happens in prison fairly often. And then of course there's like that, the term is prison bitch, by the way. But and then obviously there's the rape. But like, that's also happening in female prisons with like other, like with women, like they fuck, they like a lot of women in prisons, they fuck. Like, I feel like the worst case scenario for allowing trans women into women's prisons is going to be that if they fuck, which they probably will, then maybe someone gets pregnant. Maybe. Depending on like the circumstances. I think that's probably worst case scenario.
I would say. I mean, I don't know. That's probably pretty bad when the guards are doing it too. So
yeah, the guard. Well, yeah. Then again, yeah, you were right. You brought up the guards. Yeah. Let's just work on making the prison system better.
It seems like their answer, doesn't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Gets on my nerves.
I think that but yeah, like the Chris Chan thing was so tough, like as a political content creator, because one, it's a depressing situation. Like, if you try to think about like the Isabella Loretta Janke thing, going off of that as well is also even more depressing. If you know about that, I'm not sure how caught up on that you are.
She's like unhinged crazy. Kiwi Farms has like done a whole deep dive into everything about it.
That's one of those things where it's like, well, I don't much like Kiwi Farms, but but fuck, I hope they don't stop their investigation on her. Like, no, you guys keep going on her. Like, no, you're completely correct about this. This is someone whose life needs to be destroyed. Like, she blended a chinchilla. Did you know that?
Jesus, what?
She's also a pedophile. She has made several fan fictions and I think drawings about raping and mutilating young boys. She was sneaking like feminizing hormones into a friend of hers like drinks. Like her roommate, I think, who's a dude, would be like, "Hey, could you get me a water?" And she'd sneak like estrogen into it or something. I don't know if that would have any effects. I don't think that's how it works, but
Jesus,
pretty
fucking
fucked up.
yeah. This person's a monster.
Yeah, she is like. There's so much more too. There's so much more. But yeah, like the Chris Chan thing was like so shitty as a political figure because it's like, okay, I do not want to set a standard where we start like investigating the reason for trans people's identities to figure out if they're being trans in good faith. I don't want to start that as like a thing. But then at the same time, if there was anybody on this planet who fits the perfect stereotype that transphobes make of trans people, it's Chris Chan. And now you've got people like Blair White and Tucker Carlson talking about Chris Chan and politicizing it. And now there's just no going back. Like, this has to be pushed against. We can't let people try to paint
I
all
don't
trans
agree with
people as
that.
Chris Chan.
I don't agree with that. Chris Chan thinks that fucking anime is going to take over the world and we're going to go into a fucking gigantic void or whatever. Look, maybe if Chris Chan was like an able person who was like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it without sounding totally fucking ableist. If Chris Chan was just working as intended, maybe you could have that thought. But like, I don't know. I don't see Chris Chan as inherently malicious. I think to like say that like Chris Chan is like scamming and that she's like pretending to be a different gender for like sympathy or whatever. Like, even if she said it outright, I don't know if I would believe her. Like, this person is like delusional. How could I say that like they're being malicious about it?
I debated your position. I debated having your position here against somebody who is a bit more of a Christorian, you could say, than I was. I've just seen like up to about half of the Chris Chan documentary series that I forget his name has done, and it turns out they're like statements and quotes. Granted, Chris Chan is very easy to take out of context and very easy to manipulate into saying things. That's like part of why Chris Chan has been trolled to the degree that they have to this.
If they can like
over
get
time.
Chris Chan to like
But,
fuck a sex doll and post it online, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
like they can get Chris to say a lot of different things, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
so apparently, there is a quote of Chris Chan saying that she's identifying as a woman to more easily find a boyfriend-free girl, but that Chris Chan said a lot of things at the
Like,
behest
Chris
of
Chan
many
isn't a
people, so
reliable
it's like,
narrator to her own life.
no, yeah, no, yeah. It's that situation. Like, if you imagine how all of that unfolded, like I saw a green text that just. You ever see a movie or just hear about something or see a TV show that's like so fucked up it leaves you kind of not scarred, like you're not going to stay up all night about it, but maybe it keeps you up for a few minutes later than you would have otherwise because you can't get out of your head. This green text stuck in my head and was like, imagine living in this disgusting, hazy house. You have dementia, you can't remember anything, and then your child comes in and then rapes you, and then you forget about it, and then they come in, they rape you again, and it's like it's happening all over again every time because you've got dementia and you've forgotten what it's like. So it's like it's the first time every time. It was really fucked up green text.
Jesus. Yeah, again, back to literally the start of this whole thing. This is why I don't like making this content anymore. This is why I think Keem doesn't want to cover this. Like, I don't know. Did Keem even cover Chris Chan?
I don't think he did, actually. I feel like I would have heard about it. I think he might have tweeted about it.
Yeah.
Like, let me check. Chris
It's all
Chan...
Logan Paul did this, Squid Game that, KSI explains this, Jake Paul, Nikocado Avocado. Like, for Keem, I mean, there's really not much he can talk about if he's not going to cover that. I remember he was trying to make EDP into like an NFT or whatever, but other than that...
I feel like Keem's... I mean, his videos aren't doing badly. I feel like if you're getting within... Like, so for example, his Squid Game banned video, like, every video he uploads gets above 200,000 views on the first day, I feel like. If you're doing that well on YouTube, you're certainly doing all right. But I feel like for Keemstar, there's a certain line, like for example, when it comes to getting monetized on my videos, YouTube doesn't pay that much. YouTube scams the fuck out of its creators when it comes to their cut of ad revenue. Not as much as other platforms do, but it's pretty egregious, I think. I typically have videos where I'm like, okay, this is a video that's going to be for my audience. It's not going to get a lot of attention, but it doesn't have anything too controversial, so it'll probably be monetized, and, you know, I'll make sure I can pay rent or whatever. But then when it comes to uploading a video that is probably not going to be monetized, but I know it's going to get seen by a lot of people just because of what it's about and what the title is,
Dude,
I still
don't
cover it
upload
anyway.
videos that aren't going to get monetized. And what I mean by that is, like, there are ways around it. If you think you're going to get a yellow dollar sign, if you think, like, this video is definitely going to get demonetized, dude, do what I do. Talk about random shit for a fucking minute beforehand. Like, give, like, a channel, not even a channel update, kind of just, like, be extremely vague about it, and then punch after the minute mark. Because, dude, I haven't had a demonetized video on my main channel or second channel in over a year. And I talk about crazy shit, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't
something my
accept
editor-
a yellow dollar sign.
Oh, I always dispute it.
Oh, not even that. I
always
upload my
dispute it,
videos
but
like
yeah.
4 times, and like one of them has to turn green.
Yeah, I think my newest video is yellow, and okay, I don't know why, but like, so my yesterday's video, the Keemstar retiring plus JonTron is anti-vax, that video, that's the title, and it's got a green dollar sign. I've got some videos like, did Candace Owens seriously just say America should invade Australia? Green dollar sign. What I think's Oh yeah, my extremely woke anti-race mixing video, also a green dollar sign. It's gotten like a lot easier to get monetized on YouTube, but for a while I was getting this long string of yellow dollar signs, and me and my editor couldn't figure out what the fuck's going on. So my editor started blurring my chat on screen for the first 2 minutes and last 2 minutes of every video, and since then, like 9 out of 10 videos get the green dollar sign.
I think wasn't Vosh doing that too?
Yeah, I think Vosh's editors started doing that. The clip channels for any streamer have started doing it more. Destiny does it as well, I think. Yeah, I think it's because people in chat, the algorithm can now pick... It mostly scans the first 2 and last 2 minutes of a video. Most of what's in the middle is fine. But, like, if someone says fuck, for example, on screen right now, like, hey, chat, if you guys say fuck right now, that YouTube would pick that up if it's within the first 2 minutes. So just blurring out the chat seems to be helping.
Yeah. It's like a game of getting around it at this point, just trying to find the newest way to like make sure everything's monetized. Because I mean, like the amount of revenue you lose from a demonetized symbol is like, I don't know, it can't be fucking like overstated.
It does seem like it's a lot, yeah. Well, I mean, now it's not a problem, Chad, because now we just kind of blur you out for the first and last 2 minutes. Now you can just do whatever you want. But yeah, it's bizarre. Do you think it's going to get worse? Do you think there's going to be another huge adpocalypse down the road that's just going to get way
This
worse?
has been my speculation since the election, is that I think we're going to have a big anti-SJW wave up to the election. And then I think it's going to get way fucking worse. And then I think after that, there's going to be another huge ban wave. And it's going to be like the second coming of...
Gamergate? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of fucking Gamergate, another IBS stream for you to look up is the one where Sargon starts jerking everybody around for an hour and then goes, "We need to get Donald Trump to tweet Gamergate." And everyone just fucking laughs at him. Oh my god, that's another great stream, dude. Oh,
yeah,
he's like, we gotta bring back our fucking 3-year-old hashtag. Yeah.
That's something I feel like I do need to go back and see that kind of stuff, the old blood sports days. I feel like there's a lot to learn from it too. Not exactly positive things to learn, like, oh, I should do this or this. More like, I should avoid at all costs these things. That's what there is to learn from that entire community and that time of YouTube.
Yeah, God. I don't know if you know who Zoom is. You know who Zoom is?
No, I don't.
Oh my! All right, so Zoom was a big, prominent IBS person who was responsible for like partially, like basically doxing me. Like him and Ralph were the people who doxed me in 2018 and stuff like that. He was a big doxer. There's allegations that he's the guy who hacked Ring and was like using the, I don't know, like getting in like your Ring like stuff like that and talking to people. Camera. It sounds like it's his fucking voice. It's 100% his voice if you watch the video. Dude, recently I saw a T channel. Like this is commentary horseshoe theory, right? Of like the degenerates in like the IBS community and like the T channels. Dude, there was a T channel promoting Zoom doxing Eugene Cooney like a week ago.
Doxing. Oh fuck yeah,
Like,
that's.
the guy was like, it takes a special amount of like balls to call the police on a YouTuber or something like. I'm like, what the happening? Like, this guy just makes videos of like makeup and beauty and drama and shit like that, and he's like, yeah, somebody called the cops on Eugenia, and then I clicked on the video. He's like, I'm gonna dox her every time she gets a new address. I'm gonna find out where she lives, and I'm gonna make sure everyone knows. And all this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, like I think this is something that I differ with when it comes to a lot of other left wing creators. Doxing is generally bad. Like I think it's something that should be avoided. I think in some cases it's permissible, like the Isabella Loretta Janke lady who has fantasies about murdering and raping young boys, and I think now it's like all but fully confirmed. Like it's basically the consensus on like Kiwi Farms where the main investigation's happening, from my understanding, that like Isabella Janke is probably one of the main people that groomed Chris Chan into raping their mom. Like that seemed to be like the consensus. That's someone where it's like, well, fuck, okay, well, I mean, you kind of have to dox this person if you want them to get kicked out of their school so they're not a danger to their classmates. Because Isabella Loretta Janke also bullied a trans classmate into suicide and bragged about it. Stuff like that. Like if you're going to get this person kicked out of school and have legal action taken on them, you kind of have to do it. But if we're talking like corpse husband, for example, it's like, why are you doxing? What's corpse husband done?
Dude, I saw it was
what
like
justification
socially.
Is there, you know?
It was like socially acceptable to post pictures of Dream. I noticed. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, all you guys are like anti-doxing, but you're going to post Dream on my timeline when his face allegedly got out there. And I just curbed that shit immediately. I was like, I don't know. Anybody who does that, you're immediately like blocked or unfollowed or whatever. Like, that's degen shit. I remember like a YouTuber, like this is how hard I am on doxing. It's like a YouTuber was in a situation where like we weren't aware if they were alive or not, and they actually took their own life. And I was like, all right, I think this is a good opportunity, if any, to like dox him, find out where he is, and call the police. I'm not doing it. And I told somebody else to do it. And then they ended up getting in touch with police, and it all went through. But like, even in that situation, I'm still like fucking, I don't know. I still don't want to be the one to do it.
Is it okay if I ask a clarifying question on who you were talking about? The
yeah.
YouTuber? Was it Etika?
No, Apollo Legend.
Oh, Apollo. Oh, yeah, fuck. Yeah, that actually ties back to the Apollo Legend thing. Actually ties back to my other biggest like mistake doing improv, like doing politics and response videos and talking about other creators completely like improv on stream. Dark Viper AU, I imagine you're familiar with him because he's really big and he was involved with the Apollo Legend thing.
Yeah.
Really cool YouTuber. Really like the guy now. He was like a lot of really shitty people, from what I heard, tried to say that he was responsible for Apollo Legend, who's like a speedrunner, as well as Dark Viper AU.
Well,
for
Apollo said that, basically.
Apollo said it. That's...
Apollo, like, insinuated it.
Oh, insinuated? That's kind of fucked, I feel like. Because I looked into that drama, and it didn't really seem like saying... Like, okay, if Dark Viper AU had launched, like, a big hate and harassment campaign on him to a degree that's, like, super egregious, that's one thing. But if it's just like internet disagreement, which is what it seemed like it was from my perspective, from what I saw, I may be wrong, it almost feels like shitty to, and you're like, was it like his suicide note where he claimed that?
I forgot exactly what he said, so I don't want to like give a hard answer on this, but I'm pretty sure like a lot of people took away from the suicide note and were like, oh my god, holy shit, dude. And they all started like giving hate to those two people. That was like the big and I knew it was going to happen. I didn't expect Dark Viper to respond as quickly as he did. And it kind of left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, because they're like, all right, I read this comment that was on this video, and then I rushed over to Dark Viper's channel, and he's like livid, which I mean, I probably would have been livid too. Oh, but yeah. It like, I don't know, people were like in a really emotional state, and a lot of people didn't take to that video too well.
Yeah, I don't even think it's fair to say, like, going back to the Keemstar thing, I don't necessarily think it's fair to say Keemstar is responsible for Etika's death. I think he did a lot of really shitty things that probably exacerbated the problems, but dude, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying Keemstar killed Etika or whatever, you know?
I kind of want to get off this. I made a big stance that I'm not going to talk about this any chance I can get to avoid it, because, like, I don't know. I hate how this guy is remembered as like part of the Keemstar drama story. I understand like a lot of people have like a lot of thoughts on him and stuff like that, and they really like him and all that stuff. I hate when I see somebody whose tragic suicide is like so intrinsically tied to YouTube drama that doesn't need to happen. It like blows my fucking mind. So I try to avoid like saying his name, and I try to avoid like making it synonymous with Keemstar. But yeah, dude, I don't know. I think a lot of people have kind of tunnel vision when they look back at that situation. I remember kind of being in it, being on streams, talking about like speculating what the fuck was going on. A lot of people forget that he was an entertainer. He was a very polarizing figure, and a lot of people say it's like, well, here's sign A, sign B, sign C, sign D, sign E, and it's like we knew for 100% fact that this is the way it was gonna go, but in reality, nobody fucking knew that. That's like the veil of hindsight. There was like
Yeah.
a huge percentage of people who thought it was like like all this stuff was kind of an act, like especially when he went on to the drama alert for the interview and stuff like that. So I mean, it's really easy to look back and say like this was 100% how it was going to end, but I don't think that's really fair to anybody. I think like, dude, shit happens. People have like stuff they can't overcome sometimes, and I think it's really fucking shitty to put anyone's death on anybody else unless it's really fucking warranted.
Yeah, I agree. In lighter news, did you hear that my girlfriend's designing a "I was radicalized by Minecraft" shirt for merch? We're making it. I'm not kidding. Wait, I think she might have sent me like
oh my god.
Yep, here's the concept.
Dude, the fact that you haven't cashed in on that beforehand. Holy shit. I might actually buy that shirt, dude.
Oh yeah, this is the current design. I do want to make a few changes to it, mostly because I want to be careful about copyright. I don't know if that's like a problem if like Streamlabs has their own like merch thing. Here's the link. I feel like I don't know if we're allowed to have a creeper and an enderman on there, but I think just the name Minecraft should be okay. I think.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to go for. Like, we might keep that same dirt and grass texture because it's not from Minecraft, but the creeper and the enderman might have to go. We'll figure something out.
You could probably get something that looks like a creeper and looks like an enderman if you really wanted to, or something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe because the server in particular that meme comes from is 2B2T. I feel like more 2B2T focused memes on there.
Oh yeah, that would be
because obviously like Housemaster, the owner of 2B2T, is not going to take legal action against someone for making 2B2T branded merch. You know?
Yeah,
that's probably not going to happen.
God, I watch a lot of FitMC, so I know a lot about it now.
Fit is so as you know, I've been a 2B2T player for a while. I haven't played it recently because I've gotten really bored with it because the server hasn't updated. It's just Mojang's really bad at optimizing Minecraft, so 2B2T might be stuck in 1.12.2 forever. Which if it is, then I'll probably not play it again very much. Mojang has to release an update that's really, really well optimized, like an update that overhauls the entire game's optimization for it to be even feasibly possible to transfer. I believe 2B2T's map is in the double digits of terabytes now in size. And then you have to account for like the fact that there's entities around. There's like so many intricate things involving like transitioning a server to a new update, especially the more updates that pass, the more new content has to be added, the bigger the leap is for the server. So unless the whole game's optimization has changed, the server just probably won't ever be able to update. But like FitMC, his content's good. It tells a good story. If you're hearing about like a historical event,
though, right?
It's so over dramatic. Holy shit. So most of his older content where he talks about like really early stuff, I obviously wasn't around for that. But like, for example, the 6th incursion with the Ant Venom fans, I was very involved with that. That's actually how I got friended. That's how I got Ant Venom's friend on Discord. So that was pretty cool. I have him as a friend on there. So I obviously took part in the incursion against the Ant Venom fans, and Ant Venom would hang out in the VC with us a lot while we were like doing things like we would enslave his fans and force them to mine ender chests because they'd be like completely naked. We would enslave them. We built these, we called them gulags. We would send them to the gulags and we would make them mine ender chests to get obsidian, because if you break an ender chest with a non-silk touch pickaxe, you get 8 obsidian for it. And obviously everybody who's anyone on 2B2T has thousands of duped ender chests
Yeah.
that they can just like place down for these people that we just would give like efficiency 5 pickaxes with unbreaking to mine. And back then there was like some glitch we had where nothing we had would break. We had like an infinite durability glitch back then. And we would force these new players from Ant Venom's channel to build a massive obsidian wall around spawn. So we forced them to build their own prison, and those that worked and were and you know, followed the rules and didn't cause trouble and didn't, you know, talk back, we would reward them with like gear afterwards. But like if you watch the FitMC video about it, it sounds like Lord of the Rings lore, and really it was just a bunch of dumb fucks hanging out in Discord, including me, like, you know, memeing around.
Yeah. Oh man, I know it's like a bit over dramatic, but sometimes I like that shit.
Yeah.
He tries to sound like a fucking historian talking about Minecraft. That makes me laugh every time. It's like a crowd video for a Minecraft server.
It is. It really is. And it's very entertaining, and it's certainly worth watching. And it's not necessarily that he lies. I don't think he's ever lied in any of his videos, as far as I know. But he does dramatize things. Like, I was part of a group called Imperium, EMPIRUM, on 2B2T. And we did a lot of crazy shit because a lot of like that got a lot of coverage from FitMC because a lot of people that were a big deal on 2B2T were part of Imperium. And so when we did projects, they would be talked about. We had a base called Empires Africa.
Oh god.
Well, listen, I got radicalized by Minecraft. What can I tell you?
A minute ago there were gulags. Now we're in Africa. What the fuck's happening?
Yeah, like I ended up getting kicked from that group because that base, Empires Africa, it was like 2 weeks old and it got insided, and it ended up being insided by they ended up finding out who insided the base and like leaked the codes in like truthfully well after I stopped playing 2B2T and I wasn't a part of the group anymore. But they kicked me out of the group effectively because they were pretty sure I did it because I was the newest member at the time, and I was like, I've built more shit here than any of you. Why would I inside this base? I've built more than any of you. Okay? But they end up like, they didn't ban me from being part of the group. They didn't kick me out, but like they didn't tell me where the new base's coordinates were. And they would like say, hey, insider, every time I would join. I was like, I didn't inside the base. And it just got so frustrating that I just stopped hanging out with them. And then I ended up hearing through the grapevine that they actually found out it was a high-ranking, well-loved member of the group that actually incited it. And didn't really matter because I didn't play 2B2T anymore by then.
So funny, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it's worth playing on the server if you ever get the opportunity. Wait for it to die down a little bit. You don't want to have to pay $20 just to be able to get in less than 2 hours.
I paid it and then I didn't play on it and then I like canceled.
Yeah, I think I still have my priority queue. No, I canceled it. I think I canceled my priority queue membership. Yeah, I had priority queue for a good like 2 years, and I would just always be on 2B2T, always building shit, always talking to people, always running around and exploring. And just the lack of updates. Like, there's only so much you can do. Most of the people on 2B2T now are either these crazy builders who are part of big groups, people doing spawn, like shit, like projects, like building canals, building roads, building walls, water cubes, shit like that, or people who do PvP. And 2B2T PvP, and I'm going to say this in the least offensive way I possibly can. This is actually a compliment. 2B2T PvP meta is as autistic as it can possibly get. It's called crystal PvP. Basically, you have to like, you want to maintain low ground. You can only place the crystals on obsidian or bedrock, so that every fight ends up taking place on the floor of the world at bedrock level under these chasms under spawn. And you have to like, you have to have 15 extra gear sets in your inventory, a bunch of golden apples, tons of totems. So you have to know how to like balance your new, because your gear gets depleted by the explosions because they do a lot of damage. You die very quickly in the best gear in the game from Crystal PvP. So your armor breaks and you have to replace it really quickly before you die. You have to eat apples constantly, eat golden apples constantly, and you have to have enough totems that you can take more deaths than your enemy. It's I can't do it. I can't learn.
And you have to have like cheats on the whole time.
Oh yeah, you have to know how to use you need a better hack client, which is fine for me. I have Future clients, like the best one out there. I paid for it. But like, you also have to know how to use those hacks really effectively. Like, there's actually a whole new tier of skill when you're a hacker fighting other hackers. Like, who's got the best hacks, who's using them best, who has like all their different hacked, like different hacks attached to a certain hotkey and knows how to press them at the right time. Like, there's a hotkey that makes you auto eat an apple. You need to know when to press that when you're low on health. But if you're doing that, you can't switch out armor sets. There's a hack that lets you auto equip armor, but you can't have that on and also have auto totem on. Shit like that.
Yeah, man. Before I get going, I did want to ask you. I don't know if like this is private for you or not, but like, what state are you located in?
Oh no, it's not private. My town is public, but my address is still private. I live in Palm Springs, California.
Dude, how come you didn't come around for fucking VidCon this week? Canceled VidCon, bro.
I wanted to, and I actually considered being like, all right, Lonnie. Well, so for one, I didn't get invited, like, necessarily, and I didn't want to invite myself.
I thought Tom messaged you.
Tom did message me, and it did come off as like he was low-key kind of inviting me without outright inviting me. It was like, ooh, woo, we're in town, like, you want to, but I was like I was super busy. I was probably an hour and a half away, but like at the time I'd had like a couple of really bad streams, and it was like, I don't even know if I can afford gas, like living in California where I wasn't going to compromise and live in a really bad neighborhood. So I got a place in a really good area because I didn't want to deal with like any crime or any issues like that.
Yeah.
So like I live like right at my means, like literally right at my means. So sometimes if streams aren't doing as well, it's like, well, I can't really afford a 2-hour drive out to LA,
Mm-hmm.
But I will next year. If you guys do that again next year, or you guys are in town again, I'll definitely meet up with you guys.
Most of it was in like Fullerton and like where else? Like Orange County and stuff like that. The parties were mostly in LA, but we had to like take, I don't know, $100 Ubers to get to them.
Yeah. I probably would. Me and my girlfriend probably would have driven out.
Dude, Augie had his car there and still managed to lose his phone in an Uber.
Really? Oh, fuck.
We had to like track the guy down to his house to get it back.
Oh, okay. So you got it back. Okay, I was about to say, losing your phone as a YouTuber is so terrifying to me because that's basically like I have my.
As a YouTuber, dude, he drove to California from Texas. He would have had no GPS.
Yeah. Well, honestly, wait, what? Well, I guess I don't know. I don't want to like dox him, but if he lives in Texas, he probably lives like. There's a lot of like pretty well-known highways that lead to Texas to like LA. So he probably would have just been able to take like, what is it? Not the 75, like the there's one highway that goes literally from LA through basically every major Texas city. So I don't know. He probably would have found his way home.
Mm-hmm.
But still, yeah, I definitely would have liked to be there for that. I'm kind of sad that I didn't come hang out because I haven't spent much time with other YouTubers. I'm actually having Denims over either tomorrow or tonight to hang out. We're supposed to watch The Hobbit. But other than Denims...
Oh, Denims is from the Phasmophobia streams, right?
Yeah, she hangs out for that. Oh yeah, we got to play Phasmophobia sometime. I don't like the new update, but I still do think it's a fun like party game kind of.
Yeah, look, I'm not the biggest Demon Mama fan. I'm not even the biggest Vosh fan, but the four of you people playing is awesome. Like, I watch every time you guys play together.
It's fun. It's definitely fun to play with them. We have like a good team chemistry. We always lose, but at least it's funny when we do. Yeah, I think I've actually surpassed Vosh's Phasmophobia level now, unless he's been playing off stream. I got a bunch of my fans to join. I just started showing my like code for my lobby on screen. Was like, all right, first come, first serve. Let's see who joins. And a bunch of level 400s joined. And I'm like, looks like we're winning some games.
Dude, I remember when he was like shitting on you because you're like, oh, well, I'm just trying to be optimal or whatever as you're going through. And he's like, you don't have to optimize everything for a horror game and all that stuff. Because you said you watched videos beforehand.
I watch a lot of InSim, who's like he's like a level like,
this is how they speed run this map.
So okay. I will never stop speedrunning to try to find the ghost room because I hate a game of Phasmophobia where you never end up finding the ghost room or you find it too late before the ghost starts hunting. I will absolutely just turn on the spirit box and run from room to room saying, are you here? Are you French? Are you dead? Are you close? Over and over again until I get a response.
Dude, that's how I learned how to play. So that's what I do now every game.
Yeah,
like I literally learned from watching your streams and now I'm so annoying and I just go to every game and I just start yelling with the spirit box.
But it works.
Mm-hmm.
It fucking works. The most annoying thing is when you don't know if it's a shy ghost or not, or you know it's a shy ghost, and you're trying to use Spirit Box, and people follow you around.
Oh my god!
It's a shy ghost. Do you want to find the ghost or not? Split up,
dude. Tom does that shit behind me. He's like, "Hey, ghost, hey," and he'll just like say the name over it, like Barbara Gordon, and I'm like, Tom, get the fuck away from me.
Its name. Yeah, saying its name just makes it want to hunt. Saying its name drops your sanity faster.
And that's what Demon Mom always does.
She does that too, yeah. She also insults the ghost, but also it's funnier. It's more fun.
It definitely is.
Yeah, the new update, I like the new map conceptually, but holy fuck did they botch some things.
Oh, I haven't even seen the update yet.
I don't want to spoil too much about the new map. The new update's massive. They added 4 new ghosts, and they're very unique, the new ghosts. They're very unique. But like the new update added a new map, and it's very much based off of the camp from the Friday the 13th movies, the originals. They've literally there's a Slenderman Easter egg in it that we found, and there's a Jason Voorhees mask Easter egg that if you walk to the end of the dock and look in the water, the mask floats up. It's an outside map almost entirely. There's some tents around.
It's outside, so it's not like in a building or anything?
Nope. It's just out at a campsite on a lake. And there is one tiny cabin with 2 rooms in it, but that's it. So it's very it's so hard because it's an outside map. It's so fucking hard. It's like a big campground, a lot of tents and stuff like that. And it's so hard because it's an outside map, and it's super unbalanced. There's one area where it's basically Camp Crystal Lake. Yeah. There's one area where it's literally impossible to win if you get a certain ghost type.
Wait, can you get killed in the bus now?
No. There's the way into the campsite is like a fence gate. Like you open up a fence gate and boom, you're in the map. But it's all outside and everything. But there's this cabin right next to the lake, and if you get a Hantu, which is a type of ghost that runs in the cold, or a Raiju, which is one of the new types of ghosts that's faster around electronic equipment, if it's that type of ghost and a hunt starts and it's inside the cabin on the lake, you are 2 entire sprint charges. So that's like sprinting, then having to walk for 3 seconds, and then sprinting again. You are 2 sprint charges away from the nearest hiding spot of like a tent. And on top of that, so if it's a Hantu, which moves faster in the cold, and it's always colder outside, and they added snow and like cold weather to the game as well, and like rain and fog and shit like that. So if it's any type of cold weather, the Hantu is going to be twice as fast as you, and you're 2 sprint charges away from the nearest hiding spot. And the new hiding spots in this map are tents. You have to hide inside of these tents, which the ghost can go inside of course, if the door's open. And you have to like close the door on the tent, but the door is like one of those zipper things, and it's so finicky. It took me 4 tries to shut the door on this tent, and it got me killed by the ghost. They need to add a tent right next to the cabin. There's no other hiding spots. The new map is so busted. It's great conceptually. It looks great. It's fun, but you will always lose because of how fucking scuffed the balance is on that map.
Damn, I gotta try that out. I probably should have known they were gonna do a Halloween update. I thought the anniversary update was the Halloween update, so now I'm like really excited.
Say what you want, but they're dedicated. 3 guys making that game, and they're dedicated as fuck.
Dog, look at them and look at the people who made fucking Among Us, dude. I took so much shit when Among Us first came out because like I looked on their Discord when they first like blew up, and they said they weren't gonna add like VC, they weren't gonna add like new maps, they weren't gonna add any of this stuff because like it didn't fit the spirit of the game. It was like, oh, would you like to add achievements? That doesn't fit the spirit of the game. We're going to add any more, and that doesn't fit the spirit of the game. And, like, these motherfuckers had fire in a bottle. This game blew up. It was all over Twitch. Fucking AOC's playing it. It's the biggest thing going right now. And it took them, like, 6 fucking months to put a map out? Like, really? Yeah, I get it's a small team, but, like, come on. I don't know. I wanted like Microsoft or somebody to rip that off. The Fortnite one is more fun than the original one for me right now.
Yeah, this is also a criticism I have of Minecraft. Like Minecraft's been my #1 game kind of for the last decade, but I'm probably the biggest Minecraft critic you'll find out there. I really hate how slow they are with the updates and the lack of content. And it's weird with like really popular lately, like games have been getting super popular that like I don't really care for that. And they do like practices that I hate. And I'm like, how is this game so popular? Like Among Us. I hate Among Us. I really hate that game.
Oh, but it was so fun to stream. You didn't like streaming it?
I mean, it was good content and people really enjoyed those streams, but I didn't have fun playing the game because it's like Phasmophobia. I think is a way better party game. I wish they would find some way to balance having larger groups. That would be fun too, larger than 4. So you can get like 6 or 8 or 10 friends together and just have a massive map, something like that. But I don't like that in Among Us. The only time you can talk is when you're trying to arbitrate who's the imposter. You don't get to have those fun
Did you ever get to
interactions
play
get
the
have in
mod?
Phasmophobia.
There was a mod
I
that had proximity chat on.
we never ended up doing that because it was like a group of me and like 9 other YouTubers or something and streamers, and we never got to. Also, I think at the time proximity chat was just like a feature that only streamers were getting at the time, and there wasn't a mod for it when it got really popular, and I heard about it. And by the time the mod became broadly available, I think everyone in our group had stopped playing Among Us, and I didn't really have any interest in it either. I think Phasmophobia is better than Among Us.
I do too. People keep trying to get me to go back to Among Us because we had like, I don't know if you saw like the big Bo Black stream where he's like, "Let me speak" or whatever. Like he's made a lot of memes. A lot of the audience liked watching it, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: it got too fucking aggressive. People got too fucking aggressive playing Among Us, and it like started to bleed out into the rest of our content. And you know what? I don't know. If we couldn't handle it, then we can't handle it. We're not playing it anymore because everybody's got to be right. Everybody's got to be. I don't know. I kept trying to think of all these stupid ways to win the game that made no sense. So I would like walk around as the imposter and pick like 3 people and make sure I pretended to do tasks with them the whole game while my other partner was just killing everybody. And then at the end they're like, "Oh, well, I was with Nick the whole fucking game, so there's no way it's him." And then I would just kill everybody.
Yeah, I think I won a single game as imposter in one of those big parties, and this is probably like the greatest win I ever pulled off. Oh my god, it was such a play on my part. It was like if I was like a Corpse Husband, it would have been one of his videos. Basically, normal game of Among Us, I'm the imposter and I've got a partner. We're doing our thing. We get it down to like maybe 5 crewmates and me and the 2 of us as imposters, and my partner gets voted off. So now it's me and 5 crewmates. So I'm like going through, and I somehow manage to avoid suspicion until there are 3 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how I managed it. Managed to avoid suspicion until there are 3 of us. And somehow I managed to convince them there's 4 of us. And somehow I managed to convince them not to vote somebody out. And then it's the 3 of us, or it's the 4 of us, and then me and Legend of Phoenix, her name is, are in a room with another person. And I kill the other person, and then I report the body. And Legend of Phoenix didn't see me kill the other person because it was in that big like loading bay area, the big room in the back at like bottom of the map, and all the doors were locked because I shut off all the doors. And Legend of Phoenix is on the other side of the box, so it didn't see me kill the person. So I killed the person, and then I lied my fucking ass off after reporting it. Like, nope, I just saw Phoenix kill them, and now it's 3 of us. So now it's like, okay, if I can convince them to vote the other 2 people to vote out Phoenix, or one other person to vote out Phoenix, I think I win the game, and I clutch it for me and my partner. I fucking lie my ass off, get the innocent crewmate kicked out, and win the game. They end up killing the last person for me. That was my own. I think
Isn't
my
it
only win
funny, though?
and my best.
Isn't it so funny that everything you just did happened because you had voice chat and these fucking developers didn't think they needed it, that the text chat was fine for the game? Like, who the fuck's playing Among Us on text chat, bro? Anybody?
Yeah.
Any text chatters in chat? Because I can't do it, dude. There's no way I would be able to do that. One time I pulled off like a crazy heist because like we were playing in I think a tournament, and I changed my name to Augie RCF, not RFC, RCF. So we looked identical, but nobody really realized it until midway through the first game. So Vega from Half Baked. He was looking at it. He's like, "Augie, I saw you right in the middle of the fucking hallway." And Augie's like, "What are you talking about? You were by the body or whatever." So they all voted him off, and I was just laughing hysterically. And he's just like, Nick, you motherfucker, you fucking asshole or whatever. And I ended up winning that game. Oh god,
that's absolutely hilarious. That's
dude, I used to be
that's the dream
Blacks.
strat.
I used to be Bo Blacks with a capital I instead of an L, so I literally looked identical to Bo Blacks.
How do people not see through this ruse? There's a list of players on screen. How do they not notice 2 Bo Blackses though?
Because they just, I don't know, I don't do it every game. So like every so often I'll do it, and then it'll catch them by surprise. But that was when the game was like fairly new. You can't do it anymore. I think there's like account systems now.
Interesting. Okay, I thought like back in the day you could name yourself whatever you wanted.
Yeah, that's how I played it.
Yeah. Have you ever played Rust?
No.
Really? It's
Never.
It's a great game. I think it might actually be like so when I say a game is perfect, I mean that it perfectly achieves what it's trying to be. I think Rust is a perfect game in that sense. It's literally a mostly PvP game. There's a little bit of PvE, and it's literally all about an arms race between a massive amount of players on a server on an island trying to build themselves up from primitive technology to like helicopters and machine guns and rocket launchers. And the whole idea is you build a super secure base on this island. You start grinding out resources to build all these guns and weapons so you can raid other people's bases for their shit. And the main motivation for the game is someone fucks with you. Now you have a nemesis for the wipe. You will dedicate all your time to getting revenge on your nemesis on this server, who's another person. There is voice chat, and you will never get angrier or be happier at a game than Rust. If you fail, you will be so mad because you will not only lose dozens of hours of work, possibly hundreds if you've got a big enough group of enough people working constantly, to someone that you hate, and they're gonna shit talk you in the chat about it.
There's this funny clip of Keemstar. I think it's I don't know if you might be able to play it off Internet of Jay's video. I doubt he left all the curses in, but like Keem gets killed in a game of Rust because he had just helped somebody out. Like he's like, oh yeah, I'll give you some shit or whatever, and the guy just walked over and murdered him, and he's like, fuck you. Okay, I hope you get like fucking in Minecraft, I hope you get like fucking doxxed and fucking swatted. They destroy your fucking house, like and all this stuff, and he just started like screaming all these different fucking slurs at him, and then
that's Rust.
Yeah, that's Rust.
That's Rust. That is what Rust is all about. But in the lows of the lows are the lowest you'll ever experience in a video game. You will never feel like you've lost more progress in a game than you will when you lose everything in Rust. But when you hate, and I mean hate, like I don't know if you've ever hated someone online, like actually hated, you will hate the people that you run into in Rust and have a bad experience with. And when you fuck them over, when you pull a play on them, when you raid their base and get to shit talk them in the global chat and everyone starts laughing at them, you will never feel more accomplished in your life, because you will, over the course of hours, you'll just be fucking mining a sulfur node, grinding out sulfur for like rocket launcher ammo to raid that guy's base, and be like, oh, I hate that motherfucker, I can't wait to use this sulfur to raid his fucking base. That's what just pure spite is what motivates you when you play Rust, to get to do what you want to do. That's the motivation you have for Rust. Completely intrinsic, spite-based motivation to do everything.
Now, is it like the same kind of toxicity as League, or is it kind of different?
Way more. Way more toxic than
wow.
League. Way more. Rust is the most toxic game that's ever existed.
So you have to hate yourself to play it, basically.
No, you don't have to hate yourself to play it. It's still a fun game. You will have the greatest moments of your life playing Rust, or greatest moments of gaming playing Rust.
Yeah, I don't know about my life, but I'll start on the gaming part.
maybe not my life, but yeah, like Rust is a game that, you know, when you start up a wipe, you are either in for the greatest and most proud gaming experience of your life, or possibly the biggest, the worst gaming experience of your life if you're really just not having a good wipe. But you know, you can bring a wipe back. Like if you have like a big clan, for example, like a lot of the Rust movies on YouTube that do really well, like from Wellen and whatnot, are like him and his buddy duo going up against a clan of like 15 people on a server, and using like guerrilla tactics to take down this massive clan of people because they're better players, but the other group has numbers. When you have an experience like that, where it's like you and your buddy, just you and them, like going up against a group of 15 players and winning, and actually managing to get them to quit the server because they get so mad, it's such a satisfying feeling.
Yeah, man, I gotta try it out. It's like a great streaming game too. Do you play it like offline, or?
You can't play it offline. It's online.
No, not like on. I mean, like off stream.
I've played it on stream a good amount. There's two things that get in the way of me doing it as often. A big one is that it's you can play it. You can play it on even a middling computer. The problem is, even if you've got a god tier computer, there is no computer that can run Rust and stream at the same time. So I've been saving up for a like a laptop just to run my stream off of, like independently, and then any game that I stream would be just taken care of by my computer. Then I can stream Rust more. But also, stream sniping is an issue. Anytime I stream Rust, I get mostly it's friendly stream snipers that I get. Like mostly it's my fans coming to help me. So anytime, but
then like far left Chud jumps in, and I'm sorry Flamenco, if you're watching.
I haven't. Yeah, I don't think Flamenco's ever stream sniped me in Rust. That would be pretty funny if he did. But like that's the kind of trolling I would have no issue with. But like the mostly it's just that you don't get a very pure experience if you stream Rust and your fans can come join you. That's the main thing, that the main reason I've stopped streaming Rust. Also, I'm very addicted to the game, so if I stream Rust, I'm gonna end up streaming Rust for 12 hours straight. And like at the end of 12, so like I can start any stream and I'll get like a couple hundred viewers, right? If it's even a gaming stream. But then like as the stream goes on, because it's not as interesting a topic, just playing Rust, I'm a political streamer, eventually it'll get down to like 30 viewers at the end of the stream. And then I feel like shit because it's like, well, I know I had 200 when I started, but now it's been 12 hours and I have 30. And then it feels like a bad stream, even though I had like an average concurrent viewers of like 150 or something like that. And I don't know. Whenever I have a bad stream, it can kind of be a downer. Or what I perceive to be a bad stream, it can be kind of a downer.
Lucky in that regard. I feel like I've been kind of embraced with open arms and whatever I really do these days. I used to like go on YouTube and do like that on the second channel, and that pulled a lot. I prefer kind of streaming to less people because I'm like gonna get in less trouble. I don't know. For the longest time, it was like VODs are insta deleted because of copyright on YouTube. But now that I have like a Twitch, I don't give a fuck anymore. So I like leave all my VODs up because, to be honest, like, yeah, dude, I'm glad I'm partnered. But if I get banned tomorrow, I really don't care about Twitch.
I don't have much of a following on Twitch. I kind of wish I'd grown my audience on Twitch more initially. Like if I just only streamed on Twitch really early on back when YouTube, because like I gotta be honest, YouTube stops being as fun once it becomes your job. When it's your hobby, or you when it's your hobby and you're doing YouTube because it's fun, the downtimes, like the low points, are just like, well, I guess the channel's not doing as well right now. But the good points are just gravy. It's like, yeah, cool, the channel's doing great. But now it's like the channel needs to be doing great so I can pay my bills. But when the channel's doing bad, it's like, uh-oh. All right,
dude,
have I run out of time?
Shit around so much right now, so it's like I'll stream on Twitch, I'll collect the money there, I'll re-upload the clip on YouTube, I'll make a decent chunk on the second channel. I got Half Baked, Twitch is pulling its own now, and it's paying for itself plus some, which is good because it costs a decent amount to make an episode with that kind of artwork and stuff like that. Yeah. And then like main channel, I've been inactive for I would say 5 months now, and I really haven't seen that much of a hit because of like residual views that my videos get.
Yeah, the big mistake I made, the reason my channel has been in a lull lately, though it is recovering, I've just started growing all of a sudden the last few days like crazy. My videos have been doing really well again, and it almost feels like a curse has been lifted off my channel. So it's been doing like my ad revenue, like my obviously lately just all green dollar signs almost, like ad revenues spiked a bit more. Viewership's gone up, not so much on streams, but on videos they have. But prior to that, I got hit with a false strike, which Scarce talked about in his video. I mentioned that earlier. He shouted me out there, which is cool. I got a false strike, which bans you from uploading or streaming on YouTube for a week, which is already pretty bad when you kind of establish yourself in the algorithm as being a daily uploader, which I am. And then on top of that, for 3 months, when you still have the strike on your channel, YouTube basically puts you into a secret probation where your content just isn't as promoted by the algorithm. And then on top of that, because I was worried about getting another false strike on one of my VODs, because it was a VOD that got striked, and YouTube never reviews a 6-hour VOD. Like you're just gonna have to sit with that strike. Yeah. I deleted a shit ton of my VODs, which added up to be like 100,000 views on my channel that I deleted. And that's really bad. You never want to delete videos as a YouTuber if you can help it. I think that's someone brought that up to me with Keem's channel, Drama Alert. Keemstar, like earlier this year, deleted 450 million views worth of videos, and since then his subs growth has stagnated. He had the same issue. YouTube's got a problem where if you delete videos, they no longer consider the views you got from that as contributing to your channel's success in the algorithm, and it ends up hurting your channel.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's necessarily terrible to delete videos. I've seen some people like get kickstarted in the algorithm. The problem with algorithm shit is it changes so often. Maybe now that is the case, but like in the past, I've heard the opposite.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've talked to guys like Nerd City and Gamer from Mars and all these like fucking algorithm experts, quote unquote. And dude, I don't know. Everyone's always got something else.
Yeah, that is true. But like, I just want to mention like Nerd City's content, I think might be like there's some channels out there that like I think everybody agrees make some of the highest effort content and like best quality content out there. Like I think people agree like regardless of what you think of him, Internet Historian is like just he makes masterpieces, like that's his content. in terms of like the editing and the effort put into them. And same goes for Nerd City.
Do
Like
you know that
one,
my beef with Nerd City was the catalyst for my channel?
Really? What was the beef?
Dude, I wasn't a YouTuber. I was just Tommy C's co-host on Shot from the Point for like 6 months. And I didn't like his video on Jake Paul. I felt like he didn't really understand the legal aspects of what he was talking about. And there was one thing on there. I forgot what he said. He was like comparing. He was kind of talking about how like Jake Paul's breaking the law, but the law doesn't apply to what he's talking about. So I was just like, all right, this is because a lot of people were like making articles and shit. I think there was one article like Jake Paul's vlogs are flat out against the law, which they're just fucking not, right? So I made like a shitty video. It's the first video on my channel. It's always going to be there. It's like a shitty video, whatever. And then he went on Shot from the Point when I wasn't there and started arguing with Tommy about my video. And I never expected that to happen. And that like started like a year-long beef. I was very critical of his Lele Pons video as well. When he said like, I think the quote from that one was, oh God, Willie Mack did a video on it. I know he's not your favorite person either. But
I heard he makes good videos. Like
Dude.
somebody commented recently on my video that he made like a really good video on Eugenia Cooney, I think. And I said, I mean, I just debate. I don't think the guy's very smart when it comes to politics. I mean, because he like it was a comment on my debate with him. I was like, he was like, oh, I watched his Eugenia Cooney video and I thought it was so good. I should unsubscribe from him. And I was like, don't unsubscribe from him. I mean, his Eugenia Cooney video might be good just because he's not.
Dude,
very good
his
with
T
politics.
channel coverage has been fucking amazing. He's been kind of leading that while I haven't been doing basically anything. His new videos on Eugenia are amazing. But I think so. He covered like the Nerd City thing, and he brought up the line where he's like, "This is a softcore porn about statutory rape," and it was like a video of like it was just a Lele Pons video, and I'm like, that's like super fucking over dramatic for what he's actually talking about. And then he kind of brought up COPPA and stuff like that, and like the regulators have come home, and dude, it gave me like the worst vibes. It felt like, I don't know, he was being like super over dramatic and he was trying to have like a real world impact with it. I didn't like how he like sent his videos to like journalists and stuff like that ahead of time. It felt off to me. And then it got like more personal and stuff like that, but we're good now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're good now because I do like Nerd City's content a lot. I think broadly it's pretty high quality. And
he met fucking Colossal is crazy and never uploaded again.
Wait, really?
Wait, did you not know that's like his new
video? I know
video?
he hasn't uploaded.
Dude,
well, I know
he's got a 3-part series with Colossal coming out. He met him and then they just never made content again. This video's been in the works for like 2 years.
Well, if it ever comes out, then that'll be amazing. I miss the Baited podcast. Is that ever going to come back?
I don't think it can with the Spotify stuff. I know there was a few more episodes that were released.
So if I go to through YouTube, right? Like
no, I mean I think he has like an exclusive. Like that's the show.
Oh.
There was a Baited 38 with I'm Alex. If you wanted another. And that was Tommy on there too. So Tommy, Clown, and Keem. And if you want to hear like one more, they did a Mom's Basement. That was I think it was also Tommy, Clown, and Keem.
Interesting. Yeah, that podcast is amazing. I've never had like the highest opinions of Keemstar as a person, and I know that you're fairly close with him.
I mean, I work with him now. Yeah.
Yeah, like you work with him. So I'm like, one thing that I never do is like impugn people for being friends with other people that don't like me or I don't like. I just feel like that's really cringy, especially particularly in the internet space. Like, my experience with someone is not everybody else's experience with someone, and I don't feel like I should hold other people to that standard. Like, oh, you're friends with someone I don't like? The fuck?
I got a 52-minute video on the guy on my channel, and I still stand by every single word that I said. It's one of my most viewed ones, and it still gets views to this day. So, like, yeah, I don't want to, like, I'm not gonna sit here and like take the punch for every single thing everybody's ever done. I mean, some things are objectively bad.
That was one of the bigger mistakes I made when I tried to debate Destiny to defend like Vosh, but not to defend.
Oh, the friendship debate!
Like,
yeah,
and I didn't know this because a lot of people think that like I feel like some people back then at least especially believe that like I almost think they think that me, Destiny, and Vosh and some other like debate streamers have like a group chat and we're all buddy behind the scenes and oh my god, it's all falling apart, the great friendship. As like all I knew as much about Vosh and Destiny's relationship as everybody else did. When me and Vosh talked in private, it was not about Destiny. And you know, I was just like looking from the outside in, like, well, I mean, it's been kind of nice seeing Vosh and Destiny tag team debate Nazis and stuff lately. I don't want this to stop happening. So I tried to go on there to sort of preserve that. And in some respects, I was uninformed about the drama. And in other respects, admittedly, Destiny did outright lie about some things. He did outright lie about telling his audience to report Vosh's website. But I understand why he did it, because
that's just like an
TOS,
unwinnable debate.
Yeah.
That is such
I
a
just shouldn't have gone on for that.
That's like when I went on the kill stream, the debate quartering on whether he was mad on Twitter. There was no winning that conversation for me, especially to that audience.
To that audience, probably not. No, that's the tough thing. Debating with a hostile audience is really hard. I think the best I've ever done at that was probably Willie Mack's show. When I went on to your guys' show to debate Willie Mack, I feel like I did about as well as you could hope to do, even with a hostile audience. But it's tough. Like when you're going on someone else's show, or going on a show where the people watching that show are going to be more biased in favor of your opponent, it's daunting. That's a scary thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Yeah, and like being like a political streamer, this is that was amazing. I want a Willie Mack rematch. I mean, I don't know what else we would debate about. Maybe whether or not slavery is political.
Dude, so I said this to Augie, because Augie was like, I'm gonna try to host the you know who Pastel Bell is, or Bella Aubrey, like the Eugene Cooney person. I'm gonna try to host that debate with Willie and her. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. If she's calling Willie a misogynist or whatever, basically, and walking up to the door of like calling him a fucking, because like she basically laid it all out. She was like, Willie Mack's show targets T channels, and these T channels are majority women and gay people. And then she goes like, also, he's advocated for Alex Jones to have platforms. Also, and then I forgot which one was like the racy one. She like went down the line of like, all right, eventually I feel like if we keep going down this trajectory, she's going to try to call him like a fucking Nazi or something. I'm like, all right, so if that's what she thinks of Willie, there's no fucking way that she's going to do it on Augie's platform. And then because Willie called her like a bitch or something, she not only said she would do it on Augie's platform, I'm pretty sure, she said she would debate Augie in Willie's place. That blew my fucking mind. I had to apologize to him because I was like roasting him in chat that he thought he would actually get it. But holy crap.
Did it go through? Did it happen?
I think it's still going to happen because like VidCon fucked everything up. But unless she's like totally against it now, because she's put up some really bad response videos.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to catch that if it happens. You got to message me on Discord when it's happening.
Yeah.
I miss it.
I always try to tweet out when crazy debates are happening.
But actually, ironically, most of the time when I'm notified like some crazy shit's going on in like the political debate sphere, you know, the whole like Prime Kai's thing or any like panel that's happening where a lot of shit's going on, I usually hear about it from you on Twitter, and I'm like,
really?
Better go watch this.
I'm watching too much stuff then. Jesus fuck.
Well, not everybody else is watching it. It's just that it's not a lot of people are tweeting about it, and so usually it trends on Twitter. It gets a lot of attention after it's happened, but you always put it out when it's happening live, so I get to be like, ooh, better go watch the new Prime Kai's panel. What's going on right now?
Way more terminally online than I'd like to let on, I guess. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm also very terminally online. I tell people to touch grass all the time. I go outside just to take out the trash, maybe to pick up a new vape. Sometimes, usually Lonnie's the one that goes grocery shopping and picks things up that we need. I am peak terminally online, always on the computer streamer.
So, dude, when are you going to take the Hippy Dippy Championship belt?
I don't know. Like, dude, I feel like I did pretty good in my last attempt, but
you got thrown the fuck off, dude. I literally was spamming the chat. I'm like, justice for Xanderhal.
That kick was that I kind of feel like, even though I didn't win, I feel like that performance there and that martyring almost left a better impression in people's minds than if I actually won the belt.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, what's the point of like going back in? You know, like the topics that I had were like I went hard. I researched those topics like fucking crazy. I gish galloped quite a bit, and I felt so bad after that because I really like Trihex. He just seems like a really cool dude, and he was also there. And like every time I would make a point, I could tell by the look on his face that he was also going to make that point when his turn came. And I
Oh
ended
my
up stealing
God.
his thunder so much that when he got voted off, I was like, Trihex, no. Yeah.
Dude, I'm envious of you in that like everyone kind of knows who you are on the Twitch scene. The first thing I realized, because I started streaming on Twitch a little over a month ago, and like regularly. I think I had done like 2 streams prior in like the last 2 years or whatever. But I just got started over there, and it's just like nobody know on YouTube. Everyone seems to know who the fuck I am. On Twitch, nobody knows who I am. So it's like
Yeah.
it's also good and bad. Like the like going on Zerka Royale was really fucking weird, and burning that bridge was fun. But fucking, do you know I went on I think it was the week before the Anna stream. If I just waited 1 week to go on that fucking thing before I burned the bridge with him, that would have been on the Anna one.
Yeah, that Anna Frills situation is wild.
I follow her. She like unhinged rants like every day.
Really?
I was
don't know
getting like
much.
updates like when I was because she's private now, so I just read them and I don't ever respond because I know that like I'll get blocked or something.
I can't say who, but I think it's still okay for me to say this as like being as broad as possible, since it should like not somebody who was in on the situation well before it became huge drama was like, yeah, there's this girl that like Destiny is kind of talking to, and she's clearly got some problems, and I don't think Destiny's handling it well. And this was before it went public, so that was my only that was my only knowledge of that drama when it happened. Was I'd heard from somebody that there was a girl who clearly had some problems. Destiny was talking to her, and he was not handling the situation well. And then it went public, and I was like, oh well, I remember hearing about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that what I'm hoping is that you brought up earlier that we're going to see another swing into YouTube leaning more on the anti-SJW side now that Biden's in office and leading up to the next election. I think you're completely right. I think that right-wing content and right-wing like there's going to be a new like rebranding of basically the same content as what happened during Gamergate. And it's just going to be sort of like rebranded, new talking points. I think cancel culture and like the hysteria around that's going to be the main push. And then I think there's just going to be another resurgence in left-wing content like there was.
Dude, when Trump's new Twitter alternative popped up, I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what happens here. This might be some content to watch out for.
Yeah, that new platform. What do you think is going to happen with it?
To be honest, I think it'll just be like a more public DLive. I mean, obviously like a Twitter alternative. I don't think it's going to be like a huge mainstream alternative.
No, of course not. I
Maybe
think,
I'm wrong, but like I don't know.
Like the big issue, wasn't it Telegram that got taken down because people were posting so much child porn on it or something?
That is Tumblr, my dude. Tumblr, yeah.
Whoa, I know that there was some like right-wing alt Twitter platform that got like a ton of child porn posted on it, and that ended up being a huge issue. I forget which it was. It might have been Telegram.
Oh, I don't know.
It was Telegram.
I never used Telegram before. All I know is that Tumblr initially sold for $1.1 billion. And what did it sell for? Oh, God. Apparently it sold for $3 million in 2019. Dude, that's how bad it got fucking destroyed. It got taken off the App Store because there was so much like child porn on it and they couldn't manage.
Getting rid of... I understand why they got rid of porn broadly because the child porn stuff, but why not just get rid of the child porn? Right?
Because they probably had no way to figure it out. It was probably just they let it go on way too fucking long, and they just like, you know what, all porn is banned. That's how we get like it's gone. And I remember like I always shit on Pro Jared because it's like, yeah, he didn't ask for what those people did to him. Like they were liars and they milked it for PayPal money and whatever. But like, I don't know, dude. When you find out that Tumblr has so much child pornography on it that it gets banned from the App Store, and you transition to taking nudes from Snapchat, you're asking for trouble, dude.
Yeah, there's just like I think like with the drama that I had, I didn't necessarily do anything wrong, but I was irresponsible, and that I should have known something like this would happen if like me as a YouTuber did anything sexual with people, even they're all of age, but anyone like in the online space, if that ever became public, it would be drama. I should have been responsible enough to know that's what happened, but I was fucking 19, It turned out all right. It didn't end up hurting me all that much. In fact, it was really good content for me in the long run. I feel like I don't know. I think it might just because he thinks he's above it. But if I were in Slasso's place, you better have fucking believed I would be reenacting the scene from the Spider-Man movie where they're all carrying him and like carefully he's a hero. Like I would have gone on a fucking crusade against every motherfucker who wronged me if I was Slasso. I
You
would not
gotta
have taken that
realize,
break.
like, in these situations, I think the break actually helped him, because anybody who tries to respond too early. Now, I know James Charles wasn't looked at favorably today, but his first response in 2019, when he was looked at favorably, was fucking awful. So he had to make that No More Lies video, which was very good at the time. But yeah, I don't know, dude. You gotta like put yourself in their shoes. Imagine like all this shit being said about you. Like I know, like there were times like people were saying stuff about Sky as if like he's the guy who committed like the sexual assaults and stuff like that. And like I don't know, dude. Could you imagine if for like a decent amount of time, people in your own family and personal life don't know if they're telling the truth about you?
Yeah, like
I
whether
would
or
just
not
want it to be
trust you
over.
on the situation. Yeah,
Dude, I can just imagine like I go to my mom and she's like, "Well, Nick, did you do that?" That would break me.
that would be really fucked. Yeah, I don't know. Like I just explained the drama to my parents, and they were like, "Well, that's pretty fucking stupid." Like we know you're not running a sex cult, because that was the accusation that I had a sex cult, and they were like, "Where you're not? We don't let you leave the house." That was what my parents said when I told them about the drama. Where are you running a sex cult at? We never let you leave the house.
Yeah.
It's like it was. I had a bad situation with my parents. But yeah, like the that would be devastating for me if like I told my parents about that drama and they were like, or they heard about it because they like looked at Twitter, because my parents sometimes look at Twitter, and they saw that and they were like, Alex, did you like groom your fans or something? I'd be like, no, you know.
Yeah, especially when it's like trending and there's articles being written about it, and like family members are like having to explain to like fucking like
Like
close
their
family
face.
friends what the fuck happened to it. It's
Oh
dude, it's bad
yeah.
enough on Christmas having to explain to my extended family about like how I'm like making all this extra money and like explaining how YouTube works, and they go, "Wait, so they got advertisements on that or something?" Oh god, that's annoying enough. Now imagine trying to explain a sex scandal.
Oh god, yeah. Holy shit.
I would just
Like
want to be done, dude. I think the crusade would be over. Let people like me handle the crusade for you.
I think my uncles thought I was like a cam performer for a while.
Oh
Like
my god.
that I was like a cam boy, I guess would be the equivalent, because like I tried to explain to mostly my younger, like the younger of my uncles, their brothers. My older uncle understood it. He's the one who bought me like my first microphone, my first actual like XLR, I think the term is, like microphone that had decent quality, along with a boom arm. That's when I started doing political content. He's the reason I was able to do that. My younger uncle, on the other hand, he just, as much as I explain it to him, he just cannot comprehend how I make my money doing this, how I like made this my job. I think he believes to this day that I'm like flexing my dick on the internet or something.
That's crazy. I don't even know how I would even manage that. I try to like I don't know, a lot of people I know people who put like their YouTube play button in their Tinder bio and shit like that. I try not to talk about it with anybody that I can avoid telling about it. I don't know. It's too much to explain every single time anyone asks what I'm doing. I'm like they
Yeah.
find out on their own and they kind of get it if they're like younger. If they're older and they don't find out, I'm okay with that. Um,
I I surprisingly had like a really good interaction with my landlord. Not technically landlord, just the manager of the apartment complex I live at. Like I went in there and it was my first time getting an apartment. Like I never lived alone fully as an adult before like last year. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna move 5,000, not the 5,000, like 3,500 miles all the way to the other side of the country from my family and every support system I have. I'm going it completely alone, making all of my money through YouTube, and me and my girlfriend are gonna get a place, and I'm just gonna be a full-time YouTuber, and that was my thing. And so it's my first time getting an apartment, signing a lease. I walk into this building. I'm so nervous. My hands are so clammy. I don't know how this process works. I don't even know if I have all the information I needed memorized. Somehow I managed to make it work out. And I explained to this lady who's, the manager of this entire apartment complex what I do for a living, and she's like, oh, that sounds really cool. She's like this older black woman, and at the time BLM was really big. This was like July 2021, so this is like right after George Floyd was killed, like a month before. So
Mhm.
BLM was really big, and I was like, yeah, I'm like really big on like pro BLM, and I talk about that stuff, and she's like, oh, I like that, and it was a pleasant conversation. Yeah, so that's how that
So like I
conversation
don't know,
went.
because that time period, like oh, I'm pro BLM is like may the force be with you.
It was like a month after George Floyd died, and she was like this old black woman living in Palm Springs, California, a very progressive area. So I was pretty sure that if I explained that I was like a very left wing political commentator, and I just do it on the internet, then she'd understand. And she's like, "You make enough money to pay like $1,600 a month rent, right?" I was like, "Right now I do," and she was like, "Okay."
Yeah. Oh man, dude. Oh god. YouTube's fucking wild. It's crazy that like people actually like. It's hard for me to explain to other people because I don't comprehend how it works.
I don't
Sometimes
understand it. I still don't fully understand it. I feel like I guess I'll say our You're 20. How old are you?
24.
Oh, you're older than me. I'm 22.
Mhm.
Still, we're part of the same, I think, generation of YouTubers. We watched several, I think, actually, generations of YouTubers rise and fall before we even started our channels. I feel like we kind of have that as like, almost like that's part of our arsenal. We know what's caused the downfall of so many YouTubers in the past, and we kind of know how to avoid that. Like whether it be the algorithm or social stuff. I feel like we have a benefit those YouTubers that came before us just didn't have, you know?
Dude, history repeats itself. It's like it's gonna get
It
everybody.
does. Yeah.
That's how
I
John Swan fucking blew himself up earlier this year.
Who do you think? Yeah, yeah. I've heard about that John Swan thing. I haven't really followed it all that much. Like, I imagine it's a long story.
It was just like he played a prank, got caught in such a massive, elaborate lie. Never thought Dream would respond to him, and then he got pressured to continue that lie and keep making it like going further and further and further out of reality to the point where I don't know. He convinced everybody around him that he was telling the truth until the moment I found out that he wasn't, and then we blew him up.
Shit. Yeah, I don't. I think he follows me on Twitter. I try not to like start drama with people if I don't know enough about them. Like, even if it's like all my friends are like, this person's a real big piece of shit. I'm like, well, I don't know. If
I don't
wanna,
think
like,
he's a
jump on
bad
board
guy.
just yet.
It's just like, dude, he was fucking with this small commentator saying that, like, oh, I know Dream. Do you want to talk to him? Whatever, because the kid was annoying him, and I don't know, he's like pestering him, and then he sent like a fake Dream account to talk to him, and he's like, I'm working on the Minecraft sex mod or something, like clearly fucking with him, and then the kid was like, I know you're not Dream, and he's like, oh really? And then he DM'd Dream. And he's like, Dream, are you working on a Minecraft sex mod? And then Dream actually answered and got mad at John.
Oh, fuck. Hey, some ordinary gamers. What's up, Muda? Muda's in YouTube chat
Hey,
right now.
Muda. I didn't fucking see you this weekend, bro. Oh, God. I didn't go to the party that Muda was having because Augie and Tom couldn't go because they weren't 21.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, fuck. How old's Tom and Augie?
Tom's 19 and Augie's 20.
Fuck. Then we got a while before we can have the Dream Blunt rotation in California. It's a couple more
Dude,
years
I
ahead.
heard a fucking rumor. I don't know how true this is that in 2019, which I'll only tell the 2019 stories because I was there in 2021, so I don't want to like get myself in trouble. Apparently, somebody passed Aiden Projects a blunt in 2019.
And Aiden Projects would have been under 21?
Aiden Projects is currently 15. I don't know who it was. I hear conflicting names every time that story is told, but
I feel like if a YouTuber is like, even if they're a massive YouTuber, if they're like a certain age, they just probably shouldn't be hanging out with adult YouTubers, no matter how big they are.
They would go up to Vega and they'd be like, Vega, you got to get rid of Aiden. He's really young. And they're like, no shit. How did he get here? He's like, well, why can't you do it? It's your house. He goes, Vega, you got to get rid of him. So they would put it on Vega, and Vega and Bunty King would go up and tell him to leave and shit. And he kept trying to sneak back in. Dude, I don't know. I think that all this shit should be 18 plus in every capacity, especially after the last fucking 3 years of YouTube allegations. I don't know who the fuck's clean anymore, bro.
I don't know the YouTuber that you're talking about, the one that had to get kicked out that was underage, but I feel like he probably cried after getting cut. Like,
It's literally
kicked out.
this little fuck Aiden. He goes on like Augie stream sometimes. Remember when Lieutenant Corbus blew up and now became Soph?
Yeah, that's the example I was going to give. Like, let's say Lieutenant Corbus, that whole story, that whole depressing saga never occurred, and Lieutenant Corbus was like 15. What is she, like 15? I don't know. Like, big YouTuber right now, millions of subs, really popular. Like, every adult YouTuber in the commentary community, like, she has like what, millions of subs back then, would be like, well, she's massive, and we're commentator YouTubers doing a party for commentator YouTubers during VidCon, but do we really want to have a 15-year-old girl hanging around despite her popularity? Like,
So
it's such
that's
a
the same thing, same time period. Aiden was like a month earlier or some shit, and he blew up to 800,000 subs at like 12 years old, and now he's
my
like
God.
I think he's 15 or 16 now. So he must have been like 14 when this all happened. But he's also like 6 feet tall.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, this kid's a fucking miracle. I don't know, dude. He's definitely a kid though. Definitely should have been past a blunt.
Have you seen that, like Baron Trump? I think he's like 14 or 15 or something. He still plays Roblox. And
He's
taller than
fucking
Donald Trump.
massive. Yeah.
He's going. He. There's no way that child came out of Donald Trump's dick. There's no way. Donald Trump's a tall dude. He's like what, 6'3", 6'4", 6'2", something like that. He's in the 6 foot. Donald Trump is tall. Baron Trump is like 6'7", almost 6'8", and in his teens, his low teens. I don't think that I don't know if Donald Trump's the father on that front. Unless,
That's so funny.
like, what country did the wife Donald Trump had Baron with come from? Maybe there's like some like fucking giant blood in there from like some Scandinavian country where the average height is 6'2", but I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump impregnated a woman from like Slovenia. Is that a country where the average height's like 6'2" or something? I don't know.
I'm not really sure.
Didn't Aiden call the whole event a Virgin Fest? Wait, if that actually happened, that might be the biggest roast ever to have like this group of like adult commentary YouTubers called a Virgin Fest by a 12-year-old YouTuber with 800,000 subscribers. That might be the biggest burn I've ever heard.
Wait a minute. Did you see that new this is totally random. Did you see that new Nickelodeon like Smash clone?
Nickelodeon Smash clone? The
It's
like a game?
Yeah, like a Super Smash Brothers Nickelodeon version. It's like on all these different consoles. Dude, they just apparently there's a Warner Brothers one coming out, and the roster is like Rick from Rick and Morty, like Shaggy from Scooby Doo, Bugs Bunny, Superman, Batman, Steven Universe, Harley Quinn. This is
I think Gandalf was in it too, right?
It's the Gandalf. This is a fever dream. What the fuck am I looking at right now?
I might actually have to play that game because that is actually an amazing crossover.
Sounds
to be completely
insane.
That's actually fucking awesome. Like, I think there's one other game that probably did a bigger crossover event than anything else, and that was Lego Dimensions, I think it was. You had fucking Portal, Lord of the Rings, the Lego Batman movie. You had just Batman generally, because there's a Lego Batman character from that Lego movie, and then Batman, but in Lego. You had, there was like 50 different crossovers. Doctor Who was in it.
Jesus.
I forget who else.
As an esteemed Fortnite skin collector, I do have to mention Fortnite.
Oh yeah, Fortnite. Yeah, Fortnite having Kratos was one I did not expect, because Kratos is just the most non-kid friendly character imaginable. The dude is literally well, maybe not the Kratos they featured the skin, but like old Kratos was known for fucking all the bitches, killing everybody in the most brutal, gory way possible. You got to play the old God of War games if you haven't. They're amazing.
Dude, they have Rick and Morty now in Fortnite, which is like totally not a kid's show. They have like Carnage, Venom. Yeah, like there's some fucking weird ones in here. I never thought I'd see Master Chief in a game like this, even though he's not like one of the fucking actors. Dude, they have the Batman Who Laughs. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know that one. That's a surprising one. The really, I think the most surprising crossover is probably Rick and Morty. That's one I did not expect. I think I don't really care about Fortnite's gameplay anymore. I don't play it. I still care about the story, and I think the game's unsurpassed in terms of live events. there's no one's beaten Fortnite when it comes to doing a live event. Like that's something everyone should probably respect Fortnite
Didn't like the
for.
KSI concert in Roblox.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. That was close, but not even like bordering the Ariana Grande concert. That was dope.
Yeah,
like the visuals on that. That was cool. I enjoyed that one. The presentation on that, like the art style of it, was pretty cool. I like that a lot. I still care about the Fortnite story to a degree. I watch like PlayStation Grenades, like weekly updates. I'm like, well, now I know what's happened this week in Fortnite. That's all I care about. Like the story. Holy shit! What a sidetracked conversation we've had, but it's been very fun. What else should we stun lock on if you've got time?
Yeah, I don't know. We pretty much went through most of it, and most of everything I could possibly think of is what I meant by it. Jesus, I'm kind of like out on drama right now, so that's why we've been talking about such random shit because I haven't been in New York, so I haven't been really paying attention to it.
Are you still in LA?
No, I just got back. It took me 24 hours to get home because of delays. Yeah. Okay.
Well, also,
can you explain this to me? You're a politics person. What the fuck is the cis with the T hashtag about? Because I thought I understood it, and then somebody wrote something like, "You're not a bigot for having sexual preferences. You're a bigot for weaponizing sexual assault to deny trans women their rights." And I'm like, okay, I don't know where the fuck sexual assault came from, so I clearly am not up to date on this hashtag.
Yeah, so the idea of the hashtag, I did a deep dive into it last night, not on stream. I just kind of like I did my looking. The hashtag started as like so TERFs. I imagine you know what they are, trans exclusionary radical feminists.
Yeah,
a lot of them tend to be lesbians, and a lot of their rhetoric is that trans women are men trying to force lesbians to sleep with them, and if they don't sleep with them, then they'll call you a bigot. That's like the talking point from TERFs, right? Which is obviously ridiculous. No one's calling anyone a bigot for not having sex with someone. So the idea of the cis with the T hashtag was for cisgendered women to be like, hey, I'm a cis woman, and even better, I'm a lesbian, and I think trans women are women. And that was like the whole idea. Like,
okay,
just
that's
a bunch
based.
of like cisgendered lesbians saying trans women are women, and then the TERFs got really mad and started like trying to hijack the hashtag. So at least when I checked last night, the hashtag was just a war between TERFs and
yeah. I clicked on it because I got there late, so by the time I got there, it was like just people being mad about the hashtag. So I had no idea what it was actually about. All right, well, it's pretty based then. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
that makes a lot more sense now. Yeah,
I think it's a little performative, but I mean, I guess it's good. There's like so much. I think the trans thing is going to become like the ultimate #1 culture war issue for the foreseeable future. It already was, but I feel like it's going to get even bigger as like, because you're getting like parts of society, like big corporations, whatnot, that are like virtue signaling support for trans people for profit. And then you're getting platforms that are also banning people for being anti-trans, but then you're also seeing large figures that are avoiding the bans and being anti-trans, and people like the more pro-trans society gets, those that are anti like trans or don't understand it are going to become more like steadfast in their beliefs. I think that's the Chappelle situation. I don't think Chappelle knows anything about trans people. I don't think Chappelle has done any research on it, which granted, he's a comedian. It's not his job to do research on that. I think he's really confused about the whole thing and doesn't understand why people are getting mad about him, like getting mad at him about it. Like,
what do you think about Vito and Dick Masterson going to the protest?
I don't know much about Vito. Dick Masterson, like, it's very
not
clear
them as an actual person. Did you hear what they did?
Yeah, they went to the protest and they were like, jokes are funny and whatnot. Yeah,
and Vito got like assaulted and thrown into like a cement thing.
I don't like assault. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Mainly, hey, Riley Grace Strong, thanks for the raid. I'm talking to Nick DeOrio right now, so I can't sidetrack too much. I don't like the assault thing. I don't like that people assaulted them for a variety of reasons. One, it's unwarranted, and you just shouldn't do that. And two, even from an optics perspective, it just looks bad. You don't want people,
especially like when it says like it's not even like a transphobic sign. It was just like jokes are funny.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh fuck this guy. Like that kind of makes their like that hurts, right? Doesn't that kind of
It hurts your optics. Yeah, it hurts the message. But at the same time, it's almost like But fuck, Dick and that other guy knew that was going to happen. I know Dick Masterson. He goes on PK a lot. I watched his content back in the day. I saw his debates with Destiny. His whole thing is that he's a provocateur. He went there to, like, the point of him being there was to get people mad. I don't know if he intended to get people so mad that he thought they would be assaulted. But his point in being there was to just piss people off.
Oh, I don't disagree, but I think he's like looking at that. That's excellent provocateur work. I mean, if you're gonna go there and your whole aim is to be as non-offending as possible, you go up there. You're not like being outwardly fucking crazy. Your sign is like regular. It's not like, I don't know. He could have gone a lot harder, but it seems like they were just trying to go in there and be as like calm and respectful as possible, and they still got the reaction that they were looking for.
Yeah, like that's the main issue, right? Like that's always so. Like for example, like the Richard Spencer getting punched thing was a really bad look for the left, even though like because he wasn't doing anything. Like he was just standing there talking, and then someone came up and decked him. Nowadays, most people think that video is funny because now that video has come out of him ranting about the Jews and the K slurs that I can't the slurs that I can't say, and about how his people are gonna laugh as they slaughter the black people and the Jews. There was a big like audio clip that came out about it.
Yeah, that guy's like
about that.
Total Nazi. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like he's most definitely a Nazi. And now we know, but like back then it was somewhat ambiguous. Not if you were left-leaning, it wasn't ambiguous, but if you were me back then, it was ambiguous. He did a good job of dog whistling his beliefs. But like that video made the left look really bad, even in my eyes back then, because it's like, why would you punch him? He was just talking, he was doing an interview. He was talking to somebody. And I think it's very similar there. Like, I think Dick Masterson and his friend could have done something more similar to like, I think the going to protests and trying to like provoke people is a very like right-leaning thing. When you see similar content like that from left-leaning figures, it's like All Gas No Breaks or Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, as it's called now, where it's just like, I'm just gonna go there and interview people. Showenhead did the same thing. She just went there and she just got a mic and asked people questions. But like when it's right-wing people, it's either provocateur stuff or like Caitlyn Bennett stuff.
Well, even if it's provocateur stuff, like in this instance, like I don't know, I believe that Vito and Dick definitely believe in their cause in this one. Like the whole, to be honest, I think that the Dave Chappelle stuff is a bit blown out of proportion. I'm sure that's not a popular take here. And
I think it's the worst thing to set your bounds, like set your fucking fighting line on the culture war.
Yeah,
the left. I don't think it's good. It only makes the left and the trans community look like they're a bunch of like joy kills.
So yeah, I guess from an optics perspective, even if you try to write them off as like just being provocateurs who don't really care about the message or something like that, that's not evident in the way they like conducted themselves at the actual event, right?
Yeah, and the idea is like I think like do you remember that video that went viral of the one like MAGA hat kid like having the
staring
really
at
smug smile, like and every left-wing person who saw it could not help but boil in rage because this kid's smug fucking punchable face, but at the same time he's not really doing anything wrong. So anybody who got
didn't
like,
it turn
really
out that the other guy was the aggressor, and then CNN had to like walk that back?
I think we thought it came out that he was the aggressor. I was right-wing back then. I think we thought it came out that he was the aggressor, but then it wasn't.
Really?
I think so what had happened from my understanding was that the students went there like specifically sort of like Dick, like with the intent to a degree to like piss off lefties. Like no one's going to the Capitol in a Trump hat and all their Trump memorabilia and lining up on the steps without sort of wanting to piss off the lefties. That, you know, like let's be real here. And I think his goal was to just, I think the goal there was to be like to not do anything wrong, but to do what you know would set off left-wing people so that they do something stupid.
But the thing is, in this instance, I'm looking at it, I'm like, what exactly about that signals like they're going to lose their shit? So like, I don't know. I feel like if I have to condemn Dick and Vito in this instance, I'd have to condemn anybody who goes to a counter protest ever as somebody who's trying to piss off the actual people in the protest. Because I mean, why else would you counter protest if not to get a rise or out of the or like to like share your message towards the people who are directly protesting in what you oppose to be. So when I see like Dick and Vito go to the actual event, and they conduct themselves in such a manner where they're not being like outwardly aggressive, their signs are super timid and stuff like that. It's, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, that assault
It
shouldn't
makes
have
it
happened.
really hard. Even the assault, like it makes it really hard to like defend the people who just walk up and like destroy their signs. Actually, I think not only was Dick Masterson assaulted, the person who destroyed Vito's sign yelled he has a weapon after he did it
Ooh,
in a crowd of
that's
people, and the weapon was the stick that was attached to the sign that he just destroyed.
yeah. Don't like that. Don't like that. I don't like that from like a moral perspective on its own. I don't like that with the context of like the optics of it.
Like that shouldn't
I
represent like all trans people in any
no, it
capacity,
shouldn't.
just to be clear. But it's like
Yeah,
that basically like ties into what Chappelle was arguing in his fucking thing. That's why it's so funny to me.
yeah. I think there's a stand-up routine by this Australian comedian that I think is really good. It's a joke. It's a joke involving trans. It's not punching down at trans people. I think it's a good example of like humor about trans people, and it's him talking about how his dad grew up in like rural Australia, and he just recently managed to convince him to vote yes on gay marriage, and
Mm-hmm.
his dad now feels super woke and is like strutting around the house like, oh, look how woke I am, look how progressive I am, and he does his son, who's the comedian, does the comedy sketch and talks about his dad thinking he's super woke for supporting gay marriage, and then after the show, his dad meets him behind stage and says, I really wish you didn't do that segment about me voting yes on gay marriage. And he's like, why? And his dad's like, because all my friends are here and now they're making fun of me for it. And so he tells the story, and his dad's getting made fun of, and then they're all backstage, and then someone brings up trans people. And his dad goes, yeah, I don't know how I feel about them transes. And then one of the comedian's friends, who's obviously very left-leaning, starts accusing his dad of being a transphobe. And the comedian's like, listen, you cunt. I don't think you realize, but he just got on board with gay people yesterday. You're gonna scare him off, you cunt. I thought that was good. And I think that's exactly what's happening with
so
Dave Chappelle.
funny.
Dave Chappelle's pretty based on race and sexuality and whatnot, but like,
I would hope
as
so. He's an advocate for like his own, people.
yeah, like I don't know if he's gay, but yeah,
No,
like
I mean like
he's.
race. I meant.
I know. I was just fucking with you. No, but like he seems to be pretty like pro-gay. Even if he makes jokes about it, they're never like the jokes he makes about like white people or black people or gay people are not the same as the jokes he's made about trans people. I feel like his jokes about trans people have been more ideologically driven than his like jokes about gay people or like black people or white people in the past have been. And I think that's what a lot of people take issue with, because the butt of what Dave Chappelle's jokes seemed to come off more as like trans people are crazy and delusional, and they've taken it too far, like in terms of like their rights that they want, less so than like, I agree with your message, but here's a criticism of your methods. That I think that's the problem a lot of people had with Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I saw this one was definitely the second one. I'll argue that it was more of a statement than a comedy special. There were much less jokes in the second one. Actually, I think he's done more of them, but I've only seen the last two. The first one, Sticks and Stones, was that what it was called? I laughed a lot at that one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought his special was funny. Dave Chappelle's objectively one of the best comedians we've ever known, alongside like George Carlin and Bill Burr.
I love Bill
but, like,
Burr.
Bill Burr is pretty funny. He has a really good joke he made that I always reference about how to subdue a woman when she's attacking you. He's like, listen, I've had a lot of women attack me in the past, okay? Now, you don't want to hurt them, okay? You can't let them attack you, because they can actually do a lot of damage, but you don't want to hurt them. So here's what you do. You give them a big hug. You put your arms around them, and you slowly bring them down to the ground. And you keep their arms pinned. You don't hurt them or anything, but, make sure she doesn't bite you, because women like to bite. It's one of my favorite stand-up sketches. And it's making fun of women to a degree, but I think it's still pretty funny. I'm not against edgy humor by any means. I think the issue that I and a lot of other people had with Chappelle's stand-up, and you can probably tell my way of going about the Chappelle thing's been pretty different than like the types of people who assaulted Dick at that protest. I think my main issue was that they weren't just edgy jokes meant to sort of just evoke laughter from people. It felt more like Dave Chappelle was formatting an ideological opinion around jokes. And I think
It felt a lot like a response to like the last 5 years worth of criticism.
Yeah,
rather
that's
than
really what
just
it
a
was.
comedy special. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I think a lot of people also kind of saw it as him whining about cancel culture, which has kind of been a stereotype for comedians lately. Like, oh my god, I'm so canceled, and yet you've got like full audience, tons of money, and don't get me wrong, if you're on the opposing like the bad side of cancel culture, if the gun's pointed at you and you get canceled, without for lack of a better term, the fact that you have money and success and support doesn't mean as much as you think it would, because the massive amount of people shit talking you, like the
Yeah,
hate,
that's why I would
overshines
disagree with that.
the
I
love.
think that for the majority of situations that we're talking about on YouTube and in real life, cancel culture is as much I don't know. It's more of a mindset than anything else, because people who continue to upload, continue to be like around, are still getting work. They're still involved. They're still eventually they can repair their entire reputation. I think
Mm-hmm.
cancel culture is a bigger thing for Hollywood, because if you can't
Yeah,
get a movie or whatever, you're fucked, right? You got to do something else. If you can't like work for like a production or something like that, or I think in his position right now, he's talking about like no one wants to publish his movie or something, that, or his documentary that he filmed or something like that. Yeah, you're fucked there. But if you're like a fucking YouTuber and you're complaining about cancel culture this, cancel culture that, I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure if EDP, who is literally a pedophile, comes back in like a decade and like builds a following again, I wouldn't be too surprised. I've seen like actual degenerates. I mean, I made a Drama Alert documentary. I don't know if you've seen it, on a guy named Kiwis, who was outed for sexting a minor twice. Once when he was 17, to a 14-year-old who was actually 12, and then after like he learned his lesson there, even though he was underage, he did it again when he was fucking 19 with the same girl. Like he had an opportunity to go, hey, that was a shitty thing. Like, oh, I probably shouldn't have been in that position. And then when they said like, well, she was 12 years old, and he goes, well, I thought she was 14, and she's like, she looked at least 13. Like I vomited in my fucking mouth for a second. You know what happened to that guy? His channel is now 20 times bigger, and he does Fortnite content for kids.
oh, that's a comforting thought. You're completely right. When it comes to YouTube, like I don't think there's any way to fully kill a YouTuber, because like let's say Onision just today stopped uploading and didn't upload for 10 years and then came back and just started making completely different content. Do you think anyone would fucking remember
No.
after
Well,
10
yeah,
years?
Onision, yes. All right. I've done a lot of
Maybe
content
Onision,
related to that.
yeah.
There's like a whole subreddit that like tracks his every movement, and he hasn't even been uploading. So I think
Yeah.
like some people are always going to have their detractors, like the Onisions, the Wings of Redemptions, the Gabby Hannas of the world.
Yeah.
They're definitely in all these different communities. There's always some, but yeah, he could probably be looked at favorably if he, I don't know, if he builds at it.
I like seeing redemption arcs. I want to
Not for
see
him.
not for him, not for him. Maybe not for him, but for like Wings of Redemption is the one that I'm holding out for. As I said before, I watch a lot of PKA, and they're very close to Wings, or at least they were. And Kyle or FPS Russia, in the past, had Wings of Redemption living with him and doing FPS boot camp, as he called it, and was just letting Wings of Redemption live with him, cooking for him so he's got a good diet, and just helping him like lose weight. And that was like the whole idea of it, like just literally just like, live at my house. We've raised a bunch of money. You're gonna live at my house. I've completely like redone because Wings of Redemption is like the house had to be like remodeled to accommodate him to some degrees, like the bathroom and stuff.
Mhm.
And FPS Russia put all of this work in, and I think Wings of Redemption stuck around for like 3 weeks, and then he quit.
Yeah, I
And
remember this. I think I saw this in
yeah,
either Mediker's video or one of the Down the Rabbit Holes.
yeah. Kyle's making the same offer again. Hopefully Wings will take it, because Wings, like, I don't know if you've been like, I'm only caught up on that because of PKA, and recently a dick pic from like 2014 of his leaked online, and and people have been making fun of him for it. He's like streaming, and people are in his chat saying he's got a small dick and stuff like that. And to his defense, and I've seen the dick pic, and it looks obvious to me. He was like at a semi chub, and it was like bad lighting.
Why would you
It was,
say
like,
that? Why would
fucking
you even
4
add that
a.m.
into the conversation? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, if
Also,
people are
if you're
saying you
Wings of
gotta,
Redemption, why would you take a picture of your fucking half chub dick? What are you doing with that? Like,
that
what the
is
fuck?
true.
Why
That
would
is
you?
true.
If you're not like
That is
fully
true.
going, why would you just fucking take a picture of it in the first place? Who's that for?
He said it like he was talking to some girl back in like 2014, and she wanted a dick pic, and it was
And he's
legit.
like, he couldn't
Wings-
wait like 5 seconds to like get shit going, or does he just not like
Oh yeah,
work?
I completely agree. I'm never like, why would you ever send, dude? I like if you're sending a girl a dick pic, you're like experimenting with angles and lighting, and you go and you shave
Dude,
first.
Mans
To make
is
sure
like,
as much,
yeah, yeah.
give
Mans is like,
yourself,
I'm gonna make it look as small as possible. That's what they're all looking for. Like, what the fuck?
yeah. But that leaked online, and he was obviously getting a lot of shit for it. And yeah, obviously, Wings isn't known for making the best decisions in the past, but he's getting a lot of shit for it. And Wings was recently married, and he has his wife on his stream, and they're talking, and the dick thing, people start railing him about it, and he's like, but he tells his wife, "Tell him my dick's not small. You're the biggest connoisseur of it." And she's like refusing to stand up for her husband.
No.
It is. You got to go watch the clip. It'll make you want to kill yourself in Roblox.
Oh my god.
It's bad. It's bad.
That sounds awful.
It's about 5 minutes of her refusing to I get like it's cringy to like beg your partner on a stream to tell the chat that your dick's not small. Like that's cringy in and of itself, but the worst thing is that she refuses. Like she doesn't even try to play it off. She just refuses for like 5 minutes and then finally says, "Okay, your dick is fine. It's good. It's good. It's a good. Are you happy now?" And it's like, oh god. And so the clip that I learned about this from is Kyle from PKA saying, "I hope he divorces that fucking bitch." When the mob is at the door and you don't stand, like, I'm on board with him. I hope he divorces her. There was some drama a while back where it came out that she was like shit talking him behind his back with his moderators from his Discord and like being a little flirty with them. He needs to divorce that woman. Take Kyle up on his offer for the FPS boot camp, and needs to be like, that's the redemption arc I want to see. At that point, he can just rename himself Wings, because he'll have done the redemption part. If he just like completely like remakes his life and he comes back happier and more I feel like he could I think he could save his reputation. I think he could go back to being a respected content creator if he did.
I don't know if he could be respected. I don't know if I would go that far, but yeah, I don't know. I think
you could.
Yeah, he could turn it around, but I think he's just kind of that personality type that won't be able to.
Yeah, I can't watch the PK episodes that he's a part of. He's very arrogant. Despite being someone who's like you just kind of know. Mostly now we know it, but even back then he was very braggadocious and he talked himself up about like, yeah, I got this truck, I worked this job, I did this real tough cool thing. If someone came to my house, I'd fucking shoot him. I'd beat the shit out of him. Like him like really talking himself up and acting arrogant when you know that.
Did you see his comments on like the age of consent?
That I heard about, and I have not seen those comments.
It's so bad, dude. It's so bad.
From my understanding, like the PKA guys talked about it, and from their perspective, the three of them, and they do not have a positive opinion of Wings. To be clear, they're not biased to defend him. They said that they like showed a short clip, and I saw that, and they were like, they defended him like that he'd been taken out of context or something, and they don't have a bias to defend him.
I'm pretty sure the context that like they're claiming it was in is like, dude, there's okay. To explain what he was saying, you don't have to use any of the words he used, though. So he's either like really dumb, which I could believe. He was trying to say that like kids in high school are doing it. So he was like, I think he was defending like high schoolers getting in trouble for like CP. I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to argue. Like a 17-year-old and a 17-year-old shouldn't go to jail for the rest of their lives. Sending nudes to each other, right? I think that's what he was trying to say, but it turned out he's like, yeah, dude, I don't even want to say it out loud because I'll just get clipped. But
just don't say it.
He's like, it should be like this because like people are doing shit anyway or something. Like it just sounded terrible.
Yeah. From my understanding, what the PKA guys said was that he like elaborated on that position on PKA before, and it was way more reasonable and well worded. But then he reiterated the same opinion on stream in a really bad looking way, and that clip is what got him in trouble. Mm-hmm. That was my understanding of it. Either way, like if you're anybody, you got to be careful about what you say. It's one of those things where it's like you kind of, it's not a good thing, and I'm not defending it. And this doubles for cancel culture. But like if you're a content creator, you kind of do have to at some point realize like, okay, I'm a YouTuber, I'm a big personality, a lot of eyes on me. Cancel culture is a thing that exists. There's a certain point where it's like, unless you've just done nothing wrong, if you're going out of your way to do things you know are going to get people mad and then complain about getting canceled, like Dave Chappelle, I don't feel like has the I'm not gonna say has the right, but I don't think Dave Chappelle is as innocent in all of this as he makes himself out to be. He knows that he knew that special was gonna, garner a lot of attention, and a lot of it would be negative. I don't feel like he feels as though he just like said something he thought would get no pushback, and then now everybody's attacking him. I think he, to a degree, knew the reaction he was gonna get.
Oh, I think it was intentional. Yeah, I think you went as far over the top as possible.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional to that degree, but I do think he knew it was going to elicit a reaction.
I mean, he's elicited that reaction for what, like 3 specials already, and then he's like,
guys,
yeah, and then he like makes a whole thing about cancel culture, and he's like, yeah, dude, no, I have to say it's intentional at that point. That I think he was aiming for. Like, if you're calling Vito and Dick Masterson a provocateur for going to the thing, I think he was a provocateur for addressing it the way that he did. It was like no holds barred on this one.
I think Dave Chappelle. Not that I don't think Dick Masterson and his friend, probably believe what they believe. I doubt Dick Masterson's very big on trans people being valid at all.
I'm not sure.
I've seen his takes, like when debating Destiny in the past. Granted, his opinions could have changed. It's been a while. But I would be willing to wager that he's probably not on the left leaning side of that debate. If I had to bet, gun to my head, the person pulls the trigger. If I'm wrong, I'm saying Dick probably isn't very fond of trans people. That would be what I'd say. But I think what Dick was doing was, I think he knew that like he could get some content out of doing that. That's why he was there. This is why it was recorded or streamed or whatever, is he knew that he was going to piss off some of the protesters, and they were going to, I think what he probably expected was a Big Red situation. I think he expected some SJW protester to start screaming at him on video and just to make a complete fool of themselves, and that to be his content. I don't think he thought that there was going to be an assault, or that his sign was going to get broken, or that people were going to go after him as hard as they did. But I think he went there hoping for a negative reaction that he could, use for a video.
Even then, I still just can't hold it against him because of the way it went down. It's like, if he was going there and being aggressive, I would be right there with you. But it's just like, even if you're the biggest provocateur in the world, or like not being a provocateur at all, and you show up and do what he did, you get assaulted, I don't even think it matters at that point.
Yeah.
Like, the people there were so fucking unhinged that I don't even think that plays a role in this discourse.
Yeah, the optics on the left side during the whole Chappelle thing have been disappointing to me, I think. I don't think this is really... I almost regret my own video.
Fantastic hill to die on.
It's just not good, because it's like... I feel like more... a better way to do this would, like... I feel like somebody... response videos or any response to Dave Chappelle, I feel like should focus more on like any attempt to get like the arguments in favor of trans people's validity across to him, more so than slandering him as a bigot, because I don't think Dave Chappelle understands like that trans people are basically the new civil rights like push right now, like the equivalent of like gay people back in the 90s and black.
I think
people
that was kind of the point of his rant. I don't know how joking it was meant to be, but he's basically saying like, hey, all of you guys or whatever are trying to get your like rights and stuff, like we've been trying to do the same thing, and it's funny how fast you've done it or whatever. That was kind of his argument. So I'm pretty sure he realizes this is like a big rights push or whatever.
I think he recognizes the rights push, but I don't think he sees the validity behind it, right? Like, so so like, for example, like with black people, right? Really, it was really tough to push acceptance for black people back in the 60s, right? That was like a really big thing. A lot of people still believed that like black people were genetically inferior to white people, and that was like a misinformation that people are still spreading and having to debunk to this day, but not quite as much as it was back in the 60s. People still believed in phrenology back in the 60s, like a good amount of people did.
God, I heard a fucking story I wish I could tell. Oh my God.
Oh God, but yeah, I mean, like, and the same goes for gay acceptance in a couple decades ago, and still up to today, but more so a couple decades ago, where it was like people thought gay marriage or like being gay was a choice. They didn't understand the science behind being gay, and to that same degree, I don't think Dave Chappelle and many people in his camp have really even heard the science behind being trans, because there's a good amount of it. It's pretty hard to argue against. And so I just feel like the problem has been exposure. I don't think enough people have been exposed to that data, and I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to go super hard against people who are clearly just ignorant on the science. Dave Chappelle doesn't know about all the studies that validate trans people's identities. If he did, I think his rhetoric would be very different. I genuinely do. I don't think he's acting out of malice. I think
There's
he's
a difference between a bigot who's
Yeah.
intentionally a bigot and like a person who just isn't educated on the subject that you're trying to argue. And that's not
Yeah.
like a justification for why people could be the way that they are, but like it.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
I don't know. I feel like that kind of has to be the way the left looks at it, considering that like redemption stories, I mean, not so different than yours, are kind of usually what you see from all of these big lefty creators. It's like I was an alt-writer here, and now I'm like a big fucking leftist or liberal. I mean, Hunter Avallone had the same kind of thing. Destiny leaned further right. I don't know if Vosh ever did, but most of these are like coming of age stories of like times when people weren't educated on issues and now all of a sudden they are educated on issues. So I do think you kind of have to give slack to people who aren't like on the same level as of like research as you. That's not like an excuse to go out and be a dick to people if you're listening in the audience. Like, oh yeah, I'm not going to read a study, so now I can be an asshole to the trans people at my college. No, that's not cool either. But like, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's like that situation you were telling me with the comedian whose dad just accepted gay people yesterday. I'm sure he'll come around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain. I feel like the left. I feel like a lot of people do this. Not even left and right, frankly. A lot of people. There's a saying called "Don't ascribe malice to something that can be reasonably explained by ignorance or stupidity." And I think that's something the left has a problem with, ascribing malice to what is very obviously just.
It's not just the left.
The subject matter.
It's my whole community too. Every time someone does something fucky, it had to be like a grand conspiracy, sociopathic, fucking. Well documented, fucking planned out event, and meanwhile, most of these people are just dumb as fuck.
Like I don't think, for example, Onision is nearly as huge of an evil, like big brain supervillain as people make him out.
I can tell you he's not. As someone who's extensively talked to him, I can tell you he's not.
I think Onision is probably just very stupid. Crazy.
He's out of his mind.
And insane, yeah. And definitely needs help. He needs help. Fuck. We've had a really long convo. It's been fun so far, though. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, but a good time.
If I start a podcast, I got to have you on for sure, because we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
I just I think that with the whole, I don't like the way the left is engaged, and just entirely with the whole cancel culture debate thing. I feel like the conversation needs to be more about how cancel culture is a nonpartisan tool, and it just shows itself in different ways. Like we tend to call cancel culture when 14-year-old liberals on Twitter rail against a celebrity or a YouTuber for doing something bad. But like it's also cancel culture when EDP got canceled and everybody like started talking about how he's a pedophile. And I don't think anyone would think that's bad.
At the same time, grooming is usually a word that could be a variety of different things. If you want to be a great baseball player, you can be groomed to be a good baseball player from a young age. That's not technically using the word incorrectly. That's what it means. But anytime you see it in an online setting, immediately it goes to pedophilia every single time. Sometimes words change as we know with certain slurs. And I think in like an online setting, you kind of have to be aware, like you have to like understand your surroundings. So when you say like, I like cancel culture, well, majority of your audience is going to go, this guy fucking supports Johnny Depp getting fucking taken off of the Pirates of the Caribbean and supports the girl from fucking Aquaman, or this guy hates comedians, or this guy loves when fucking people have to apologize for saying slurs a decade ago. And they never consider like, oh, well, this guy hates when people rape people, or this guy thinks that pedophiles should be banned from the internet, or this guy again, like, I know what you mean when you say that, but I don't think the general audience cares to know what certain words. I mean, I could sit here and go, well, I should be able to use the word grooming for X, Y, and Z, but I know if I go in a video and I go, EDP, or not even EDP, if I just like say like a controversial YouTuber is grooming somebody, immediately half my comment section is going to go, you just accuse him of being a pedophile, even if it's not even related to what I'm actually talking about.
Yeah, no, grooming is a word in particular that's been like twisted and misshapen into something that it did not previously used to mean, because like the this trend, I guess you could call it, of so many YouTubers ending up being like sexual predators of some kind. So it's somewhat understandable when it comes to the word grooming, because it's like, yeah, there have been some pretty bad instances of YouTubers grooming kids. But that's not a word you want to. That's not a word you want to use so frequently and incorrectly that it loses its meaning. That's a important one. I think that I think what the left has a big problem with is okay, this is actually a comment I just got, actually. Jade the Unicorn said, "Hey, Xanderhal, I just heard you say Dave Chappelle would have been pro-trans if he was educated, by thinking that you believe that he's uneducated, and while it seems like he is somewhat uneducated, he also knows enough to believe in TERF ideology and constantly taunts the trans community. Therefore, your take is trash." My take is not trash, and you are wrong. Knowing what TERFs are and knowing what they believe does not mean you are educated on trans people. It doesn't mean that you know about the studies that affirm the identity of trans people, like, and the science that backs up their identity. Having like heard, oh, J.K. Rowling, who's a beloved figure who wrote Harry Potter, believes this thing, and her arguments, like, if you listen to what J.K. Rowling said and you aren't already on board with trans people, you're gonna probably end up like agreeing with her, because she's using very agreeable language. She's talking about how like women's spaces and how women feel in danger. If you're not already like clued in on a TERF rhetoric, that's gonna sound pretty damn reasonable to you. Okay. That's not what I'm talking about when it comes to being educated on the issues. I don't know why you would ever say that, or why you would think that was like an intelligent thing to type out, but
And the delivery of these things is really important. I notice a lot of people who are like detractors of Dave Chappelle, for the most part of what I've seen, have been like unwatchable. Like there are some real there are some real fucking boring people online. Let's take it to a different topic, one that we could definitely agree on, and I think you'll understand what I'm talking about. Jontron, who came out and said that what is it? Rich black people commit more crime than poor white people, and went on his crazy fucking rant on that Destiny stream. In the commentary community, big YouTubers came in and fucking defended that guy.
Yep.
So the audience
Everybody
was placed
him.
in a weird position. It's like YouTubers are defending him. This seems objectively bad. We're at a time period where I guess you could have gotten away with it, but like the audience goes, "I like Jontron's videos. He's really funny. He makes really good stuff." And
time to defend his politics, you know.
Well, not for the audience sake. They're just like wondering if they're going to stick around or not. The YouTubers, those guys are kind of sussy in this specific this instance right here. But like for the audience, they're like, all right, I like this guy. This guy's entertaining. He has some fucking weird politics opinions. I think I can separate myself. That's their thought process, right? On the other side, they're looking and they're like, huh, this Young Turk segment fucking sucks. This Hassan Piker guy, who I've never seen before, can't even speak in a coherent sentence. Which, by the way, he was really new at that point, and that segment was really
yeah. Do you remember Hassan's video on ER?
I know I don't. I haven't seen it.
It's his most disliked video. It was back when he was like a 400 viewer streamer maybe, and he got so much hate. But now I feel like it's wild to watch, because now Hassan's one of the largest like streamers out there, probably the largest left-wing figure on the internet. But back then he was super small, 300, 400 viewers, and his channel just got 98% dislikes on that video.
But dude, if you're a 15-year-old who thinks Jontron is funny and you really like him and you don't understand politics, are you going to watch a Surfs video that's going to change your mind? Is Lance going to change your mind? No fucking way, dude. That's how that shit happens. It's like when I see all these people who are shitting on Dave Chappelle, for a majority of people, it's just like I'm looking at it like, this is an unwatchable video that doesn't convey its point well, and it just sounds like it's complaining. And I think that's a problem that a lot of, like, honestly, a lot of lefties have this issue where, like, Nick Fuentes is objectively a fucked person, but when he goes to a rally, people march behind him. You know what I mean? Like, he's got that charisma that I don't see that these other people have, and it really fucks them when they're trying to argue their points.
Yeah. No, you're completely right. I do think that it's, once again, ascribing malice to what can easily be ascribed to just ignorance, or just not really, like, caring. Like, if you're a 15-year-old, do you really expect, like... So here's the problem. Like, a lot of these figures that got really popular during the Gamergate days, or after the Gamergate days, I should clarify, more so, that were pushing, like, actual far-right stuff, like your Nick Fuentes and whatnot, Those figures, regardless of how wrong they are very good at making their arguments, and they sound very reasonable, and they're very good at their rhetoric, like unquestionably. And that's going to sound very good to somebody who's like a 15-year-old who doesn't. 15-year-olds don't know how to debunk race realism. I don't think most of my audience knows.
I don't
how
think they care to. That's my
or
point.
care to, frankly, yeah. And I don't even think that if I put my audience into most of the people from my audience, I feel like if I put them into a debate with a Nazi, I feel like they would get blown out. Even though they've heard my arguments, they've watched me do debates, they've watched Vosh or Destiny or whatever do debates.
Have you watched Lance debate JF Garipe, the guy who literally had to have the state intervene because he was
well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember all that. Well, yeah, fucking change.
That's called love, you idiot.
Yes. That JF thing was yeah. Lance does not like me. He like after he got blown out by JF Gariepi, he then I guess tried to deflect by saying that I was irresponsible by platforming Lauren when I literally just had her on for a talk about a kid's book that she wrote, like the most low stakes thing you can possibly imagine. And then he debated a fucking race realist about race realism and lost. And then he debated Lauren Southern and lost. That was a crazy roller coaster for Lance on that one.
Lance talked shit about you and went on a string like like the way JF chain fucked all the those women. Lance chain fucked losing debates.
Oh wait, no, actually the JF thing was after Lauren Southern. Now it looks even worse.
I thought it was before.
I thought it was before. I think it might actually be before, but Lonnie's saying that it was after.
I made a Twitter video. He actually muted me instead of blocking me because I had a couple tweets go big where I was shitting on him, and he reacted to one of them. But I'm actually banned from his chat now too.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
I think I'm banned from his channel as well. But yeah, he used to be chill with me, but then just for some reason he started to dislike me. I don't know what happened there. Like he shouted out my channel. He was one of the few like larger YouTubers to shout me out early on when I started doing left-wing political content. And then just like out of nowhere he started to
probably
dislike
thinks
me.
you're a Destiny orbiter, and he really is he hates them. Absolutely.
He probably does think I'm a I don't think like I'm not a Destiny orbiter. I really don't spend that much time in Destiny's community. I'll say this, I don't hate Destiny, but I do have my problems with him, more so with his community. His community's been really weird about my girlfriend because my girlfriend doesn't like Destiny. And
the biggest mistake you ever made was in the conversation when you went, "Hey dude, the girlfriend's off limits." That was the worst thing you literally shouldn't have said anything about it.
That's something I still think about, and I like, what do you say like with that situation? Do you just weird champ him? The only thing I can think of is just like being like, okay. Like I think that might have been the only response there, but like that's like the worst situation. It's like you're streaming and you're like having a pretty we're having an amicable conversation, I think, and then like this big streamer starts shit talking your girlfriend. You're like, okay, so either I let that slide and I come off as a pussy for letting a dude shit talk my girlfriend.
I think you should have been more like aggro about it. Like I think you should have been like, all right, well, you can have a fucking conversation with her, but right now you're talking to me or something like that. I think that would have been better.
Maybe. Yeah, that could have also been good. I don't know. Like either way, it doesn't make you look very good to be in that situation. It's hard to think. That's one of those things that I think the internet blood sports, like if I was part of the internet blood sports community, I would have been more prepared to argue with, because that was just a cheap shot, sort of like.
I learned how to fling shit there. That was.
You gotta be ready to like fling shit when stuff like that's gonna be brought up, and I did not expect it either. That was literally just me and Destiny having like an amicable conversation where he was giving me advice. And like his chat linked him logs of so like my girlfriend had talked badly about Destiny during dramas where Destiny had done controversial shit. So people went to my site and dug up my girlfriend's logs of her talking in chat while we were talking about those dramas, like, you know, over the course of the past. And then they like took screenshots of that and tried to claim that my girlfriend's obsessed with Destiny because she talked about him in chat over the course of multiple years.
I saw that post.
Yeah, in relation to drama about Destiny. I was talking about Destiny on my stream, and my girlfriend was in chat also talking about
I saw her react to it because I follow her on Twitter. I think I saw her arguing with somebody about it on Twitter once. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
it was really weird. He was like the topic of conversation already. I don't know. I'm not like a Destiny orbiter by any means, but yeah, Lance probably thinks that I am. I don't think he's very aware. You mentioned earlier that like everybody in the Twitch community knows me, and that's I'm lucky for that. I think I'm really unlucky for that. I think most people in the Twitch community of politics hate me. Like really? I think I don't think Hassan fans like me very much because I've been fairly critical. I've defended Hassan, when I think it's valid, but I've also criticized Hassan pretty hard because I think Hassan is I think Hassan's a clout demon.
Oh God, he is. I absolutely hate Hassan Piker, and you can sit here and say like the house shit's not important or whatever. I know like all the lefties love to say the house shit's not important, and go like make the straw man like, oh, socialism is when make no money. But Hassan Piker is like, socialism is when don't pay editors well. Socialism is when watch YouTubers
The editor
video
thing's
as
hard to defend, yeah.
yeah, it's
And
socialism
so
is when like watch all YouTubers videos without asking for permission and then getting mad at them when they ask me to stop watching it.
The JXC thing, yeah, I had JXC on to talk about that, and I covered it.
The thing is, I made a video about that a year ago, and he's still doing it to Jay. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I just think this guy's just kind of a scumbag. Obviously he shouldn't be condemned for buying a house, and obviously we shouldn't expect every socialist creator to do what Pokemon did and like limit income. But like at the end of the day, Hassan Piker is kind of a slimy piece of shit.
There are some things that I don't like about him, and I don't hate him, and I sometimes watch his content. He's certainly not my favorite. And I agree with a lot of the criticisms of him. Like, I don't like when was the last time he shouted out a smaller creator? Like, I think he shouted out Mike from PA, which is not a glowing endorsement for Hassan by any means. But like, I don't think I've ever seen him host a smaller creator because he's so worried about accidentally hosting someone who's controversial. He will not collaborate with anybody like that has too much controversy behind them. Like, I think Ethan's the most controversial figure he'll ever align himself with publicly.
Did you see? I had no idea Mike had long hair. Apparently, he's just got it like in a man bun or like a ponytail the whole time.
Yeah.
I had no idea that he has like a fucking full head of hair. I was like, what the fuck today? I was laughing for like 10 minutes.
Oh no, he used to have like a sort of nerdy like a shove like the Ben Shapiro haircut basically. He used to have something like that. Like the haircut of the kid you shoved in the locker in high school. Like he used to have that kind of haircut, but then more recently he's grown it out to be like this greasy sort of man bun, or not man bun, but like ponytail.
He looks like somebody who'd like walk up to you at like a Magic the Gathering event. He just looks like he smells.
He looks like the kind of guy. Yeah, he does look like he looks like the kind of guy that punches a couch because a girl rejects him. Anyway, yeah, like Hassan doesn't seem to shout out or collaborate with smaller creators because he just doesn't want to. He either wants to avoid controversy or he knows he doesn't gain anything from it. He apparently he donates a lot of money behind the scenes, but also like the amount of money he's making, there's basically no practical excuse to make that you're not doing like a charity stream every month. Like, Hassan would not take any hit to his income if he just did a charity stream once a month. It would be the smallest hit you could possibly imagine. He's made more money than he could spend in his entire life on anything ever, okay? He could afford to buy a yacht right now. He's probably invested in crypto. And has more money than we even know. I don't like that he doesn't do more charity streams publicly.
It's like,
I don't know.
Here's the thing. It's like, I don't think you can tell somebody like you need to do more charity. In his instance though, when he's the same guy who goes around, this is probably a Destiny talking point that I'm regurgitating. So before everyone gets on me, like, yeah, dude, if you're the kind of guy who goes like, I can't believe Jeff Bezos is only donating like $1 million. That's like one millionth of his fucking revenue or something like that. Oh, what a small donation! Really breaking the bank on that one. And then like, I don't know. I look at Hassan Piker, and I see like frat boy politics.
A month,
who's like, yeah, I go to fucking brothels. I live in this gigantic house. I fucking take people's content and I use it as my own. And I get mad when they complain about it. And he
gets up and eats. He gets up and makes food for like 20 minutes while a video plays. And I think he can still hear it, but like, you're just restreaming someone else's video now. You're not even reacting. When he's actually reacting to content, at least he pauses often. When he's sitting at his chair, at least he pauses often.
He gets up and walks away.
But the getting up and walking away or eating your lunch for 20 minutes straight without interjecting, like that, I don't like. That's not transformative content. But like, listen, my whole content is responding to other people's videos. I don't think I've ever been levied with the criticism that I'm stealing people's content because I turned 5-minute videos into hour-long segments. Okay?
I did one of my own, and it was I watched 20 minutes of a Pastel Bell video, and it took me an hour to get through.
Yep. I've literally turned 5 to 10 minute videos into over an hour of content.
And the thing is, he'll never get called out for it by people on his own platform because all of these fucking people do it.
Yeah. I mean, like, That's true. Yeah, no one on Twitch is going to criticize that because it'll be easy call out for hypocrisy. I understand reaction content on Twitch, especially like if you're watching like Dr. Phil or 90 Day Fiance, that kind of stuff, especially. Because it's like, okay, chat, we're bros, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna watch a video together. You know, it's like a almost like a bond building exercise almost. I think the big issue is when a creator says, "Please stop restreaming my content," i.e., JXC, or you're just getting up and like,
Dude,
not even in your
like
chair.
maybe you could make the argument where it's like, well, if someone like reaches out to me or something like that and tells me not to, I just won't do it in the future. That's not a good answer. You probably should ask permission first instead of forgiveness after. But like, then he threw a temper tantrum when Jay got mad about it. Holy shit, dude. Like, it's so unapologetic. And I like, there were two editor dramas, right? The first one, I would even defend Hassan on fairly early in his career. Didn't really know what like the kind of like the industry standard is. The person was fucking dilly-dallying and not making it completely clear what they wanted out of the situation. But to like, that's a learning moment, right? I could look past the first editor drama, but how the fuck did he do it a year later?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
And the time frame where we know his income from that time frame is approximately the time when he didn't like, when he was having an issue with like paying that editor. And he's like, I literally bought you the means of your own fucking production. I bought this guy his own computer and he could do what he wants with it. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, I bought this guy the means production, yet we live in a capitalist society, and just having a computer to edit doesn't mean you can pay your bills. Yeah, that was damn, I'm surprised Zan hates Hassan this much. I don't hate Hassan. I know I don't, well, I don't know if Nick hates Hassan, but thinks
I like him. I think he's funny.
I think Hassan doesn't have a personality.
I think of Hassan the way I think Hassan is the fucking left wing Steven Crowder.
You're not actually fucking. Yeah, no, yeah. Actually, you're 100% right. No, that's actually just. There's never been a more spot on comparison. He is the left wing Steven Crowder. There's no other way of putting it. Yeah, and Hassan also does have a problem with spreading misinformation in the past. I do not agree with some lefties that have defended, and I think people said that Vosh defended this. I don't think he did, though I don't fully agree with him on this. I think a lot of people get a little bit too okay on the left with spreading minor bits of misinformation that really in the long run don't change the story that much, but are still such easy bait for right-wingers to call out. The big example is the Breonna Taylor was sleeping thing. It doesn't make a difference whether she was sleeping or not as to the morality of the situation. She was just walking around her apartment, bullet went through the wall because of the negligence of police officers, and she was killed. I don't know how really hammering down on the she was sleeping thing really changes how in the wrong the cop was, but when you say she was sleeping and it's very easy to prove she's not, it's such bad optics because you're just going to get called out. Like, okay, well now you've
not even get
lied
called
about
out.
this thing. You know?
Got somebody fringe right now. Let's say that guy's dad who just got on board with gay people yesterday. Maybe that guy's got like a different interpretation of police than you do, right? And he's already skeptical. And then he sees CNN's report and goes, oh, that's pretty fucked up, and finds out the next day that there was something in there that's completely inconsistent and not true. That person's not going to believe any part of that story now. Like, now that you've established that, like, we're willing to go this far. Joe Rogan ivermectin. When you call it when you say Joe Rogan took a horse paste, took a horse dewormer, I don't care if, like, it's promoting people to go and do that. Like, that's its own argument. You can make that argument. I have a different argument, and I'll get to it in a second. But, like, when you go and you say, like, Joe Rogan took horse paste, lol, or something like that, now, like, every fucking person who is anti-vax or every fucking person who is on those fringe on like the edge is going to see that and go, oh, okay, so CNN's lying again. That's all they're getting out of it. Like, I don't care anymore. Fuck these people. And I think when you do that and you blow up like stuff like that whole ivermectin thing, I want to know the numbers. I want to know how many people saw that, didn't know what the fuck ivermectin was, had no idea it was for horses, had no idea it even existed. How many people found out through CNN?
And then went on Facebook and argued with their conservative, like...
No, and then went out
friends.
And bought ivermectin.
Oh, yeah.
How many people do you think saw the coverage from CNN, found out that Joe Rogan didn't take horse paste, and then actually went out and bought horse paste?
Oh, like realized that CNN had lied about that, didn't take the rest of the story seriously. Well... Probably not as much as you would think, because I don't think that audience watches CNN to begin with.
No, but they don't watch CNN. They watch Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan like
Oh,
talked
yeah.
about it on his podcast and sent a bunch of people there. How many people had no idea what ivermectin was and only found out about it because of the CNN drama? Because the CNN drama has now created a situation where Joe has talked about it more, and it's become more of a household name because of this this situation.
I think he was talking about it before, though, too, and I think it's probably been exacerbated by what we're talking about. Though I don't think it was that huge, but I do think that the whole CNN situation, the big problem with that was that now you've ruined the credibility of everybody who argues in favor of the vaccines and the severity of COVID and everything, because now you've got CNN, which, granted, was extremely wrong about that. Ivermectin is not horse paste. Sometimes it is, and some people did
when
get
you
the
do
horse
that,
paste version, but most people were getting a human version.
My point is, because when you do that, not everybody's a Joe Rogan podcast listener, right? There might just be people who are just fucking anti-vax, who hear about that and they go, who's this Joe Rogan guy? And then they like get involved in it. Now they're like, oh, okay, there's this, right? Because now we're removing it from like, I think, what was it? Like there was the Fringe Twitter video or whatever that he made where he's like, yeah, I just threw the kitchen sink at it. I took some ivermectin. I took this fucking super thing that they gave fucking Donald Trump. And I took a few other things, right? And then that became like this massive fucking news story. I wonder how many people, A, didn't watch Joe Rogan prior, and B, learned about it from CNN.
Oh, yeah. I legitimately was like, my response to that drama was, all right, so here's what Joe Rogan said. Now, because I'm not qualified in any way to judge Joe Rogan's actions here, here's a video by an actual doctor. And we brought up Dr. Mike's video, which I think was pretty good. He doesn't do the whole horse paste thing. He just says, I think the main problem with this is that many of these medications have not yet been confirmed to help with COVID, and some of them even have evidence of harming people who have COVID. And the main problem is, let's say he's taken all of these things and it ends up working for him. How do we know it actually works? Now since he's taken
how do we
such
know
a huge
what
mishmash
works?
yeah, how do we know it actually did the job? Now we don't know,
Dude,
and that's why doctors don't.
It's this easy. The vaccine works. Look at the death percentage. If we have to find different ways to treat it, let's get to that point after everyone's already vaccinated. Like you shouldn't be like. They should be like pushing like, okay, well, we can try all these alternative medicines if you fucking get it. But if you get the vaccine, that would be probably pretty optimal too. That's probably what you should shoot for.
The big argument from right-wing people at the moment is that you get better coverage from having COVID, and in some cases, I think that there's been some data I think that suggests you might have a slightly higher immunity, or not like immunity to COVID if you get it, and then now you don't have it. But the problem is there's also evidence that getting COVID, you have to survive COVID, so you have to get COVID, and sure, most people will survive.
Why don't you
COVID,
get vaccinated?
But it's
and
not
get COVID?
fun. Yeah. You'd be better off getting vaccinated and getting COVID for more coverage.
And now,
But
now, what are they going to do? Have COVID party? Oh, actually, we already had those, but like legitimate, like smallpox. What the fuck? Chickenpox parties. Yeah.
Yeah, like chickenpox parties makes a little bit more sense, right? Like, although we don't even do that anymore because we have a chickenpox vaccine.
Yeah.
I got vaccinated for it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I like, what's the point of getting COVID to gain immunity to COVID if you're just going to get COVID, right? Like the point of getting vaccinated, the point of having immunity to a disease is so you don't have to worry about getting it. That argument doesn't really make any sense.
And that doesn't really work in this. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work in this instance because even the vaccine for COVID, like you're still you still could get it. Like, I don't know. There's still a high percentage of people who have gotten it. It just helps, like, in terms of death percentage, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the main concern with COVID, more so than the death percentage, although the death count for COVID has been very high. More people, like I think there was a while there where we were losing a 9/11's worth of people a day here in America from COVID. Back in like 2020, it was really bad for a while. Yeah. The death percentage, like 1 to 2%, is not that low. That's still pretty worrying when the disease is as contagious as it is. But the main worry with COVID, at least for me and a lot of young people, is that just because it's not going to kill you doesn't mean that you're not going to have a bad time.
Not even a bad time. Long-standing issues afterwards. I know people who struggle to like walk upstairs still, and they had it a year ago.
There's the long-standing issues, and I don't even know if all the data, I may be wrong on this, take this with a molecule of salt, I don't even know if data has been collected for how many COVID cases people survived, but they got so bad they had to be put on a ventilator for it. Like, That's
Yeah, that
still
happened to a
pretty
coworker of
fucking
my
bad.
parents. Yeah, they don't know if you're
Yeah.
even. Once you're on a ventilator, it's like you're probably fucked, and if you're not, good luck with recovery.
Yeah, or even just any kind of breathing assistance, like those little tubes they put in your nose to help you breathe. Like that's still that you may not die from that, you may still recover, but that's still really sick. If you have to have breathing assistance of any kind because you're that sick, that's still really bad. And I don't think we know how many cases of COVID have gotten that bad. Because from my understanding, COVID hospitalizations were really, really high, which tells me that the rate of people who got sick, even young people who got sick and just had a really, really bad run of it but didn't die, is probably pretty high. And then you've got to count for like the long-term effects. Like COVID isn't just, oh, look how few people die, look at that low percentage count, you'll probably be fine. But yeah, if you get sick, you may not die, but it might be rough.
Yeah, it might be rough for a really long time.
There's a dude that I know who was on the swim team with me, and he got COVID. I think I'm still friends with him on Instagram, and I talked to him. He got COVID, and he can't hold his breath as long as he used to be able to. He's not on the swim team anymore. He graduated from high school, but I've talked to him on Instagram recently because we were on the swim team together, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I went to the pool the other day. I got COVID. I recovered from it. I used to be able to hold my breath for over 2 minutes. I can only hold it for 1:30 now. That's a substantial decrease in the ability for your lung efficiency. That's bad. Oh yeah.
You want to hear a nuclear take that's actually not as nuclear as I'm going to make it out to be?
Sure.
Bro, I am super fucking anti-mask, and by that I mean I wear them and I hate fucking wearing them every time I go anywhere.
Yeah, the mask
absolutely fucking hate it. I just wish everyone would get vaccinated.
Me too. That's my main thing right now is like, dude, if you want the pandemic to end, just get vaccinated. Can it please end? I've literally like the sad thing for me, and this is also true of you because I think this would have started when you were 23 or 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like both of us and our entire generation is like coming to adulthood in a world very different from the one that our parents and our grandparents and onward, except maybe our great-grandparents because they had the Spanish flu, I bet, during their time, have had to experience. Like, we don't get to have that same experience our parents did when they came to adulthood. It's so much worse because of this pandemic.
Well, I'm lucky because I do YouTube and I work from home, right?
Yeah, we're really
so, like,
lucky. But
I don't
our
even
generation
have
broadly
that.
is fucked.
So everyone who's been wearing a mask for a year, that's not fucking me. I haven't been wearing a mask for a year. I'll wear a mask like on the way to a fucking restaurant, and then it's off, and then it's back on when I'm leaving. Because that's like the extent of how, I don't know, like I'll wear it with like friends. I'll wear it when I go to the mall or something, like where you have to wear it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like for this trip that I just went on, where I mean, it took me 24 hours to get home because of flight delays and stuff like that. I was in a mask for like 90% of that, and it was fucking torture.
Yeah, I know it's not popular among conservatives because they like to compare it to like the Jewish star in the Holocaust,
which is completely unhinged. Yeah,
it's so unhinged. But they like vaccine cards. I really wish just every business would be like, okay, if you can confirm you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. That would probably raise vaccination rates so much because. Like, I feel like even a lot of the anti-vax conservatives aren't bought into it hard enough that if they found out that as long as they got the shot, they wouldn't have to wear masks anywhere anymore. I feel like I feel like they would. I feel like they'd start getting vaccinated,
dude,
or maybe they just say
New
they're
York has like a
vaccinated
QR code now, where like if I do my iPhone's wallet, I pull it up and it has my vaccine card right there that I could just scan immediately. So
I made my I'm making my vaccine. I haven't done it yet, but I'm just gonna make my vaccine card my lock screen on my phone.
I think some good shit has come out of it. Like this is really fucked up to say. Maybe I shouldn't word it like that. I think like the pandemic has influenced a lot of things for the better in terms of like, I mean, I spent a lot of time in Disneyland the last few days. And do you know that like to get on certain rides now, you have to queue from an app?
That's actually cool. I think the work from home culture is going to be the cool thing.
Yeah.
I think now that working from home has been like established to be a thing that works and is feasible, I think that might end up becoming the norm. And if it doesn't, I think people need to push really hard for it. There are so many jobs that make you leave the house and go to an office that you do not need to be leaving the house and going to an office.
Even if it's like
and
not
it's cheaper
every day
to work from home.
Even if it's not like every day, like working from home 2 days a week sounds cool.
Yeah, like even if it's just like, okay, my job is I file the taxes for this big company. Do I need to be sitting in an office to do this, or can I be in my room at home where I can just do that. I don't know. Like I don't think I think a lot of people are going to realize that it's not quite as necessary for their employer to be like looking over them like a hawk as much as we kind of established in American work culture. And I think another big part of it's going to be like, when it's been 2 years COVID's been going on, how many times have you gotten sick during those 2 years? I got sick with the cold once. I used to have yearly like flus. Like the flu would just hit me once a year. Like around Christmas, I just get sick, and that was just a thing that happened every single year. And it was just something I got used to. It's like, oh, it's Christmas. Better look forward to getting sick pretty soon. It's gonna happen. It's flu season. I haven't been sick. I've been
Damn,
sick one
anti-vaxxer didn't get the flu shot? What the fuck?
Yeah, actually, the flu shot thing is serious. I'm hoping that more people are now going to be on top of taking flu shots. I will be, probably in the future.
Dude, I was a pretty big anti-vaxxer back in the day. When I was like 16, I didn't take what was the swine flu one, H1N1, because I heard there was like a bad batch, and then I didn't get the shot.
Yeah. How much do you think, like in hindsight, how much do you think that about that bad batch of vaccines thing was actually true?
I don't even know. I that's like what I remember. Was that even a news story or anything? Because I have no idea.
I don't remember. Swine flu was a thing when I was in elementary school.
Yeah, I think I was in middle school.
Yeah, you would have been like 13 or 14, or
yeah,
you'd have been younger. You'd have been 12, probably. But yeah, I was in elementary school, maybe 4th or 3rd grade. Yeah, I remember swine flu being a thing. I think I did not take COVID seriously in the beginning. I don't think anybody did. I don't think
I was watching the Medicare streams. I knew. I fucking knew.
You knew it was gonna blow.
Dude,
I did not think it was gonna be a big
streaming
deal.
in like January. He's like, get your toilet paper now.
Really, I would not expect. I wouldn't expect Medicare to take COVID seriously.
Dude, because he was looking at all the stuff that was happening in like China earlier, like I think in December or whatever, and he's like, this is going to be the big one. I think he did like 10 streams or something, and everyone was like, oh, you're fucking crazy. But I remember when I was at fucking work that day, and they're like, I think we're going to probably like transition to working from home next week. And everyone's like, really? Are you sure? And then I saw like a group of fucking people in like hazmat suits go to clean down the one of the conference rooms, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And they said, we're leaving today.
Yeah, I didn't take it as seriously when I heard about it, because the mainstream media has overblown a lot of disease in the past. There was a while where we thought Ebola and bird flu were going to be like these Spanish flu level pandemics, and they just never really ended up turning out that way. And so I think it's almost been like a boy who cried wolf situation so many times that a lot of people didn't take it quite as seriously. But I think after a month, that was when it was like, okay, this is not slowing down. We're getting a lot of cases here in America. The data is showing this is really infectious, and this has like a surprisingly high death rate for like, we're not talking cold level of death rate. This isn't just like a harsher version of the flu or the cold. This is a pandemic tier disease, and that's when I started to take it seriously, like after a month. But I remember even Vosh was like, nah, there's been like one case. I've had people say they don't want to come to Seattle because there's been one case here. So we're talking like one case in a couple of American cities.
Yeah, I remember around this time, yeah.
Yeah, I remember like not even like Vosh took it very seriously.
I heard like, oh, the first cases come to New York, guys, or whatever.
Yeah.
That feels like fucking yesterday.
It does, but it also feels like so long ago at the same time. That's the weird thing about doing YouTube. I get nostalgic for times, like just the old days sometimes, like there's some certain time, like you never learn to appreciate the times of your life during the moment, right? Like back in 2018, when my channel had 100 subscribers and I was just streaming Fortnite and Minecraft with my friends, I hated those days at the time because I was like, God, I wish my channel was growing, yada, yada. Those were some of the most fun times of my life. I didn't have much to worry about work-wise. I just, it wasn't an issue. I could just play Fortnite with my friends all day. Most of the people I hung out with back then, I don't even talk to anymore. Don't play that game anymore. The game's changed a lot, so it's not like you can go back to that game and kind of experience the nostalgia. You just don't even like... you don't appreciate times that you're going to look back on nostalgically as they're happening, and I think that's sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unless it's like hanging out with friends or something that you don't get to do often. Like I imagine you knew when you did like the canceled VidCon thing. I imagine you knew like, okay, this is going to be a day that I'm going to look back on for a while, you know. But other than that, like if it's a time in your life, like I don't think a lot of people realize that you might look back at this time as being really nostalgic and wishing you could go back and appreciate it again.
Dude, you know what I was starting to think of? It's like you never know when it's like the last time you're gonna talk to somebody.
Yeah, holy shit. Like that's very true. I don't think like the Etika thing. I'm not gonna like get super into it, but like who thought that Etika's last like because he was playing on 2B2T right before all that happened. I watched his last live stream live. Who could have thought that would be his last live stream? Nobody. Like nobody was expecting that. That's a really jarring thought. That's a really jarring. Grant Thompson. Do you know who he is? The guy.
Yeah.
One day he was uploading banger YouTube videos where he was making homemade like metal forges and all that, and the next day we find out he died in a paramotoring accident.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Like one of the Shot from the Point hosts on Tommy's show was like tweeting about his album, and I literally found out he passed away today. Like this guy was tweeting yesterday. It's crazy.
How many of your classmates have died from back when you were in school?
None. I want to say none.
I've got one so far.
Actually, no, one did die. Yeah, you're right. Not you're
Yeah.
right, but like, yeah, same.
That's when you start to feel old. Is when when your friends from school start dying. I remember I was 18, and it was back when I had first started my YouTube channel. I got news that one of my swim teammates that I was fairly close to died
Welcome
in
to
a
capitalism,
drunk
my dude.
driving accident with her boyfriend.
Oh my god.
Her boyfriend was driving, and they wrecked they were in a Jeep, and it flipped, I think, about 4 or 5 times. It was like a really bad accident, and she died instantly, and it was like right outside of where I live, like not like really close to where I live. So like I would go by that road a lot, and I'd be like, well, there's my my friend's memorial right there on the side of the road with flowers on it and everything.
Jesus.
Did the boyfriend die? He survived, and I imagine he's probably going to be traumatized for the rest of his life. That's a really sad story. Like if you're like in a car with like your significant other and you get into an accident, only one of you survives, the survivor is going to be like traumatized for life. That has got to be such a fucking bad experience.
Jesus. I think I never had a story like that, but I'm totally drawing a blank.
Yeah. That's a sad one. That's like do you compare yourself to your old classmates, like where you are now? Like to
Not
them?
really. It's kind of weird. Cuz like a lot of my I really can't. Like they're all like doing traditional jobs. You know what I mean?
For me, like I feel like this feels so mean to say, but like if I didn't like somebody when I was in school, I always thought you're gonna grow up, you're gonna be pregnant by the time before you have a 20 in front of your age.
Oh my god, I had one of
in front
those and
your
it
age.
actually happened.
Yeah, I always used to say, you are going to be pregnant before there is a 2 in front of your age. You are going to be living in a trailer park for the rest of your life. You are going to be a drug addict. You are going to die of an overdose. You are going to die doing something stupid. That's always like what I would think to myself whenever I like disliked somebody back when I was in school.
Mm-hmm.
And a surprising amount of those predictions turned out true.
Yeah.
An unbelievable amount of. I come from rural Florida. Almost all of those predictions came out true.
Have you ever had anyone from your school get like canceled?
Canceled?
Because I had one person go like viral that I knew from school, and it was like, oh my god, I know this kid. I know like he lives around me. I cannot believe that he's like getting his fucking parents fired from their jobs. There was a guy who right after the BLM protests went on Snapchat, posted a picture with his new rifle, and said, "I hope the looters come for me."
Oh, yep, that'll do it.
That guy got fucking dragged, bro. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I tweeted it out laughing hysterically while he was getting dragged. I hate that fucking kid. But it was so funny, dude. Oh, God.
Yeah, I was almost hoping you were going to bring up an example that I knew about. Like, do you remember that TikTok that released of the couple where they were like, we're going to make a black person, and then it's like cups of water and it says like, and they're like labeled no father, whatever. And their lives were just destroyed following that. I thought maybe it would be them. I thought for a second, like, oh, did he actually go to school with those kids?
Have you ever sniped somebody that you knew IRL like on your timeline before?
like somebody that I've known from real life. Have I
Yeah. Have you ever like taken a swing?
No.
I did that recently.
My Twitter account's brand new and is completely branded with my YouTuber stuff. But I did, like, the people from my school days that I liked, that I was friends with, I have gone and followed them. And I like considered messaging them, being like, "Hey, it's Alex. You remember me, right? I'm a big YouTube guy now. Remember when I said I was going to be a YouTuber for a living?" And you guys were like, "Oh, good luck, buddy." It ended up working out. I haven't really like balls, like, gotten the balls.
Oh,
to,
dude, my account
do
is
that.
my account. So like everyone knows who I am because it's my name. And this was my personal Twitter that now has fucking nearly 40 no, not 40, fucking nearly 34,000 followers. So like
I think
everyone kind of stuck around and I see them like a few tweets, but dude, I had so my ex's friend is this girl that and I always remembered because I didn't get into the college I wanted. I literally had the thing and they still denied me and I was pissed about it. And I remember this girl got into like an Ivy League school, right? And got a great fucking education and passed it and then went to fucking and then became a nurse at a decent hospital. I think it's like the one I was like born at or some shit. Like a local hospital, good hospital, got a great fucking job, great education. And she was protesting a vaccine mandate as a nurse.
Yep.
And I
No,
was like, this motherfucker threw her fucking job away. And I was like, you fucking asshole. So I blurred all her shit out and I made sure you couldn't find the building, made sure you couldn't see like who it was or anything like that. And I'm like, I literally have fucking people who work in medical care with adults who are literally in the fucking demographics. And I'm like, yo, fuck you. And yeah, it was, oh God. I had people from high school messaging me going, I'm glad you didn't put her name in there, but I'm so glad that you called that out.
yeah, I have a somewhat similar story, but it's about a family member, so I don't want to go too
Yeah.
much into it. Actually, my mom's watching the stream right now. Do you mind if I talk about exactly who I'm referencing right now, or is it not good that I bring them up? My mom's actually watching the stream right now. She's been like messaging me on Discord, live reactions to our talk. She's enjoying it. So that's nice.
Hello, Xanderhal's mom.
She's vibing. Anyway, the family member, I won't specify any beyond that, is in the medical field and should abso-fucking-lutely know better than to push the anti-vax, anti-masker, COVID denial shit, and yet she does. And my mom's gotten into a good amount of fights with her on the good old Facebook website. I do not currently exist on because I do not want anything to do with Facebook.
Yo,
Did you know that
bro, I'm not going anywhere near that shit.
Yeah, did you know that Facebook cooperated with I believe it was the Chinese government to ban any dissenting opinion of the government and its officials?
Oh, yeah, I thought we were mad at TikTok. How come we're not mad at Facebook?
We should be mad at Facebook. But this is the problem I have with the people who scream and whine about how these platforms have like a left-wing bias. And it's like, I mean, they kind of do, but also they just have a TOS that's meant to keep things like racism from happening, like, and like medical misinformation from being spread, like objectively bad things. And it just so happens that conservatives tend to engage in those things a little bit more than a lot more than the left does typically. And so you see them get banned more often. And I'm pretty sure it came out recently, like days ago, it leaked that Twitter for a long time has had a severe and very strong like set of protections for specifically conservative figures on the platform for them not to get banned. Yeah,
I didn't see anything about that.
Yeah, they were basically doing affirmative action for conservatives to keep them on the platform because they literally, I think there was also a while ago, they also admitted that if they actually acted on every instance of broken TOS on the platform, there would basically be no conservative figures on it anymore. And so they said they just couldn't.
Well, that's really Twitch. There's no conservatives on Twitch over a certain threshold, with the exception of maybe a few that skirt by. But I don't know how. I don't know.
Although this does result in the
power level.
You do, yeah. And then there's also, although this has resulted in some of the more prominent conservative figures on Twitch being a little bit like being pretty chill people, like Connor Points, or are you aware of him? He's a chill guy, and he's like I wouldn't even call him a conservative, though he tends to identify more with the right. Like he typically takes a more nuanced left wing position on most issues. I'm glad that that's resulted in Twitch filtering out the conservatives that are any type of popular being a bit more on the reasonable side, right? Like we're not having like Alex Jones or Nick Fuentes tier people like having a large platform on Twitch.
I'm gonna be the fucking contrarian opinion to this one, and I'm pretty. I would say my most right leaning thing is on speech. I don't know. I think the way that social media works now, obviously private companies are not like the public space or whatever, and freedom of speech doesn't apply. But I think if you get like fucking Alex Jones, even if he's like objectively shitty with like the Sandy Hook stuff, and even if he does spew nothing but propaganda, I don't like the precedent that it sets to ban people like across every fucking social media site. I think I wish there was like a public space social media site in the middle of it where you can kind of say whatever the fuck you want, but I don't think that would ever fly these days.
Yeah, I guess
I don't think banning entire takes and entire opinions are good, because I think it creates more fringe communities that are going to go to like the 4chans and stuff like that to find their news, and I don't know if that's necessarily the best place to get it.
That is a bad outcome that tends to happen from ostracizing these people, though I think it's more of a social thing than a TOS thing. Like, I think, like, for example, like Nick Fuentes being banned from basically everything does result in his audience going over to whatever, like, minuscule corner of the internet platform where it's a big bubble that they'll never be exposed to new ideas from. That does happen, but at the same time, it's like, how many new fans is Nick Fuentes going to be able to get now that he's not on YouTube, right? Like, and at the same time, like, the reason we have TOS, like, I could take the super extreme bad faith position and say, oh, so you think it's okay that that we just let child porn be on Twitter then? Like, I could easily do that and be a total dickbag. But, like, even, like, let's say hate speech, right? Like, just being really racist, slurs, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we probably don't want YouTube to just be infested with that, right? Like, you
say
Yeah.
it because, like, it's a bad thing, and I agree that it's a bad thing. But my brain goes to advertisers. Like, no, advertisers don't want to put like stuff on ISIS beheading videos, and advertisers don't want to put ads on your video of you calling a black guy the N-word. And I get that to like an extent. Like, obviously there are things that should be banned. I don't think that, like, when you see an entire group of people on like one certain side of the political aisle, I understand they engage with things like misinformation and stuff like that. And I don't see how do I? Oh God! By the way, I'm totally out of my depth here. I'm going to be honest with you. So if I sound like a retard, I know I sound like a retard.
Okay, careful.
Like,
my chat gets mad about that.
Oh
word.
fuck! Sorry. There we go. See, exactly. Totally out of my depth. But when yeah, I don't know. I just. It's bad when it's like the entire side of the political aisle. That's what I'll say.
My chat's currently doing a poll on whether or not you get a pass for that R word, and it looks like you're winning.
Okay.
By about 82%.
Dude,
like
Blacks gave me the pass, bro. It's okay. It's okay.
That's true. That is true. That is
Dude,
true.
here's the thing. I go by... So my slurs are entirely off of what Hassan Piker has said in the last 2 years. So if Hassan Piker has gone on and said that you're R-worded and I'm being ableist because you're fucking R-worded, I think I get to use it a little bit longer, okay?
Yeah, if Hassan has said it in the last 2 years, you can say it and have the defense. That's true. That is true. I used to think for a while Hassan was uncancelable because I noticed that like lefties would never shit on Hassan, like not like they would on me or Vosh or Destiny. Like it just seemed like Hassan. I thought either Hassan was doing a really good job of keeping his nose clean, or something was going on. Like I thought Hassan was uncancelable, and I used to think it was because he was good looking. I thought like, okay, Hassan's too good looking to get canceled, and he is a good looking guy. There's no denying that. But damn, do I stand corrected? The left canceled Hassan over him criticizing Tucker Carlson of all people because of Nicki Minaj. That was a really weird phenomenon. What did you think about that entire situation? If you know about it,
the Nicki Minaj thing. Somebody reached out to me and said that like someone in her family was being charged with a crime, and they think that that's why she did that. That's like a conspiracy theory, but I found it interesting. I think Nicki Minaj's tweet was fucking unhinged, but I think she adequately responded to Hassan. I think it was just like in both instances, it was like the worst person that you know made a good point, I think.
I don't know if Nicki Minaj's point was as good because
not her first point or her second point or anything revolving COVID, but what she said to Hassan was funny.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
That's what
if it's just like if it's just jabs at each other, that's totally I can agree with that. Some dunks are better than others.
And
I
that,
think
but
that
actually, I'll defend that one statement, not as if it's a good statement about COVID, but it was one of the funniest copy pastas of the entire year of like the balls
yeah,
in Trinidad that got
yeah.
fucking enlarged.
Yeah. I can't imagine a single woman that would divorce their husband because he had large balls and was made impotent. I guess the impotence
Well, the
is
impotence,
not
yeah.
being able to fuck. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I thought impotent was like you couldn't have kids. I forgot for a second. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I guess like that story was very ridiculous, and I think there was like I think like the government of Trinidad came out and said that they wasted a ridiculous amount of resources and time
Find the balls.
trying to find the guy who apparently had this happen. Because like if this is an actual like thing that's being talked about, then they have to look, because this could be a serious like problem with the vaccine if it's true, and they could not find him.
Shocked. I don't think he existed. I don't. People were saying it's an STD. I just don't even think. I think she was looking for an excuse, and that's the one she
Yeah.
picked.
Oh, Cheeto, if you're still in chat right now, I think this is actually a good parallel to the conversation we had yesterday about like because we had a bit of like a me. I don't know if you know who Cheeto is. He's got like a bit over
I've heard
100,000
the name.
subs.
Definitely in Augie's chat before.
He's a commentary guy. He does commentary stuff. Me and him had a conversation yesterday. It wasn't a super heated debate or anything like that. It was maybe a little bit spicier than our talk, but not much more. And we were talking about JonTron's vaccine tweets and whether or not they empowered or emboldened anti-vax rhetoric, or if it underlined his if he's like anti-vax. And I was like, okay, so these tweets isolated on their own, maybe not that bad. Maybe not on their own. There's some big problems with them, even in isolation, but maybe not that bad on their own. The problem is, our boy JonTron does have a history of tweeting some weird shit when it comes to political stuff. He said the election was stolen, or like I think earlier this year or late last year, and then there was obviously the whole Destiny situation before that. JonTron just doesn't have a good track record when it comes to his political positions, and that was my main contention with him.
Yeah, I don't know if I really disagree with that. I can't really comment on it further because, again, like I heard a funny story this weekend that I can't really articulate. But I don't know. He's if I base it off of like, what I say about JonTron is that stream he did with Destiny was really fucking racist. I don't know if JonTron's a fucking racist, because I don't know like what JonTron actually thinks about every single thing offline. It's possible the next morning he woke up and disagreed with a lot of the stuff he said in there. His response wasn't very good, but I mean, not everyone's YouTube response initially is. When I see him say other things, I can kind of start to make like and I think a lot of people do this too. I can start to make like a bit of like a spider web at what I think a lot of his other politics can be based off of what he said. But at the end of the day, a lot of speculation. I don't know. I don't think JonTron, if he is some like super secret leftist, has done a good job at showcasing that. And
No.
he's had a lot of sussy opinions, I'd say. I just don't think a lot of his audience really cares, and I think a lot of the people who call him out don't do a good job at it.
Yeah, it's true. I've done a bad job at calling out JonTron in the past too. I think I have a video up on my channel where I talk about him saying the election is fake, and while unarguably JonTron was spreading misinformation and like right-wing propaganda there, maybe my video was fine. Maybe it literally just was, because like most of the comments on any video I've done were like, and it was just that one main one besides the one I uploaded recently, but that one main video I made, the people coming in to defend JonTron, and I promise I'm not over exaggerating here, many of them were actual Nazis who were like saying, based, I'm glad to know JonTron's one of us, or like saying, yeah, JonTron knows about the Jews and what they're up to, or like just dropping like endless amounts of slurs and stuff like that. Like that's my main issue when it comes to people like JonTron. It's not so much what they believe or what their ideas are. My main problem is that they've sort of harbored and allowed people like that to think that he's on their side. And I think that was a very similar criticism I had of PewDiePie, though I know, I'm willing to bet PewDiePie is left wing. I'm willing to bet my balls that PewDiePie is left wing on basically every position. My main criticism of him, as well as JonTron, at the very least, is it's probably not good to leave it ambiguous whether or not you agree with these types of people, and to let them feel like you're one of them. I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, when I see the JonTron situation, I think this is where we're going to disagree again. I think that went fine. I think his video was unhinged. I think it was like a fucking Facebook post that was made by some 50-year-old boomer, and I think it reached out to a lot of people, and gave some pretty negative shit. I also think that people justifiably fucking shit on him in the replies, and I think a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers made content out of it, and a lot of big people from the left have like spent a lot of time commenting on their own timelines about it. And I don't think that JonTron's statement should be, well, at least JonTron's statement. I don't think that JonTron himself should be fucking banned from the internet for that statement. I think that and you could put a medical misinformation sticker under that, like Twitter likes to do. I wouldn't be opposed to that either. I know they were doing that for like election results and stuff like that, and early on with COVID, they're not doing it anymore, I guess, because I don't think the tweet has one. But I don't think that JonTron should be banned or anything like that just for posting something.
No. I don't know if JonTron's in it. Like, the thing about JonTron is, like, so there's a huge difference between, let's say hypothetically Nick Fuentes and JonTron have the exact same politics. Hypothetically, not saying that they do, but let's say we're in a world where that's the case. And JonTron's still making the exact same content and saying the same exact things as he is today. I think JonTron probably in that situation should not be banned, because like JonTron's not uploading right-wing reactionary propaganda to YouTube. He's making gaming videos and he's beloved for it. It's what he's known for. It's what he does. While he does have some pretty shitty opinions on the side, it's like, okay. It's like the Notch thing, right? Where it came out, Notch was like super weird and right-wing and like transphobic and stuff and super pro-Trump and pro-QAnon. It's like, well, he should probably be banned from Twitter, but I don't know if I fully am cool. I don't know how I felt about them removing every reference to Notch from the game. That felt like, I mean, he still made the game, you know? Like, I get that we don't like Notch, but I mean, he made the video game. I don't know. I've heard some people defend it by saying that not like the changes made to the game, it's basically a different game now than when Notch worked on it, because even way before Notch sold Minecraft, he was not
he was
doing
doing
the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'd say probably 80% of the game's content Notch had nothing to do with nowadays, so I guess I get it, but it's also like, yes, he's unhinged and crazy on Twitter. If anything, he should catch a Twitter ban. Don't know how I feel about removing him from all the credits. Do you think he should be
permanently banned for having those opinions? Or do you think that, like...
I don't think anyone should be banned for having an opinion, regardless of what the opinion is.
Even if it's a ban, why does it have to be permanent?
I don't even think it should be permanent in Notch's case. I think that so here's the thing: banning
like illegal activities, like child pornography, is fucking illegal. We can ban the shit out of that, and we could ban those people entirely from the platform. If fucking Notch is a crazy fucking QAnon person, or I don't know, let's take Notch out of the equation. Let's say you have like a fucking family member who's like 60 years old, crazy into QAnon, doesn't know better. The same thing.
That's a situation where you got to work with them. That's family.
Yeah, but like now he's banned from Twitter for life. I don't know. It's just like it's just like this whole getting removed from the social circle as we get more and more online and having no path to redemption. Like, if you're fucking permabanned on Twitter, good luck getting your account back. And good luck being able to successfully ban evade.
I guess the problem is I'm not a big fan of permanent bans, like just outright permanent bans. I think it's a big problem Twitch has in particular, and I think Twitter has I think Twitter and YouTube have the same problem, though I think Twitter needs to focus more on actually banning things that are breaking to us on their platform, because as you may know, I've gotten into quite the amount of drama with the lolicons before, the pedophiles that have their own massive communities on Twitter and they're left unfettered. I think that needs to be top priority of Twitter right now. I know the medical misinformation and the racism is a big thing, but like, Twitter has become renowned to be a safe haven for pedophiles, along with Discord. I think Discord and Twitter need to focus very heavily on the population of pedophiles that are taking residence on their platforms.
With stuff like racism and misinformation, I think we should take a page out of the Grand Theft Auto book. When they stick you in the shitty lobbies filled with cheaters if you cheat in the game for a certain amount of time, and then once you're clean, they let you be around the regular people again.
That could be interesting. I think that would be a method that could be
all the fucking racist people and homophobic people or whatever.
Yeah.
Spend like
we don't do this with the pedophiles. The pedophiles, I think probably deserve the bans. I think we agree with that. But like, if we're talking like you're a shit posting 15-year-old that likes to post racist stuff to Twitter, like I think maybe putting you like in a lever buster queue type thing where it's like your tweets are only appearing to people who are also flagged with this, and maybe it's on a timed thing. I don't like the lifetime bans because I think that many people who like let's say John Tron gets banned from Twitter today, or let's say Notch gets banned from Twitter today, and 10 years from now he's like realize that he was wrong and he's a progressive now, or he's just not a racist, he's just like middle of the aisle, he's not problematic anymore. What's the point of keeping that person banned? There's no reason for them to be. And I think a lot of these platforms unironically do go with the my way or the highway thing, and even if you come back and you're reformed, they're not going to let you back in. And that I don't like. I don't believe that anybody, because they used to be bad politically, should have that held to them forever. I mean, obviously we've got like the cases with like Hunter Avalon. A lot of people get really fucking pissed about him because he used to be a reactionary. And honestly, Hunter Avalon's one of the nicest people I've ever interacted with. And he is like, I have so much respect for Hunter because he killed his channel to remain consistent and honest about his beliefs. Like, he would still be doing pretty well if he was making the content he used to. His channel's taken a massive hit from him deleting all of those old videos and changing his politics to such a great degree, and as the type of content he makes. He's suffered for it, and yet he still keeps doing it. And that's something I've got a lot of respect for. When it comes to banning things like racism and sexism and whatnot, I am a bit more... I don't like people being banned for jokes. If it's very obviously a joke, I don't like when people get canceled for it, and I don't like when people get banned for it. I'll defend them if it's very obviously a joke and they're not serious and there's no actual malicious motivations behind it. You'll probably see me defending them, right? Mm-hmm. I guess the main concern is there's obviously advertisements. Like, if we just allow like slurs and racism and homophobia and whatnot on YouTube, advertisers are you're just not going to be able to make a job out of YouTube anymore. The advertisers aren't going to support it enough.
Well, I mean, at the same time, I'm not saying we can't demonetize their channels. If people are going to post videos just like shitting on like black people and stuff, I mean, we don't have to promote that video into the algorithm.
Well, the thing is, that doesn't necessarily always work, right? So, for example, a lot of the reactionary types have mastered making sure their videos get monetized, right? Like, there's the methods we talked about earlier, like blurring.
No, I'm talking channel-wide. Like, they can be...
Oh, channel-wide demonetization?
Yeah, like, you can fucking damage the shit out of their channel. I just don't think that people should be banned permanently without a path to redemption on something that has become so integral to our lives. Like, social media is fucking integral. And there's no way to manage that. Like, again, I'm not trying to make excuses for people who are
I'm on board with you
and stuff like that. But like, you're getting banned in 2012 or whatever, and you can't have an account in 2040.
Yeah, that is a problem, and I completely agree, and I'm on board with you with that. Another interesting thing is payment processors denying service. That is that I'm not going to lose my mind over it.
That shouldn't happen. The bank shouldn't be able to control that kind of shit, dude. Again, like, say what you like about Dick Masterson.
There's also a slippery slope too, because like, so to be clear, I know the slippery slope is a fallacy, but there are cases where it's realistic, right? Like, if we start allowing, say, for example, like lolly porn, we don't know what kind of outcomes that could have. Like, if we want to go back to like the pedophiles on Twitter, right? But, like, that's probably not a thing you want to normalize, because that could legitimately be a pretty problematic slippery slope problem. Like, for example, a lot of these banks and payment processors, they deny they deny sex workers their services. Like, if you're like an OnlyFans girl, a lot of like PayPal won't accept your doesn't accept.
Yeah, PayPal's not on OnlyFans.
Yeah, they won't allow, like, there's examples of left-wing related things. I think sex work is broadly left-wing generally. Like, I think the left is typically more on board with sex work. Where like the left suffers because of this, but I also don't know. If you want, like, this is also a thing with Twitter and YouTube. I don't know if we want to make it so that companies don't have freedom of speech also, basically.
I don't
like,
think
the idea
that fucking
behind
American Express can, like, they shouldn't be able to fucking look at your political shit and then tell you that we're not going to accept your money. I fully reject that, dude. When I
what
see
about
shit,
crimes? What about crimes? Do you think criminals should be denied service by payment
I don't think
processors?
they should be denied service from a payment processor.
Okay.
No, I think it should be like a fucking right to have that. Again, like, that's like, dude, no. When I saw what happened with, like, who was it? So, dude, they told Dick Masterson, you don't like being on Patreon? You can't be on Patreon. You got banned from Patreon. Go make your own Patreon. And then he fucking did. And then they still took that shit. because
Yeah,
he
that's
couldn't work through. Like, dude, I'm sorry, bro. If you tell me to go make my own fucking Twitter and I make my own Twitter and then you take it away from me, that's unhinged, bro. I can't do it. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know.
I think with that it does depend. Like obviously there was the instance I brought up earlier where it might not have been Telegram. It might have been, I don't know. Where there was like a big problem with like, because like a lot of these platforms would like put themselves up as being these super pro free speech platforms, and that then ends up attracting a lot of really weird people. It was Gab. Yeah, I think it was Gab that had a huge pedophile problem, like a big child porn problem on the platform. That seems to
Wait,
be an
there's
outcome.
no way. How did Gab have a child porn problem? Porn's literally banned.
I think people were posting it and it was just staying up for way
So
too
they
long.
kept child porn, but they didn't keep regular porn?
I think it just managed to slip by. Kind of like the naked yoga on YouTube, only I think YouTube's way more aware of the naked yoga than yeah, like the how do you feel about the naked yoga stuff? That's actually an interesting one.
I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as the breastfeeding videos. Because
The breastfeeding videos are weird. For those who don't
people
know,
were making them like it's not weird to breastfeed, but it's weird when they did it like that intentionally to be sexual.
so there were these channels that were for those that don't know, there were these channels that we would call breastfeeding channels basically, and there were these women that were not just breastfeeding their baby in a video like that's kind of odd, but I kind of can get it. Like, okay, the baby needs to eat. Like, okay, cool, that's fine, right? But then there was these videos that was sexualizing it to a degree that was very uncomfortable. A lot of these figures also had like OnlyFans accounts linked in the bios of the videos. And oh, it was Parlor. Ah, okay, it wasn't Gab. Sorry, I correct myself. Lonnie, let me know. It was actually Parlor, not Gab, that ended up having the child porn problem. They all have like very similar sounding names. They're always like really dumb. I don't know. Yeah, these videos, these breastfeeding channels would have like really sexualized videos of like of them breastfeeding, and they were like really it was odd. And a lot of people took issue with it, not because they were sexualizing themselves, but because they were involving their baby in their self-sexualization. It wasn't just like, oh, this baby needs to eat, and people are getting mad because this lady's breastfeeding her baby on the subway. It was like these women were uploading videos of them sexualizing themselves while breastfeeding, and the baby's obviously involved, and that's probably not okay. It's definitely not okay.
Yeah. That's definitely the worser of the two. Naked yoga, you know what? That makes all right. So I think when we're talking about like actual racist content on platforms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, these platforms aren't okay with like pornography because payment processors aren't okay with pornography. So how come advertisers are on YouTube when naked yoga is on YouTube?
I think it's just because it hasn't been made a big enough deal about yet. Back before the adpocalypse, there was plenty of objectionable content on the platform. And I think most of the advertisers really don't care. I think
if it gets pushed down far enough and it's super niche and shit, like you don't actually see it every day.
It's never going to be a problem. That's the thing. I don't even think the advertisers themselves are what are the real problem when it comes to like pulling ads. The reason advertisers pull ads is because they don't want their brand associated with a bad thing. They don't like the look of I don't know, insert any brand. Let's say fucking Chevy, right? Let's say the new a Chevy ad, like for the cars, appears before like a Nick Fuentes segment about the Jewish question. The company's going to be worried about what people are going to think of that, and that's what makes them pull their ads. Like, okay, YouTube, if you're going to have this stuff on your platform, we can't have our ads there because it's going to make us look bad. And then at the same time, YouTube's got the motivation of, okay, well, this content also makes us look bad, and so that also motivates YouTube to be as aggressive as they are, though I would argue in some cases not aggressive enough. I'm not in favor of endless bans, but there are cases where it's like, if YouTube's going to have their TOS and they're going to be banning people for breaking rules, they need to be consistent and they need to be correct. I don't like that it's all done by robots and you're getting like these constant false strikes like Teleport and me and I mean there's a list of people who've gotten false striked.
Dude,
yeah.
actually, you know what? Fuck it. No, I don't agree with that one either. I think that we're at a significant benefit right now. at least like the commentary community. I think I'm in a significant benefit by having a vague TOS, and I think that right now.
Oh no, not vague. Not the TOS. I don't think is vague. I think the application of it is unfair. I
Oh
think
yeah,
that
I agree
YouTube,
with that. But I think
yeah,
the application is provoked by media in a lot of situations, and I think they think of impact more than they think of offense. And I think that
okay, yeah,
helps
yeah.
people like me. And you know what? Honestly, I think at some point it's going to get to like the Twitch standard where you can't have a drama community because talking about people is going to be too far over. Like I don't think.
God, that's fucked. I don't like that.
I
I
think
hate that
that's
about
where
Twitch.
we've been going for a really long period of time, and I think this vague TOS enables us to like do it, like what we're doing right now. Because I think at the end of the day, if YouTube gave like a strict, like you're gonna get banned for this, and then actually banned everybody who fucking did that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would like those terms.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I think if YouTube got like to that degree, I don't like the whole you're not. One thing I really don't like about Twitch is that like you are banned as a person from Twitch. So like, let's say, like back when Vosh was banned from Twitch and I dual streamed to Twitch and YouTube. It was like, well, I'm playing a game with Vosh, or I'm having Vosh on stream. Can't stream on Twitch today, just because I can't even show a clip or a picture or a meme
People were
or
afraid
mention.
of using the Doctor Disrespect skin in a video game.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the Doctor Disrespect thing. I thought we would have gotten an answer by now. What the fuck happened?
I heard a rumor that he was like threatening to sign a deal with Mixer, and then they got mad because like it turned out Mixer just went under, and he was just bullshitting for a higher contract. But I don't know if that's true.
Why would I'm so surprised that never got made public. I thought when
Well, Slasher's gone. I don't know where the fuck he went, so we're not gonna hear.
Oh, he followed me on Twitter. I was like, bro, Slasher followed me, dope. And then now he's fucking. He said that he knew, but I think he might have been lying. I don't know. I don't know if he knew. I think he might have. I think what he probably thought was, I'm a pretty big deal. I'm probably going to know sooner than most people will. I'm going to go ahead and bluff and say I know what it is. And once I actually get clued in onto it, then I'm going to make it public. I think that's probably what his motivations were. And he just kind of assumed he was going to find out really soon. And so he decided to go with the bluff because he thought it'd be a safe move. And I don't think it worked out for him. I think that's probably what happened with all that because he claimed he knew.
Oh, and by the way, because I got a tweet about it, I just want to be clear, because when we were talking about before, I'm not like in favor of people getting fucking demonetized on YouTube. I think that's kind of shitty. But at the end of the day, if there was an opportunity to ensure platforming and to like not have people permanently banned and offer a way of redemption to get their platform back, I think it's a small price to pay. I think it's the lesser of two evils because you can make money other ways. I think the way through like payment processors should always be open in some capacity. Now I don't know if that means like PayPal, but I mean like American Express, Visa, MasterCard.
You
like,
can't. I don't think anybody should be at a point where they just don't have the ability to pay their bills because they just can't. Like they don't like because a lot of like or you can't even if you have a normal job now. It's like, all right, what bank would you like to have us direct deposit to?
Like if the compromise
No,
was
like,
when they're going to terminate your channel, instead of terminating your channel, like let's say like no illegal shit, obviously you're just being a dick or something, and you're just doing something that's too far over the TOS, that's not bordering on like illegality, and they go, all right, well we're not going to remove you from YouTube. What we're going to do is we're going to like just we're not going to allow you back in the partner program, or you're banned from the partner program for something steep like 5 years. If that's the alternative to getting permanently yeeted off the internet forever. In a time where it's like important that we have these platforms and that like it's integral for at least what I do for a living at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the lesser of two. You can always make money different ways if you have access to payment processors. So I think that would be a good compromise if we have to like compromise.
Yeah, I mean the ideal world, like I want to make it very clear, the ideal world is like nobody's breaking TOS and nobody's getting banned and we're all living in like complete harmony. I guess the main concern is that I don't like ideologically speaking, I don't want there to be a very easy method through which people can be exposed to like really bad ideas or misinformation, right?
And but simultaneously, isn't your job kind of to combat misinformation?
Exactly. It's kind of like no, every left-wing political channel got hit really hard and bad by Trump getting voted out of office.
But when somebody
just
goes online and
like
lies about me, and it can hurt my brand and my bottom line, I don't want that person banned. I want to shit on that person. Like when we have these prominent lefty figures who are debunking this stuff, like I'm talking about in terms of like John Tron's shitty tweet. I mean, I think that there's a checks and balancing act there, and we don't have to employ like, I don't know, complete removal of these people.
Ideally, there would be a checks and balancing system. I don't think that like left-wing content creators that respond to like the instances that we're talking about here of like what would be considered a break in TOS, I don't think that acts effectively enough as a way of like an organic way for the community to check and balance like bad ideas. You know, like ideally,
but if it's partnered with a medical misinformation sign, I think it is.
That helps, but at the same time, I feel like the types of people that I in particular rail against, I feel like their beliefs have strung so far away out of like this plane of existence that doesn't really do anything anymore. I know that's not everybody who may be impartial to those ideas, but like for example, really popular talking point right now on part of the anti-mask and anti-vax people is that there are small organisms living inside the vaccines and the masks. There was a really popular Twitter post that went viral of a guy who was showing like what looked like a tiny little black worm sort of wriggling around in a mask, saying these are what you're inhaling whenever you're using a mask. And it turned out what it actually was is that the fibers used inside of those like blue sort of weird cloth masks that everybody wears, like the really common ones that you've probably worn even before the pandemic or seen before the pandemic, the little fibers inside of them, when they get wet, it's a weave of multiple different fibers, and one of the fibers in that weave turns black when it gets wet and then starts restricting and contracting when it's heated up and moisturized. So the moistness from your breath and the heat from your mouth causes those particular fibers to turn black, or like you have to really look at it close to see it. Like the video is from a microscope to see it like wriggling around, and it's literally just like what the fiber is meant to do. And then there's also the talking point that there's like little octopus creatures in the vaccine. Don't know where that's from, but it's gotten pretty popular. You've been seeing people say that a lot. I just don't feel like those types of people, I don't think a medical misinformation warning is going to stop that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, what are we stopping? So like when we're talking about this, like if you want to like spread that information and stuff like that, and people can have the ability to like dispute that information as such, do you think that person, like their word is so damaging potentially to such a large group of people that they shouldn't have a platform if they repeatedly do that?
I guess it depends, right? Like, for example, it depends on how seriously that person is taken, right? Like, you would think nobody's born believing that vaccines cause autism or they have little spiders or octopuses inside them or whatever. No one's born that way. This is propaganda that's spread by individuals with large platforms. Like we've seen the rise in conspiracy theories or conspiracy theory belief among like the population kind of coincides directly with the rise in popularity of Alex Jones and David Icke and those types of conspiracy theorist figures. Now, whether or not it's a good or a bad thing is completely subjective based on who believes those things or not. But if you're on the side of like, it's probably not good that people believe in batshit and insane stuff like this, you'd probably lean more on the position that, well, fuck, do I want these massive platforms that have such good discoverability that are like so commonly used by young people that are, whether they realize it or not, out there looking for something to believe in. It doesn't have to be politics, some community to be a part of, something to believe in, something to push for. Do you really want that type of content that's so influential, objectively speaking? You can look at their views when they were on YouTube. Like, do you really want that to be what they're likely to stumble upon and be motivated or influenced by? I don't know. It's a hard line because
it's just, I don't know. I believe in like a system of checks and balances. I think that people are allowed to be dumb, and I think people are allowed to be misinformed. And even if they misinform others, I think it's our job to correct those people and do the best we can try to break through like the barrier and try to get these people like the information that they need to actually understand the situation fully. I think that there are people who do it maliciously with the intention to fuck with people, and I think that's a bit different. But I don't know if like simply existing is like. So, all right, as a YouTuber, I hate misinformation, right? Mm-hmm. I think I'm Alex, what he did to Slaza was fucking terrible. And I almost think Alex is malicious. But I don't think Alex should be banned. And I don't think Alex should not have access to his payment processors. And I don't think Alex should be unemployable in the future. But do I think that he should be hanging out with KSI? Well, I think KSI is kind of fucking weird to be hanging out with Alex after that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. That's this is the issue. Is it's like I don't want there to be a super strict like TOS that bans like basically anyone who skirts the line, because let's be real here. Eventually, if we set that precedent, it's going to affect left-wing content creators too. It's in YouTube's best interest to basically ban politics and keep it all like, if YouTube wanted to, I feel like that their highest revenue would come from just literally just like the kids videos, you know, those what's that one channel that's blowing up, Coco Melon? Like if YouTube was just that, I feel like they'd probably be making a higher profit. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think when, like, our impacts, you, me, commentary politics, I think that we're like the fucking we're like the zit on the ass of YouTube. I don't think if they just nuked our entire fields, if they just turned around one day and said, you know what, Xanderhal, no more fucking politics, and they turned around and said, hey Nick, you know what, no more talking about people, I don't think it would impact their bottom line even in like a meaningful way.
Not even slightly. No, not even slightly. I especially think that we're going to see a lot less attention by YouTube paid on English-speaking parts of the platform, more so to parts of the platform that aren't English-speaking. We're seeing countries like Myanmar and particularly India, and also I think China as well, although it's not quite as exacerbated there due to the government's Great Firewall of China type stuff and how like restricted YouTube is there. I think you're going to see a lot more effort on the part of YouTube put into moderating and adding features to parts of the platform that are speaking languages for countries that have large populations that are just now getting good access to the internet. You know, like India only within the last like half a decade, I think, has gotten really reliable, like broad access to the internet and devices to use it on, and it's only going to expand from there as phones there get cheaper and more available, and internet gets cheaper there and more available and stronger and faster. That was how T-Series like rose above PewDiePie, remember? Like that's going to happen, I think, and you're going to see non-English speaking sections of YouTube get a lot more preference, just broadly, because there's a higher population on there.
By the way, Cherry asked a good question in chat. Xanderhal asks Nick if he thinks that Shane Dawson, for example, should be deplatformed. And my answer to that is no. I think Shane Dawson got canceled for a lot of ridiculous, over-the-top, edgy, and in some cases deplorable jokes he's made over the last decade. But I think that Lion Maker should be banned because he's like an actual convicted pedophile.
Yeah,
I've actually
about it
several times to banning Lion Maker's account. So as I sit here and I talk about platforming, every time Lion Maker's been unbanned, which was twice, I've immediately contacted the correct people, and he's been banned in like 24 hours. So
I'm glad that we're like we see eye to eye on like some people certainly do need to be banned, and I'm glad we see eye to eye on. I can't really think of any right-wing figure that deserves a lifetime ban. Maybe from like YouTube, like from any platform, like maybe Alex Jones.
The closest I get is Mouthy Buddha, who's like the gas chambers. Or I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna finish that because we're on Twitch. But like, I don't even know. I don't even know what him, dude. Mouthy Buddha posted a whole thing, and he's like, I can't stop myself from fucking going to grocery stores and seeing a black guy behind the counter and wondering what his IQ is. And I'm like, holy shit, dude.
He does talk exactly like that too. That's actually a really good impression.
But he made the most racist fucking video I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, okay? Oh, God.
Yeah, he Mouthy Buddha was that was one of the big ones. His early content was very well respected. He wasn't very mask off at all, and he was one of those people that if you called him racist or you called him homophobic or transphobic or anything like that, you would have a dog pile of people calling you crazy SJW back in the game.
Led by Bunty King.
I now I'm being accused of being alt-right by Bunty King. That's a funny one.
Yeah, literally the guy who went on Destiny's stream to defend the JQ video that he never even watched. Like, holy shit, dude. How could you be so fucking tone deaf, bro? Oh my god.
Did you guys know that Bunty King, notorious like anti-SJW, I'm gonna go ahead and say grifter from back in the Gamergate days, is now like a super woke scoldy SJW type who literally accused me of being part of the alt-right rabbit hole like a month ago or something, maybe 2 months ago. That's a funny one. Yeah, I don't even think Mouthy Buddha deserves a lifetime ban as long as there's some like good faith. Like I feel like if you're like any type of YouTuber and YouTube drops the ban hammer on you, there should be some recourse to like get back. Like for them to be like, all right, write us an email after this amount of time, explain what you did wrong, explain and give them another chance. Maybe now they're cool. I know that's actually what League of Legends did with Tyler One. Tyler One, I think, got banned from League of Legends, the game, for his like stream toxicity because he was such a toxic player. And then like he was banned from League for a long time, so he just played a bunch of other games. And then he sort of like did this whole like I'm reformed thing now on stream, and then they unbanned him. And to be fair, he's nowhere near as toxic as he used to be. He still yells and gets angry, but he doesn't like really go hard to a degree that was maybe a little too far. Like I think he used to threaten to dox people or something like that, or used to say I'd fucking kill you or something like that. I think that was the thing he used to do or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he stopped doing that and he reformed and they let him back. And I think that's something that every platform should allow. Not big on the banning by payment processors. I don't think that Alex Jones, once he's been banned from every social media platform under the sun, when he goes out and he tries to get a job at Walgreens and like, okay, what's your routing number? Where are we direct depositing your pay? That you should just be like, so about that.
Yeah, imagine it's just like, all right, so you're fucked so beyond belief that you can't be hired in like a legitimate job. Like you're a fucking convicted felon or something like that. You can't use a payment processor to make money online. You don't have any website. You're allowed to be on DLive. That's it. You get DLive, not even Trovo. Trovo banned you too.
Not even DLive. Didn't Nick Fuentes get banned from DLive?
Yeah, dude. I think what are we on now? Cozy TV.
His Cozy
he literally
TV,
made it his own platform, which I'm sure he'll have fucking payment processor problems within a year. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's like there is actually a way to financially ruin somebody.
Yeah,
and again, like not to quote fucking Dave Chappelle here after we talked about Dave Chappelle, but to take someone's fucking like livelihood away from them is like tantamount to like killing them. And I don't know if that's entirely true in all circumstances, but if you're going to hold somebody from making money, hold someone from being employed, hold someone from being available in the public space in an increasingly online world, I mean, at that point, why not just fucking kill them?
Whew, Jesus, that essentially.
What else is it? What else is it? Yeah. Like at that point, like how much?
If you can't make money or work a normal job,
you can't make money. You can't be in the public space, and you can't like have a job.
You're more or less dead to the world.
What can you fucking do?
Yeah. That is a valid argument. I don't think there's any argument against that. Like if you're at that point where it's you can't even have like a debit card or a credit card or a bank for your real job, like your normal job now that you have, because every platform's banned you to like direct deposit to, and now you can't afford to feed yourself. Like yeah, you're basically killing them. But and while I do agree that's too excessive, I don't think we have any disagreement there. I do. And maybe this is just an ideological thing that we will probably disagree with, and that's fine. I don't think that's like a groundbreaking disagreement. Mm-hmm. I guess the main concern is like I'm not the biggest fan of the idea of people who knowingly spread. I think Alex Jones knowingly spreads a lot of the misinformation he spreads. The guy like his supplements and his he sells basically the modern day equivalent of Magic Beans with his supplements and his merch. He's got like 50 Rolexes and he tried to claim he was playing a character. And just trolling when he was.
What about all those
people
who sell like?
Untrue.
You could still go to the store and buy like healing crystals because Jupiter's in fucking retrograde. You know.
Yeah. I'm not
he's not the only guy to do anything like that. And again, I think the supplements are bullshit.
I guess I don't like the idea of that kind of stuff. I don't think that right now, with how many people are actually on board with all that stuff, that we're going to have an effective checks and balances system done. You know, if Nick Fuentes is on YouTube right now, I think, and he'd been on YouTube this whole time and had never been banned, I think he'd probably be one of the largest political content creators there is if YouTube just didn't have a TOS to block him. I think he'd have an unbelievable amount of support. I think he would be I think he'd be having
what is your stance on
rallies
Jim?
outside.
So
Jim?
Yeah, well, Jim's a prominent right-leaning figure, I would say. When he goes live, he's usually like the biggest stream on the site. Like 25,000 people come watch him, and I'm sure he's like had, I don't know, stances that you disagree with the exception of probably COVID. So do you think that
much about Jim though? He donated
really you're missing
$15 to me once, I think. That was nice. Hey, Van Dyer, thanks for the raid and the people coming on. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know enough about Medicare. I know he donated to me once and he watched one of my streams when I was making fun of Tim Pool. I doubt he likes my content much, despite the donation. I think he was just kind of like memeing around, probably. I know that he's certainly right-leaning, and I've heard some bad things about him, but I just don't actually know enough about him to be like, yep, he should be banned. I know he's made some pretty good videos on figures like Wings of Redemption. I watched his video on Wings of Redemption. Oh, no. I didn't watch his video on Rings of Redemption. I watched the episode of PKA he was on where he basically was mostly asking about wings because he was preparing to make his wings video. That's what I watched. I just don't know enough about Jim. But for a figure that we both know well about, like, I think Alex Jones should have the right to come back to YouTube one day if he changes. You know, like if he's just like, all right, I'm reformed, can I come back? I think YouTube should be like, all right, I'm a chance.
I think with Alex Jones is, you'll never get me on that one. I think the guy's too fucking funny. I think he has a huge detriment, and I feel for the Sandy Hook families. I genuinely do. But turning the fucking frogs gay is hilarious.
That is a good meme. I mean, obviously, I literally have a magnet on my fridge right now from Internet Comment Etiquette that says Obama turned my frog gay.
Have you ever seen the intro? And you probably hate this video, but Turkey Tom's Alex Jones video.
Yeah, I think I covered it. I think it's how the Dark Viper AU thing happened. Or no, that was a different thing. No, yeah, but I've seen the video.
The intro to that video where he's playing that song and it's just Alex Jones screaming at the top of his lungs like he's in a death battle and that fucking Hillary Clinton is coming for him and all that shit. It's so fucking funny. I wish he was satire. I wish he was known as satire. I wish he was like the SNL of fucking right-wing politics.
I think Alex Jones is hilarious. I think Alex Jones memes and basically everything about him, except for when it gets serious, is just hilarious. I think the supplements are funny. I don't care that he's scamming like right wingers that are buying his supplement. I mean, if you're like, he's not technically not scamming them, I guess you could say, because I mean he's just selling pills and the ingredients are on the bottle. If people are dumb enough to fall for it, I guess
it's the same thing as those fucking crystals, dude. It's like,
yeah, I mean,
if you get it in your head, these are acting as placebos. Like if it's working for you, then that's just like it's a mind over matter thing.
That's true. There's an argument you can make that the placebo effect is a thing that you could commodify and would be in your right to sell if it's actually helping people and they think it's helping them. I think the main concern with Alex Jones is I don't care about his crazy conspiracy like chemtrails and cloud people or whatever. My main concern with Alex Jones are things like the Sandy Hook thing. Like when you're rallying people to mass harass these, like the parents of Sandy Hook shooting victims, and because his audience went hard against those people, like those parents that had dead kids endured so much harassment. It was ridiculous.
Like, fucking terrible.
Like, and he's done that several times. He's claimed multiple shootings are false flags. When it's stuff like that, it's like, well, yeah, it would be ideal if we could if it just everybody was just dunking on this guy, and the way we dealt with people instead of banning them was just the Onision way. Onision's not banned from YouTube, but he's effectively been banned from YouTube because everybody has come to the agreement that what he's done is so fucked up that he's effectively lost all support. I think the Onision situation is a perfect example of the YouTube community holding someone in check. He's effectively been destroyed just because of people holding him to account for his actions. And you could call that cancel culture, but regardless, I think it's probably a good thing with Onision.
I actually really think YouTube did a good thing by not caving and banning him after there was a documentary made.
You think so?
I think the fact of the matter is he's not much of a danger to anybody at this point in time.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Yeah, I don't think he's an inherent danger to a lot of people at this moment. I think he's been the perfect example of someone who's been completely shunned for the things that he did do, and then and I think the people have tried to like keep in check for the things that he didn't do, and I think we've done a good job with Chris Hansen, who came to grift off that situation.
Yeah, so we did a good job with Chris Hansen, and there are creators who are just so objectively bad that we all come to the basically the entire platform comes to the conclusion that this person's a piece of shit and they ought to be relentlessly shit on for it. And there are cases where the community has worked as a checks and balance system for creators. My main issue is that I don't think that would happen for someone like Alex Jones. I don't think we'd have an Onision situation with Alex Jones. I think that Alex Jones would. For one, there are a lot of actual Alex Jones fans. I've seen InfoWars bumper stickers in real life, which is just bizarre, especially back in Florida. Not here in California, but back in Florida. I saw InfoWars bumper stickers. I've seen that kind of shit taken seriously. There are people who would you know, discover and believe in the things Alex Jones pushes if he was given the platform to continue to be discovered by new people. But my main concern is like there are some things that I don't think I'll ever be able to be moved on. Like, this person should be banned for this. If you're, for example, like, I think the Alex Jones, the Sandy Hook thing, I think that's probably the most justifiable ban you can bring up. Like, you're literally encouraging your audience to go harass the parents of dead kids that were killed in the shooting that you're claiming is fake.
I
like,
see a lot of people who enter debates and stuff like that. They don't concede on obvious points. I don't think anyone's going to argue that like what Alex Jones did with the fucking Sandy Hook kids is something that should be like defended. Yeah, that's objectively terrible. I don't care if he's in like psychosis or whatever and fucking genuinely believes it. That's like a level of harassment where I believe like wasn't there like a monument made that was like defiled or something, and like there was people who were like there was legitimate harassment that was encouraged. So like one of the things that like I've struggled with online is like when somebody lies but like is believed and like smears somebody to such a degree and produces misinformation. Because I've questioned this with Def Noodles, somebody who's objectively done that to me. I've wondered like, where does that person, like, why does that person deserve to have like an audience and something like that? And I've wrestled that position multiple times. This is somebody who got 2 pedophile allegations wrong and a rape allegation wrong in 1 week, and has personally fucking slandered me on multiple occasions.
Welcome to
in which one of which he actually had to apologize for. Right? And even then, when I saw his fucking Twitter get banned, I felt bad. I know this is somebody who's personally inflicted a lot of damage to me and like caused like harassment to me, I guess in some capacity. I don't really care, but like, yeah,
that's an amount of consistency I can respect.
It's just like,
regardless of disagreement.
I battled it online because I kind of like similar to the take I had before where I'm kind of wrestling it in the middle of the call about like if we had a position where we can never get banned but like demonetization is still a thing and like they can deboost you in the algorithm, would that like be better than not having a platform at all? I'm working on that one. I don't know if I stand by that entirely. That's just kind of an active theory. But like, yeah, I had like an active theory going like this person's lying about me. This person's going around slandering me. This person's like getting fucking stories wrong that have real world consequences and causing like tons of harassment on people. And I'm like, but now we can never have a Twitter again. I don't know. I don't like that.
I guess there are at this current point there are realistic ways to avoid bans. I mean, plenty of people have done it. You know, I mean,
yeah, but to avoid a ban, it's just like I don't. That's extra.
I get it. Yeah, I think your position is consistent enough that even if we disagree on some things, I'm still respect it and everything. So I would like there to be. I'd like YouTube to be a platform where we just didn't need to have bans because people like Alex Jones would be viewed, like could be on the platform and continue to do what they're doing, but like everybody recognized how fucking ridiculous they were, and all that the only reason people watched Alex Jones was for the memes, right? Because they thought it was funny. Like if that was the world that we lived in, that was the YouTube that we had, I would probably be right alongside you with saying no one should ever be banned.
But does it bother you when you see like when you see these companies that have nothing to do with each other, like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube? These are all owned by different people and stuff like that.
Just all at once,
and you see them all hit it in one day. Like, yeah, it's possible like that happened like by accident, but when you see it, it almost feels like
happen on accident. No, it most certainly didn't happen on accident. It was very clearly a. I think the reason it probably happened was because at that specific time, the Sandy Hook thing was just such massive news, and people were like the general opinion of Alex Jones is very much on the negative side. And I think the consensus was that Alex Jones was knowingly and maliciously spreading misinformation in order to profit from it, and it was having these outcomes that were very bad. I think that I think it's certainly a reasonable decision for those platforms to all decide, okay, this is somebody that it is not good PR for us to have on our platform.
Going with like their own standards and how they enforce their rules. It's not out of the realm of possibility it would happen. But like, I don't know, a lot of people said this is going to be a slippery slope. And now, I mean, maybe this isn't like a comparison that your audience will enjoy, but I just noticed that like Leafy's banned from Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. And yeah, dude, he sent people to Pokemon. He made 10 consecutive videos on Pokemon.
Weren't some of them not about Pokemon?
Yeah, they were in the. Yeah, but I'm being charitable to the detractors. Most of them actually were about stocks. Just Pokemon was in the title, but he was going for it, right? He at least one of them was definite harassment by YouTube.
He was trying to get banned.
And yeah, and you go by like all the TOS updates with like the rumored amount of videos you can make on one thing in a given amount of time. He was testing the water. But when I see like, oh, that won't happen to anybody else. Alex Jones did it, and he fucking like went after the Sandy Hook people. And then I see Leafy, who realistically, I don't think caused any harm to anybody aside from internet harassment, which I don't consider to be on the same level as like doxing, swatting, assault. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's just like brigading. I mean,
yeah,
it's a shitty thing to do. But
it was a shitty thing to do, but now he's not on anything.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one too, because I'm biased more in Leafy's favor. I mean, I was a Leafy fan back in the day. I didn't like the political implications of the things that he was using his platform for right before his ban. I wish Leafy wouldn't have done that, because he was what that seemed like to me, and I imagine he would probably fess up to it if he was here. It seemed like to me what he was doing was he was going to purposefully martyr himself to make a point. That's what it came off to me as.
I agree with you. It's just like I see that as like going back. I understand it's a fallacy, but I see that as a slippery slope. It's like this is something that'll only happen to Alex Jones. Nobody's ever going to get banned from every fucking platform again. And if they do, it's going to be someone who's objectively awful in every capacity. Leafy was a shit poster and got clipped from every major fucking streaming site and Twitter.
Yeah. I don't think Leafy would have stopped till he got banned, but I do.
I don't think so either, but
yeah.
It's just
I get the worry.
I think that happens, and it's happening more and more. And I'm not mad that like videos get false struck on YouTube or channels get false deleted, because dude, that shit gets fixed in a day. That's one tweet. I don't know anybody who ever lost their channel to a false strike forever. And we can usually get that back relatively quickly, especially with the contacts that I have. I know I've contributed positively to tons of people with hacked channels and banned channels by accident and false strikes by accident and stuff like that. But what I'm worried about is like when I see stuff like Onision, I'm worried in that situation, even though he's objectively terrible, and he's probably objectively worse than Leafy in every conceivable way. When I see like a whole documentary come out, I go, it doesn't matter what he did. It doesn't matter what he said. This got too much mainstream attention, and my immediate assumption is this guy's off the website. And I feel like we went from a position where before PewDiePie got fucked in the adpocalypse, where we felt bigger than journalists. We felt like our videos get more views than your articles. You hold no power over us. And then I see YouTubers cozy with Insider.com who are like, we reached out to 50 sponsors of this YouTuber and stuff like that. Yeah, you don't have to ban a YouTuber from the website, but you can certainly take away all of their major income.
This is actually somewhere where I think I take a side that's a little bit less left-leaning. I don't really think that I don't like the demonetization thing. I feel like if you're going to be on the platform and you're not breaking TOS and you're not like breaking the rules, I don't even know if like if you even if you're not on the platform, I don't think it's worth just demonetizing them, because I don't really think that like does the thing, right? Because then again, they can just go do a normal job and then continue to spread propaganda if they can't make money through that, or they'll find other ways to make money through their audience. Their audience will find a way to support them, and then the same outcome will still happen. I think that in the ideal world that we're talking about here, where we don't need a need banning and whatnot, the ideal world is you don't get banned if you break, because there is no, I guess. Let's assume it should go without saying, but like pedophiles and child porn's getting banned, right? Because it needs to go. It can't.
I think that anything that breaks like a fucking like, maybe not anything that breaks a federal law, because I don't think people who like fucking smoke weed on stream should get banned for life. But I think you understand what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
like I'm smoking weed right now. I've been high the entire time we're talking. I got my dab pen right here. I'm in a legal state though, so it's allowed for me. I'm allowed to smoke weed on stream on both Twitch and YouTube as long as I'm in a legal state. Snoop Dogg smokes up on stream a lot, and he's in LA. I think he's in LA, so I think that should be okay. Haven't gotten in trouble for it yet, and I've been doing it for like a year.
I looked up the rules on Twitch because I was going to IRL stream, but I didn't want to be stoned in California if I couldn't IRL stream, which I didn't end up doing anyway. But as long as you're in a state where it's legal, you're good.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. I've thought about kind of reaching out to the stoner community a little bit, actually to lighten things up a little bit, because we've been sort of like we've had like a disagreement for the last 30 minutes or something. I'm curious, are there, because you have like a lot of connections to YouTubers and stuff like that, and as I've gotten larger, I've also been able to interact with a lot of YouTubers, especially ones I looked up to. Are there any YouTubers that you look up to, or that you have in the past, that despite all of your connections, you haven't been able to meet or talk to yet, or associate with yet?
I want to say no. I met everybody
Really?
I ever looked up to. I think, in
Huh.
terms of like creators, I met Colossal fairly early into my career on here. That was one of my big inspirations. Keemstar, I definitely enjoyed his content growing up. I never really talk about that, but I also was a massive fan of H3H3, and I haven't talked about him, but he certainly shit on me publicly. So I'll take that. I don't think I want to talk to him after how his channel turned out. I talked to Leafy while he was still on Twitter. That was cool. Um, yeah, I don't know. The only person I've never interacted with is maybe iDubbbz. Is like the one left that I haven't. I think I probably could if I reached out far enough.
Yeah, I think you probably could. That's not too many lines of separation. How did you? I want to go back to this topic in a minute because I actually have one as well. How did you feel about the whole iDubbbz is a simp thing?
I talked to actually, it's the first section of my new video. I think that there's a lot of situations where people have changed over time. And I think that one of the more popular things to do in 2016 by people who didn't even understand they were being political was make like anti SJW content, which is, I
Mhm.
think, a trap that a lot of people fell into. And it was to be overtly edgy. And I think that's why Ethan Klein had like a conservative base for a bit. At least like a very light conservative base at some point, because he was making a lot of that content in 2016, and then they found the podcast later on, and there's still leftovers from that time frame. I think iDubbbz acted a certain way for a certain period of time that wasn't exactly where his motivations landed. I think that he carried himself in a way that's not the same as it is today, and I think a lot of people resent him for that. And I think, unlike Leafy and unlike maybe Great, I don't know. Unlike Leafy, he took the necessary steps to ensure that the future of his platform is not in question. And I think people kind of resent him because at the end of the day, dude, I loved iDubbbz. I loved his fucking bad unboxings. I loved him fucking screaming random words that I can't say on Twitch, even though it made no sense.
I think
I enjoyed the
we all,
content
regardless of
cups.
politics, enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed a lot of what he fucking put out, and I'm never gonna watch him review Chex Mix flavors. It's never gonna happen. I couldn't care less. So a lot of people, I think, are bummed out about the content he's currently making. And then I saw that, like, dude, it's super popular to shit on online women. So Anissa Jamha comes out and goes, "Fucking, I'm starting an OnlyFans." So then, like, all the cuck comments start coming, and then it's like you're in a position where people are treating her like she's like the Yoko Ono of the Beatles. Right? Like she
Yeah.
destroyed iDubbbz on the way out. I don't think iDubbbz is a simp. I don't think he's even like a hypocrite. I think a lot of people call him a hypocrite. I don't think it's true. Um,
Yeah, I don't think he was ever like anti-sex work. The funny thing to me for that entire drama was like watching as a bunch of people said that iDubbbz was a simp because his girlfriend or his fiance, I think they might be married, I don't know, is
yeah,
uploading
they're
like
wife.
wife.
Yeah.
Okay, that because his wife is uploading like lewd or like nudes onto the internet that other people are jacking off to, but they can't fuck her. He's the one that gets to fuck her. They're literally jacking off to a woman that they want to fuck, but they can't. He does. That just didn't make much sense to me, that logic, and that
Well,
was one of the things that frustrated me about that.
I think that there's a very common perspective as we approach all of my right leaning talking points I probably have. Whereas I am pro sex work, so that's not really right leaning. I probably wouldn't be comfortable dating a sex worker. And I think a lot of people fall into that demographic where they're like, yeah, sex work is cool. I don't know how okay I'd be with that.
I think for me it would probably like depend. If it was like full service sex work, like having sex with other people, I wouldn't be big on that because I'm still like I wouldn't. I'm not okay with like I'm not into open relationships or anything like that. If it's just like uploading pictures and videos and stuff like that, then I don't think I'd have an issue with it.
I don't think there's
Just because
anything wrong with that perspective. It's just not mine.
yeah.
I don't know. That's a little that's too far for me, I would say. And like, I don't know, I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with people who do that, but I do think that that's not like the most outrageous position to hold. And I think a lot of people stereotype the
Yeah.
alternative.
That's sort of what it is, really. I think that a lot of people would be uncomfortable with that, and that's completely valid. I can completely understand that. I understand that, like, for some people, there's sort of a really strong, like, the idea of like knowing that their partner has had sex with another person before them, like that
That's
makes
a
them feel
super
uncomfortable.
dude. I felt just like that when I was 18 years old.
So did I. Yeah, so did
Dude,
I.
I was like, wait a minute,
it-
you've had sex before or whatever. Again,
yeah.
but and also, I think a lot of these people who have that take are probably around that age group. I don't know. Like, I think that there's a lot of kids involved. And when I was younger, I felt just like that. I'm like, this woman is fucking. This girl had sex, and fucking. Now I'm talking to her, and now like, I don't know. That seems like a very childish thing, but like, as you grow up, I've noticed it as long as like people are faithful to you in a relationship, it really doesn't matter where somebody's been before that.
Yeah, legitimately. As for like the sex work thing, I think it's more of one of those situations where a lot of people have like their preference with that, and it's like, I wouldn't let my partner do this, or I wouldn't want my partner to be doing this. I wouldn't date a person who does this thing, and then they apply that standard that they feel for themselves to everybody else, and they assume that like if they feel like they'd be a cuck if their girlfriend did this, then iDubbbz must be that as well, because that's their standard, right? I'm pretty sure that's just.
Dude, it's just like a whole. It's a combination of just being like disappointed with the way his channel's gone, disappointed with what he's kind of put out there recently in terms of just his online presence, disappointed with his like, kind of his shift in like. It's hard to go from the edgy guy to like the fucking. What he is now. I'm sorry. And then that whole situation happened, and I think it was just at a point where like the hate for iDubbbz just started bubbling.
Yeah, I think so too. I think part of it was, and this did happen to Ethan as well. And in a way, I almost want to say you reap what you sow. But at the same time, the criticism they're getting isn't a valid one. So it's almost like, well, I also don't like the people that are criticizing them. Where like you build an audience of you know, a significant audience of right-leaning people, you know, through your edgy content. And then as you change your content and reveal more of your real politics, now all your fans are like, wait, I thought you were based.
We don't even know
like,
if that's his real politics. Maybe this isn't how. Maybe iDubbbz legitimately wouldn't have done this 5 years ago. I mean, like, would you say you reap what you sow to people who unreasonably hate Hunter Avallone because he's changed his politics?
No, well, like I said, I don't agree
No,
with the you reap what you sow thing.
Oh, I was gonna say, because like if it's Hunter Avallone, I mean that's pretty amicable if he's gonna take that plunge or whatever and damage his channel.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with the you reap what you sow thing, because it's like, well, no, I don't agree with the criticism that's being levied here. Like, this person is right, even if they used to be super edgy and grew their audience through a way that garnered a right-wing audience, and now they're being you know, shit on for it. I don't think the you reap what you sow thing is valid, because now they're being criticized by people who are wrong about something that's right, you know?
Recently, I don't know if you know this. You know the guy who made the hat for H3H3, William Osman? He makes like these cool gadgets and shit. He put out like a really fucking cringy video, right? He was making a video talking about like hate and harassment on YouTube, which, I mean, it exists, right? But his example of hate and harassment, I think he brings up a comment where somebody on Reddit said like, I think that your quality has degraded.
Yeah,
And
those
he
are
goes,
always
like,
the
"This is,
comments.
like," and he's like, I wish this was downvoted. Now, other people are saying shit like, I liked you better before your house burned down. And that's like a fair one, right? But this guy made a whole video complaining that somebody said that his wife was like, I'm not going to like use the descriptor because I don't know how Twitch is, but like over, like, you know, like larger gal. And people went and found the comment that like sparked this video, and it had 1 like and stuff like that. It's just like, I see like a lot of YouTubers freak out about the way that like their audience perceives them. The point being like your content was like degraded, your quality has gone down or something, and they take that as like an insult. When you change your content, or when you drastically shift who you are and stuff like that, it's not the viewer's fault that they're upset with you, right? Like, the viewer subscribed for X. If you give them Y,
It's not what they subscribe for.
They're,
It's not what they're
they're
here for.
allowed to not like that. Now, the way that they can show that could be absolutely immature. Like, you could see people say shit to, like they said to William Osman, like, I liked you better before your house fucking burned down. And that's, like, objectively bad. But, like, the sentiment behind that is, like, these are stupid kids who don't know how to cope with the fact that somebody they watched growing up grew up.
Yeah.
You know? They don't know what to do with that. They have no idea. And then they lash out in certain ways. But at the end of the day, it's like, I really fucking feel bad for people who hate what they're doing and they get big on YouTube, because once you enter a community, you're kind of grandfathered in, because now you've created like a situation where so many people have come to you for one thing that like transferring out of it like Hunter did is like impossible. And it really doesn't work for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, I agree. A lot of people are just it's just something you have to expect, is that you're going to get pushback for it, and that's why I respect Hunter so much. I mentioned that earlier. Like, he knew it was going to happen. He's continued to know what's going to happen. Is that his channel will be harmed by the direction of his content, yet he does it anyway because he believes it's the right thing. And I agree that it's the right thing, and I have a lot of respect for that. I like Hunter a lot. He's a really chill dude. I've talked to him a lot in private. He's just like, he's very nice. Like, not even like, I'm not even talking about political stuff or anything YouTube related. Like, he's just extraordinarily polite when he speaks. And like, when obviously he fronts like a debate bro thing when he does like his debate stuff, but he's very polite. He's very, very nice. He's very charitable and very helpful. And I got a lot of respect for the guy. He's a cool dude.
He seems cool. I don't really know much about him. I thought he was good on the Hippy Dippy podcast, but he wasn't as
debater.
Hyped up as Demon Mama and fucking Destiny were that night.
Yeah, my problem with that episode. So the reason why I don't think I'll go back for another one is because who it's going to come down to, I feel like, is already predetermined, right? Like, that was a stream that had Demon Mama and Destiny on it, and they'd just been having a week-long drama. The final topic was about that drama. It became evident to me pretty quickly that this was supposed to be Destiny versus Demon Mama. One of them was taking home the belt. That's what it came off to for me. So it's like, I mean, I don't think there's going to come a point where it's like beneficial for like the story of this show, because it's partly real and partly scripted or like staged, from my understanding. Not like in the sense that like there's arcs and there's stories and there's like it's supposed
did
to follow
Vadim really
drama.
sleep or not sleep?
No, Vadim had been up for like a really long time or something. I talked to him. He's got like the most degenerate sleep schedule.
We were
I've ever
tweeting
heard of.
hashtag sleep for Vadim because he said he couldn't sleep because of all this drama, so he stayed up the whole night. Oh god. And then I tweeted him the next day. I'm like, have you gone to sleep yet? And he's like, no. And I just couldn't stop laughing. Like, he was the worst person to handle that, though. Like, I'm sure he's a chill dude. The worst fucking person to be in that high stakes situation.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like his content's good. He's one of those dudes who just puts an unbelievable amount of effort into his content. Like, it's ridiculously well edited. Like, and he just does it himself, and the edits are insane. Like, a degree of editing where it's like, he didn't even need to do that. If he didn't do that, I wouldn't have even noticed. Why is that little detail in the edit here? Like, that took like 20 minutes to do. I guarantee it, in Sony Vegas, and yet he still included it. And I noticed it because I happened to pause the video here. Just, he'd do stuff like that. He puts he's a nice guy. He puts a lot of effort into his videos, and I can appreciate him. But yeah, that whole situation was really, really weird. Like, so from what I remember, there was ranked choice voting, but there was a mistake with it where Vadim intended for it to be like tiered for like Demon Mama to win instead of Destiny when you counted up the votes. But then one of the guys who voted for Demon Mama said, wait, I actually meant Destiny, when they did a recount, or a revote, not a recount. They did a revote instead, which is not really something you do. You're like,
at the second revote, and Destiny still won. That was so embarrassing. Like they did the whole revote thing because apparently someone got something wrong, and then Destiny won the revote.
Well, if you remember what happened, I don't think it makes Destiny look good because of the revote thing. It's because Destiny had lost if the vote had gone as it did before, and then one of the voters changed their mind after the revote. Demon Mama wanted to recount, and they just and Dylan was like, "We'll do a revote. We'll do a revote." And they were like, "Why don't we just do a recount? Why don't we just the votes have already been done. We did the show. It's after the show now. We're gonna revote. We're gonna do another vote." And the guy who would have been the deciding vote for Demon Mama changed their vote to Destiny in the second thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, technically you could argue Demon Mama won the first one and Destiny won the second thing. Either way, I think they both did a pretty good job of putting on a good show. Demon Mama's a good debater. Even if you disagree with her politically, I think she's good at streaming. She's good at debating, and that's admirable.
I prefer Demon Mama not talking about politics.
That's understandable. She can be pretty spicy, but that's one of the things I like about her personally, like as a friend, and she was very fun to.
I don't want to like shit on your friend while I'm on your stream, but I'm pretty sure the day Destiny got banned, I follow Demon Mama on Twitch, and occasionally I watch some of her stuff. It was like, I am not afraid of Destiny anymore, and I'm like, well, he's banned on Twitch, so what a day to say it.
Nah, I think she defended Destiny with that ban. She said that the ban was bullshit, if I remember correctly.
I remember. Okay, hold on. Wait, I don't know if that's true. I saw a clip together saying, so maybe it was clipped unjustly, but it was like Destiny explaining Destiny's ban, and then explaining why the Surf's ban was bad, and she had a different take on both of those. Like they're the same ban for the same thing. And I could have sworn there's a clip of her having the different take on each.
So I watched her segment where she talked about the leaks live, and she talks about Lance and Destiny getting banned, and she talks about how I swear I remember her talking about how that's bad, because then she goes on to talk about how Twitch is doing this to cover up how horrible the pay split between creators and streamers are, and that's why Twitch is banning these creators. And she explains that like the reason why Destiny and Lance and anybody who talked about the leaks were banned is because Twitch is trying to cover up that they're scamming their creators.
I actually think I have the clip. Wait. I'm 99% sure this is the one that I saw.
Right.
This is why I think the way that I do. Do you want to quickly screen share it?
I'm showing it on my stream right now, but yeah, I can screen share it. Hold on, let me.
So I can hear it when you play it.
Yeah, here.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Hold on. Turn the volume all the way up. Make it nice and loud, and start from the beginning. There we go.
I can't show that on stream because he's banned off Twitch. By the way, bless. Sorry, buddy. Once again, the big D. Fucking Stevie Socrates, fucking shooting himself in the ass again and getting himself banned off of Twitch. Rip to a real one, my friends. Oh, I'm so sad for you. I'm so sad your stream went down. What a shame. And your own dumb fault once again, as always. Same as last time.
Yeah, I think this is reasonable. I think this is...
Where
she did go on...
It's going to clip into the next one where she talks about
cool.
the Surfs right after.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that I think it's fine for her to be happy that he's banned or make fun of the fact that he's banned, considering that they do not like each other, and Destiny said multiple times that he wants... I think the quote from Destiny is he wants Demon Mama deplatformed. He doesn't want anybody watching her. He wants her to be dead to the internet. Like, he went on a long screed
If that's his
wants...
take, absolutely not a bad thing from her to say, but...
Yeah, I think I want to make sure I directly quote Destiny and not misquote him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he said, this was after the debate with the "Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?" That's where like this happened right afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny said, "I don't care about Demon Mama. I want her gone. I want her off the internet. I want her off the internet in every form. She needs to be fucking irrelevant." I think that was the way he said it and the exact words. So I know for a fact Demon Mama condemned Twitch's banning of streamers for talking about that, because she goes on to show how Twitch is doing this to cover up that they're scamming their creators. She goes on about how like most streamers that that actually stream on Twitch are affiliate, and YouTube and Twitch is still making money off of them, and even most of the partnered streamers don't have custom contracts, and Twitch is taking 50% of their income. I
can confirm I don't have a custom contract.
yeah. So she, like, I think it's like 90% of maybe more partnered streamers don't have a custom contract. They're just 50-50. Streamers who aren't affiliate, of which there are many, are also making Twitch money and they're not getting paid. And she goes on about how the reason Twitch is covering it up mainly is because affiliate streamers who are able to make money have to make at least $100 in order to pay out. So
Yeah.
if you're like a really small 2-viewer affiliate streamer and you make $99 and you just can't get that extra dollar, Twitch keeps your money, especially if you quit. Then they really keep it. So she talks about that. I'm fine with her like shit talking Destiny's ban, though I don't like the way she words it, saying
you did
this
it to yourself. Wait,
Yeah,
hold on. I just want to
I
hear
don't
the
like
rest
that.
of this. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. Hold on.
That could just be a verbal gaffe, but I appreciate
Yeah.
more her long segment she did about the cover up on Twitch Twitch's part.
Papa bless. Papa bless. Papa motherfucking bless. We have been given a gift these days. What was he banned for? He was banned for looking at the leak stuff on stream, which is just motherfucking stupid. Why would you? And I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid that Twitch is like allowed to like crack down on their own leak, but at the same time, dude, it's their platform.
Yeah,
Why the fuck would you air that shit on their platform? Just fucking go on YouTube for one day. Yes, the Surfs today was suspended for 30 days for.
So yeah, I'd say that's pretty consistent. Like, yeah, I think it's, she goes on, obviously I told you about the segment she did about how Twitch cracking down on their own leaks is fucked up. I don't like the way she worded it because it does come off as like there's clearly favoritism here comparing the Surfs to Destiny.
Hear her
I don't
say
think there's
it.
any
Hold
denying.
on. I don't disagree with you, but I want to hear her say it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let
or
her play.
showing private information. Now, the reality is they didn't show anything that other news outlets were showing.
That's so uncharitable,
Now,
dude. You
I do
can't tell me
believe you
that's
need to be
not
careful.
so uncharitable.
What
So,
what did
this
what
is
did,
like a day
Lance
apart.
show? Well,
What-
yeah, it's definitely uncharitable. But what I'm curious about is what did Lance show? Because she's claimed that Lance was showing stuff that like other media outlets weren't showing, but Destiny showed the chart. Now, I'm not saying it's not charitable, but like there's clearly
Yeah,
favoritism.
that's
like, no doubt.
possible. That's
And
possible.
I don't think that favoritism is necessarily unwarranted. Like Destiny and Demon Mama have been nasty back and forth to each other, but if I remember correctly, it feels like Destiny was the one who started with the nastiness more so. And
But nastiness
it's fine to have
aside and
that
prior
bias.
beef aside, if you're going in, you're saying like,
oh
this is
wait,
Twitch's
Destiny showed
platform.
private emails. Wait, Destiny
No,
showed
he didn't
private
show a
emails, I
private
think.
email. I'm pretty sure he showed like the email address, or maybe he did show a private email.
Yeah, like,
he
it
got
was like a
banned for like
corporate
first
address.
name,
Oh, yeah.
last name.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, they got Destiny for like showing. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Destiny showed some of the leaks, and they had included a corporate email for an employee at Twitch, and that email was first name, last name at like Twitch, whatever, right? I think
Well,
that's
we would
what
have
got
to
him.
see if Lance showed the same exact thing.
Yeah. If he just showed like the chart of like creators' income, then that's.
But even if that is
probably,
the
yeah.
case, and Lance got banned for showing the leaks, if you turn around on one end and say like, yeah, I mean like it's Twitch's platform, they can do whatever they want, and then on the next part you go like, oh my god, well I forgot what she just said, but like, what was it? The I don't know, just let it play for one more second. I think there's something else
Let
coming.
me rewind it for a second to like
Yeah.
the beginning of this section of the video.
They didn't show anything that other news outlets were showing. Now, I do believe you need to be careful about this kind of stuff. When you're on the platform that you're reporting on, you have to take care. But I still think that this is retaliatory. 30-day ban is basically saying we want to make a good chance that you're never going to piss us off again. And to me, that seems relatively retaliatory. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what it seems like to me. That's what the read is for me.
So do you feel like her stance is kind of flat across the board, or do you think it's like
I'd give it some bumps. I'd say it's a bit bumpier than Kansas. Perhaps, yeah. She's right about it being retaliatory, and there's this is obviously clipped in a way to push a very certain narrative, obviously. But I do actually recommend Demon Mama's full segment about the leaks in general, because she does in that segment, I recall, talk about how they were trying to silence Destiny, criticizing them as well to cover up the the exploitation of streamers.
Mhm.
But no, she clearly has favoritism there. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, Demon Mama and Destiny don't exactly get along. If I were in Demon Mama's place, I'd probably...
If she turned around, if everything
Yeah.
you're telling me is true, and Destiny's like literally gone on and said like she should be banned from every platform and everything like that, and she just turned around and said, "Lol, you're banned," haha, it probably would have been better.
I think I directly quoted him. I can try to find you a clip, but I think
I'll
it's
take your
actually in
word
the
for it. It
debate.
sounds like something he would say. Like I
Destiny
don't agree with
uploaded.
everything.
Destiny's not
Destiny
ashamed.
would say.
If I tweeted at Destiny right now and said, "What do you think of Demon Mama?" he would say it again. He
Oh,
would say it again
absolutely.
right
And
now.
again, like I don't agree with every stance Destiny's ever had. Like, he's defended the Hassan Piker get up and walk away shit that I'm like vehemently against.
What's the get up and walk away thing?
Like the get up and walk away while they watch YouTuber videos.
Wait, what?
The Hassan Piker like react Andy like get up and walk away from the video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's defended that. Okay,
Yeah.
No, I'm not big on that. That's certainly something I disagree with.
And I know
Destiny
for
on.
a fact because I X'd him
yeah.
myself.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I think streamers in general that are like really into the Twitch stuff are going to be a little bit biased in favor of that because that's like I've used this defense before and I've gotten argued against by people like Dark Viper who do very long streams and do not do that type of content. But there are a lot of streamers out there where like they stream for like a super long time and their audience is like their group of buddies and they like their chat will be like, hey, watch this video, and sends them a link and they're like, all right, let's react to this video, and they react to it. I don't think the react content on stream alone is bad. I think Hassan does it in a way that is particularly egregious when he does like the getting up and leaving. So it's like just the video playing with his empty chair. That's for like a prolonged period of time, like not getting up to grab water or like pee or something. Yeah, yeah. Are we still doing Walking Dead, dude? Probably not. I think I'm having a guest over tonight. So we'll probably just talk to Nick for the rest of the stream and then watch the media share videos that got sent in. But,
I'm probably gonna head out around a little while because it's like already 1:30 in the morning my time.
We've talked for 5 hours.
It's been very
I'm not
fun.
kidding.
I've had a good
4
time.
hours and 53 seconds, or 53 minutes and 57 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's been a solid 4:54. Yeah, and I mean certainly there's bias there, but yeah, I think Lonnie said the exact quote was worse. Yeah, where's the video?
Yeah, I believe that he said that.
Yeah. I don't like double standards for individuals, but I don't think the way in which there was like a bias in this situation affected the like messaging, right? So in both cases, she talks about how Twitch is trying to do a cover up, and it's because Twitch is doing bad shit, exploiting their streamers. But at the same time, haha, Destiny got banned. He talks shit about me. He wants me to get banned. So here he has a taste of his own medicine. And in both cases, she says that both of them should have known better than to show that information on a platform that's been known to be trying to cover this up by banning streamers who talk about it.
Yeah.
I think overall, fairly consistent. Few bumps. There's obviously favoritism. And trust me, I don't like the Surfs, okay? Listen, I like Demon Mama. I don't like Lance from the Surfs. It's one of those things where it's like, you're friends with somebody that doesn't like me and that I don't like. I'm not going to make a big deal about it, right?
I just think if she was forward with the fact that it's like, I hate Destiny, lol, he's banned. It's just like, I don't know why you'd go out and say like, you should have known better. This is your platform. And then turn around the next day and be like, I think this is like, what was it, reaction? I forgot what she said. This was,
I think she came pretty close to saying, haha, lol, your Destiny, and you got banned. I think she also said Papa Bless as well.
yes, definitely.
yeah.
And again, like if that's what Destiny's saying, I have no problem with it. But if she's making the argument that like, yeah, talk shit, get hit, dude. You shouldn't have shown the leaks. And then the next day she's on with like oh my God, this shouldn't have happened. I can't believe they've done this to the Surfs. I don't know.
I can understand that perspective. At least when I've seen it, doesn't come off as quite as egregious to me, at least. Mostly because I've seen like a full segment where she talks about those.
Yeah, I
leaks.
haven't seen that segment, to be fair. And this is clipped from fucking Destiny's Reddit, so I don't know how fair that it was, but that's just where I saw it, so that's where I was in my head.
Yeah, so fuck, what else? Oh yeah, I was gonna fuck, I can't believe we're sidetracking so much. I was gonna talk about like YouTubers that I've looked up to for a long time that I hope I get to meet someday or that I haven't met yet. And I'd have to say, like, top of the list, probably tie between Phil. I'm just reading Twitter right now. Like you just want, like I got my screen share on. You're just reading Twitter. I'd probably have to go with like Filthy Frank or Joji, or maybe like McJuggernuggets, the guy who made the Psycho videos, because those were pretty good. That was pretty dedicated.
Fucking McJuggernuggets. My only interaction with McJuggernuggets was when he and Keemstar, they were going to make the Half Baked podcast, like a Storyfire exclusive podcast. So when you signed up for Storyfire, it would be like, would you like to subscribe to McJuggernuggets, Keemstar, and the Half Baked podcast? And the site just never took off, and we never had an ability to get paid out.
I use Storyfire. I watched My Virtual Escape on it.
I do not watch. I've left the site. I can't cash out. I'm not using that fucking web. I have a verified check mark on that site, and I can't cash out.
Jeez.
So yeah, there's no fucking way I'm interacting with that website ever again. I to be honest, I think Jesse sold it to his dad. I don't know. I don't believe Deck Chair is a real fucking person. And if I'm wrong about that, I blame him, because everything he's ever done online is a skit. And now I don't believe anything he ever does.
I know. It's like, that's the thing with him though. The ultimate Mandela effect, although not technically the Mandela effect, is probably, or not Mandela effect. Fuck, what's it called? The Poe's Law. Sorry, Mandela effect's a completely different thing. It's a meme. I think that's like the perfect example of Poe's Law. After so many series and so many characters layered on one another that he's done, I actually don't know when he's like playing a character or not. I watched his house tour of his like lake house, and I was like, is he being like himself right now, or is he kind of playing into like the douchey rich guy showing off his mansion type meme right now for as like a joke? I actually don't know. But I really liked the Psycho series stuff and his My Virtual Escape
Yeah.
stuff. I think
he's like a legendary fucking YouTuber, bro.
Him and his family are probably the most dedicated actors that have ever existed, if you think about it long enough. But like, there was the divorce arc in the Psycho series where like the dad and the mom could not be seen in public with each other. Like people were constantly like going around their house. They were getting swatted like daily, and they were still making the series. And then there was like people sneaking onto their property. That's why the gate was installed. That was a whole arc in the show, or in like the series that had to happen in real life, because people kept breaking into their property. They had to make sure that like the mom's car was hidden. She was never too close to a window, because who knows if some creepos out there with a camera looking through the window. Like,
yeah, it's unbelievable.
It got to the point where their police department would be like, yeah, we'd like to report an instance of child abuse. Are you talking about the McJuggernuggets channel? It is for it. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's
we
what
know.
happened with fucking Onision. I went through all the call logs of the fucking like the swattings and the prank calls. Not even prank calls, like the upset fucking online people who called this house and stuff like that. Dude, that's a trip. One day I should send you the link to all those, and you should listen to them. They're fucking crazy. Like people
Like
were
all
like
the calls.
all the calls. I was listening to everything that was placed for Onision's thing.
Wait, that's actually content right there. Have you made a video about that?
I did one stream reading all of the emails sent to the email. I don't know if the stream where I listened to all the calls is still up. But I remember, like, for evidence to the police department, someone sent Leafy's Onision rant and explained how it's proof that he was, like, a pedophile. And I know for a fact, like, he was, like, swatted multiple times. And at one point, the lady just lost her shit and kept calling back and saying, like, why are you using a fake accent? Why are you using... Oh, dude, it's so funny. What happened?
Christ.
Like, dude, I think that, like, out of all the calls I heard, 2 were real. Like, relevant to anything that was actually happening. Like, the one where his kid fell out the window. I hope that kid is okay. And another where, like, I think someone was calling the police on him. Or no, they were calling the police on somebody else.
Interesting. That's so weird, dude. Like, people on the internet... This is something I see really often, and I don't think anybody is really free of this, but... And I try to avoid it as much as possible. Like... There are people that I don't like that I'll rant about, and then there's for reasons that are completely valid and true, and it's all good. But then they'll also include stuff that's just kind of made up, and it's like, well, now you're making all the good criticisms seem insufficient, seem insignificant or wrong, right? We talked about this earlier, but like with Onision, how serious is law enforcement going to take people when they're sending in meme calls constantly?
Yeah.
Like, what happens if Onision actually does have a teenage girl tied up in his basement? Like that one, what was that story that inspired that one video of the guy saying, "I knew something was wrong when a pretty little white girl ran to a black man's arms"? Do you remember that?
Dead giveaway.
Dead
Dead
giveaway.
giveaway.
Yeah. If the dead giveaway situation's happening underneath Onision's house in his basement right now, and there's some disheveled 16-year-old girl down there who Onision is feeding through like a water diet through a tube or something, and she finally manages to break out and get a hold of a phone and call the police, and they're just like, "You motherfuckers need to stop calling about him," and she's just like, "Oh no," and then Onision busts in and puts her back in the basement. Like, God forbid something like that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't like that kind of stuff. The Boy Who Cried Wolf stuff, it happened with COVID, where a lot of the news organizations have blown out of proportion pandemics or diseases in the past. And finally we got a real one, and people didn't take it seriously in the beginning because the news outlets weren't that trustworthy when it came to the severity of stuff like that.
Dude, I'm sorry, my brain just exploded. A T channel just tweeted out that Keemstar owes $264,000 in taxes, and
That's
posted
not
like
true.
his tax information publicly.
Is it
What?
actually legit, or is it
I'm
fake?
gonna tweet this out. What the fuck is this tweet?
Why would Keemstar not pay his taxes? He's got plenty of money.
I'm in shock that this is a real tweet. Oh God, hold on. Look at this shit.
Well, I'm curious. I don't feel like that would be true. I feel like it's got to be fake, right? Because I don't feel...
Where would she even? How did she even find this? Like, even if it's fucking real, like, how the fuck did she find this? Verified as a...
I think tax information could be public. Some places, in some way.
Kim
I think
called
there
her
might-
a drunk, and she's like, "Let's see how much you owe in taxes."
Dear Keemstar, please pay your taxes. The federal government says you owe them $264K for the years 2013 to 2018. Might want to keep your house clean before accusing me of being a drunk and a drug user, which is false. Uncle Sam doesn't play around with their money.
What the fuck, bro? This is what I needed. Wait.
What? I don't know. Like the last name, the debtor, in question, the last name just being Keem in all caps, just kind of.
I think his name is Daniel Kim.
His name is Daniel Keem, but would they put the last name?
Would they put it
in
in all caps? Yeah.
Yeah. Would they do that? Would that be proper grammar for a form? I'm not going to show the form just in case. I don't want to risk anything. But like, I don't know. Like that seems a little weird. I also like for the owing $264K for 2013 to 2018. That sounds like too little. Does that sound too small of a number for the amount of income Keem would have made from 2013 to 2018 with, on average, for YouTubers, like a 40%? Although he does own a business, which means he might have been paying taxes as a business owner, and he also does have employees, which means those could have been write-offs. I don't know. The 264 for how popular Keemstar was, for even from 2016 to 2018, I feel like that's too small to be, if he was evading his taxes, to owe. From 2016 to 2018 alone, I feel like $264K for that to be all he owes sounds too low to me. Keemstar, I feel like, makes millions a year. I feel like that's too low at a 40%.
Well, I mean, what Keemstar
average.
does, a lot of people forget that, like, around that time period, he was doing the Fortnite tournaments. He was doing Minecraft Monday. Like, he was involved in gaming events and stuff like that. I don't know what he has in terms of, like, teams and stuff.
This is claimed to be from 2013 to 2018.
Yeah. Oh. Wait. When did he do? When did he do Minecraft Monday?
Stuff probably started in 2019,
Oh.
2020, most likely, if I remember correctly. Like around the rise of Dream. Dream's rise didn't quite happen in 2018, from what I remember. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems like a small number to me. If he was doing that, maybe it's legit. I don't know. I'm not like a big fan of I'm not like a big Keemstar defender. You guys know that, but like, this seems like it could possibly be made up. I don't. If Keemstar was tax evading, I feel like he'd be doing it big time. Like for him,
Yeah.
why would he risk everything like that? Like, you go to prison for owing that much in taxes. That's not an insignificant amount of money to the IRS. Like, why would he gamble everything that way? I would be willing to bet Keemstar pays someone to do his taxes. I don't think that's legit. I don't know if that I'm going to believe that tweet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I really believe anything Katie Joy posts. She was grifting super hard off the Gabby Petito thing.
Oh yeah, I did. I think I did 2 things covering that. I did one video talking about people doing like the white girl.
She was doing like hourly Twitter updates.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah. Okay. So I only covered when they found Brian Laundrie's body and the discourse around Gabby Petito and missing white girl syndrome, and I was criticizing the people saying missing white girl syndrome and being like, okay, well, I get it. Maybe use this platform instead of like getting a tweet with 100,000 likes that is complaining about people caring about Gabby Petito. How about instead you get a 100,000 like tweet signal boosting some other missing non-white girl, you know? I that was my video there. I don't think I think I covered that tastefully. That's a hard cover. Like, there's certain
Got
topics
so annoyed by that. I didn't know the best way to articulate it because I thought anyway that like if I say this, it'll sound fucking super insensitive. But whenever I see like this person's missing, presumably like lost, we don't even know if she's like passed away yet. Or murdered in this case, fucking murdered. I think that's probably a better term. And I see like somebody on Twitter complaining. It's like, well, this is kind of bad. However, where was your fucking ass on like all these other issues and like eating up the hashtag of people who are looking for this girl? It's like, I get your fucking frustration, but God, does that fucking piss me off.
Yeah. It's like one of those things where it's like political outrage gets way more clicks than the actual solutions to the things that you're outraged about.
Yeah.
Like, for example, and I know I'm quoting someone who we both dislike here, but he was correct about this. Someone asked Mike from PA why he doesn't do more streams where he's like going to events and protests and why he doesn't like do more canvassing and stuff like that. And his response was, because none of you will watch that. And it's completely true. People would rather watch a socialist streamer scream and bitch about the problems in this world than watch them or even participate. But definitely, instead of watching them actually fix those problems by like canvassing for a candidate that they agree with that might get elected to help improve something in some town or district.
Yeah, but
You know,
I think the difference is, like, for me, I could say that. I don't know if I could say that as Mike from fucking PA, okay? Because if I'm going to go around and I'm going to talk about, like, my ideology...
No, I'm not defending him. He's wrong. He's completely wrong.
I thought you said he was right. Okay.
Well, he's wrong in his, like, morally what he should be doing.
Well, you're right that no one would watch it, but, like, when I see Mike from PA fucking say that, like, dude, because then he's just a Twitch streamer. He's not, like, anyone to look up to in terms of that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What I'm saying is the audience, he's completely right about the audience not watching it or participating in it, and the fact that they would rather watch him bitch about those problems than participate or watch him fix them. And so he's completely right about how the audience would react and how even on the left, I think the right organizes more than the left, frankly. They're always the ones out there at protests doing their anti-vax stuff. I feel like really radical left-wing people, especially online, I feel like they're way less ready to protest than radical right-wing people online when it comes to the real world. I think that talking point was true. I think people are way more willing to support someone bitching about a problem rather than support someone actually fixing that problem.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, why Hassan's
a lot
so
of my
popular.
channel is
people
just
like
talking
seeing
about
him
a
bitch
problem.
about.
I mean, I can offer a million solutions, but I'm never going to be that solution, right?
Well, and this is something different about the political community. Let's say you found out that Lion Maker was, you say, okay, here's Edie, Lion Maker's a pedophile, right? If you did a video where you went out and you beat the shit out of Lion Maker, I think everybody would watch it. But if I made a video talking about how capitalism has some problems and then did a stream where I was like, I don't know, donating food to a food bank, I think the stream where I'm ranting about capitalism would get more attention, or rather a more viewer attracting topic, like, I don't know, ranting about transphobia versus donating money to a trans clinic. I feel like the ranting about some transphobe would probably get more views.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's the difference between what a bad commentary YouTuber and a good commentator YouTuber. Like the Predator poachers went out and they like pit pedophiles against them and like fist fought them and shit, which doesn't help them get arrested. It doesn't keep kids safe. It doesn't do anything. It creates content for their fucking YouTube channel. I'm sure a lot of people
Yeah.
like that before their channel was fucking banned. But like on the other hand, dude, like when you go and you mishandle the EDP stuff that hard, where you say the police were involved, and then 3/4 of the way through the video they go, "Why aren't you sending a police car?" or whatever, and it's clear you're just calling for the first time after you got your content. Dude, those guys are pieces of shit. All of those guys, the whole Predator Poachers group, they're fucking terrible. And it's so hard because, like, I had a feeling that they were fucking terrible.
My racist
beforehand.
versus pedo thumbnail went viral because
That was the
best
funniest
thumbnail.
thumbnail. Yes,
I
we
think I
still
got a
joke
better
about
one
that on
now.
occasion.
It's a good thumbnail. I made that one like that on purpose. I just want it to be the most silly, fucking ridiculous thumbnail I could possibly cobble together. I was like, I'm even gonna stretch my avatar, my like drawn, like some fan made that that image of me that I used to use in my thumbnails. I'm even gonna put that even more in frame to add to the meme of it, like my Rant Sona looking like thumbnail art in the thumbnail, along with like the widened Predator Poachers guy. Like I widened him in the background, so he's like yeah, and then EDP like looking crazy. I want that to be, and then the racist versus pedo being a reference to Aliens versus Predator. I feel like that was the perfect meme bait thumbnail.
It was
I'm
a
proud of
great
myself for
bait thumbnail. That's probably one of the funnier ones I've seen this year.
What about I actually put a pretty funny one out recently where it's me debating a self-admitted pedo while I'm stoned as fuck, and it's just
I think
me.
that was while I was on vacation. I think I saw the thumbnail, but I don't remember. I definitely haven't seen it. Where was that? Yes. Oh no, I definitely saw that thumbnail. I sent it in the group chat.
Oh yeah, it's
4 days.
It's,
Yeah, that's when I was in LA.
that was a good one. I just got like scary high, and I just debated a pedophile, and I won, and I uploaded on my channel.
Dude,
And it
that
just
sounds
ended up
based, dude.
Just ended up popping off. I'm probably about to have another anti-lolicon arc. The last
Sounds
couple...
like I saw what you're talking about. That's like a super. I'm literally not engaging with that discourse ever again. It's on my like not gonna talk about terms list because every
Really?
time I talk about, I agree with you 100%. Everything you say, I probably agree with in terms of the lolicon stuff. But I don't want 50 fucking pedophiles spamming pictures of fucking lolicon in my replies for the next month on Twitter. Every time, like, we were gonna make a video on somebody, and then like every time we even briefly discussed it, me and Bo Blacks, immediately people just sent fucking disgusting fucking images, and I just blocked a billion of them. I'm like, you're going away now.
They did the
I've
same
never
to me,
seen
and
a group of people who are so confident that they're not doing anything wrong have to fucking go out of their way to go and like prove that they're like to just justifiably like explain why they jerk off to something.
What annoys me is that they know that what they're doing, they know that it's pedophilia, and they know that it upsets people because people naturally want to protect children. They're the most, precious thing in our society. They can't defend themselves. They know we consider pedophilia disgusting and abhorrent, and they take pride in it, and they enjoy the fact that when they do that, just knowing that they're a pedophile and the fact they're posting that, they know they're upsetting you. That's their way of trolling. I legitimately got like maybe 100 of those accounts banned. Mostly with the help of my audience by like quote tweeting their accounts or like tweeting their accounts out to my fans and saying, this person's a pedophile, they're posting child porn, report them. The thing is, and this is something that Twitter has a huge problem with, and I know that we're both on the same page when it comes to banning this. I tried to report one of these accounts for the first time. So I clicked on the little report button and I scroll through the thing and I'm like, okay, maybe harmful content. Nothing there. Nothing in that entire list of things you can report someone for at the click of a few buttons was even close to being like, okay, this is
Well, I
child
don't
porn.
is lolicon not like a I don't think it's
Nope.
like a bannable
Twitter-
offense on Twitter.
Twitter does nope. It is a bannable offense on Twitter.
It is.
Twitter, yeah. I got about 100 of these accounts
Because
banned.
there was so there was a time period, right, where I would see like Aiden Projects is like the fucking 15-year-old moron, but I would see him like he would debate everybody on everything all over Twitter, and every time there was like a conversation, it wasn't just him; it was a lot of other people too. I think maybe even Tipster got banned once or twice for this. You would engage with these people, and then they would like flag your whole account, and you would get banned. So there was a time. Wait, what was that time when like they were people said like Twitter was pro pedo because they had like a thing where it was like
map
okay to
community.
they like made like an exception for the map community that they've since like revoked, right?
Yeah.
And like there was a time where if you like argued with a pedophile, there was a chance that your account would get fucking banned for calling them a pedophile, but not them for being a pedophile or like
Yeah.
talking about it in a positive tone.
It's aberrant, and it's gotten better, but it's not good enough. It really,
Yeah.
really isn't. And the reason for that is, and I think this could be a big game changer, is that I learned this through my escapades debating these people. I would try to report their Twitter account, and I would click on the button, and I'd look through the thing, and there would be no way to, like, you know how normally when you report someone, it's like 3 clicks away. It takes like 3 clicks. And I tried to do that with the child porn stuff that they were posting, the lolly shit. And I just couldn't find a way to report them. So I had to Google, how do you report someone on Twitter for posting child porn? And I just Googled that question, press enter. Top thing is FBI warning, do not search for child porn. It's illegal, yada, yada. Like a warning, like, cause the word child porn was in my, so I had to have that in my fucking, on my record, I guess. Maybe I'm on some watch list now, but I had to scroll down like a couple of links, and I found Twitter has a page that you have to search for to be able to find on the internet. You have to like Google and search for it. And it's a page where you can send in a custom report. You have to type it, you have to like copy paste the Twitter account, copy paste every tweet you think is a violation, then write like a paragraph on why you think it's breaking TOS and what it is. And I did that for maybe 20 of those 100 accounts we got banned. My fans got the rest of them banned by doing this as well back then. But I had to fill out so many of those and link so many specific tweets. They make you link the tweets. And I managed to get about 20 of them banned myself, and then my fans got maybe another 80 banned as well. And then it just kind of wheeled down after that. But I think we're about to go in another one of those arcs, because I've been getting a lot of their comments in my videos, and I've been saying, debate me or get a permaban from the community. That was the rule.
Dude, you're fucking a better person than me if you're willing to debate these people, because I have very few topics that are completely zero. Like, I don't want to ever interact with them. And this is one of them. This is one that's like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Honestly, I just, it's too much of an inconvenience for me to have to deal with like this community.
You don't really, I don't think I'm making much of a change or anything. I think it's mostly because it's sort of,
dude, I have to argue
just
with people all the time about like whether allegations are fucking true or false, because I'm a commentary YouTuber. I don't want to add fucking cartoon ones too. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. As for like the whole art, like going against the lolicons thing, it does feel good when you get one banned. But to be very clear, it's oh yeah, Saucy Fox found that particular link where you can fill out a report on a pedophile on Twitter. So you have to hunt down that link on the internet to be able to actually report them. So basically, I like arguing against them, not because I think it makes much of a change. When they get banned, it's like a Hydra. One head gets cut off, 2 more form. I like to debate them because it's fun to rip apart the justifications of some of the most depraved people in society. I know I'm like very left-leaning, and part of that is supposed to imply like you don't judge people for things they can't change. Like I don't think anybody wakes up and decides to be a pedophile. I think it's something you're probably like it's either conditioned or you're born that way. But like it is still quite depraved, and there is a certain amount of catharsis I think we all get from dunking on that. Mm-hmm. Just from like this deep primordial level, because I think we're all sort of genetically motivated to want to protect children, and pedophiles are a big danger to children, and so we find them to be one of the most deplorable villains you can meet in society, and I think there's a lot of merit to it.
Man, I think that's probably a good place to end this off.
Yeah, we end it light. We end it light.
Oh man, dude, what did Cherry say before this? Cherry said, oh god, I want to go back. Yeah, we went a bit over 30 minutes, Cherry.
I'm so sorry, Cherry, that you have do you even want me to send this to you? Because it's 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Cherry's like, this might go over like 30 minutes or a little bit longer.
Like, maybe you can like cut the real like contentious parts out and make that the video. I mean, that could be interesting.
Oh
I don't.
God. Yeah, fun one. I appreciate you having me on. I had a good time talking to you. It was nice that we found some stuff we actually disagreed on, because in the beginning you're like, oh, it's going to be a debate, and I'm like, oh, well, I don't know what we're going to debate about with Keemstar. But
my editor is the one that like I think organized this and like said that it was going to be a debate, I think. So I was just assuming, okay, I guess like I assume what was going to happen was you're going to come on to like explain there's a lot of like deep behind the scenes shit that I don't know about.
There's like no
with
behind the
Keemstar
scenes shit.
retirement. And I was gonna be like, oh wow, I didn't realize that things were like. I thought like maybe he'd been like something really bad had happened to him that would be so bad that my response could only be, oh wow, I didn't know that. Okay, well,
All
guess I
Cherry
understand
said
that he's
was like,
retiring, you know?
I could book you on a discussion for like the Keemstar retirement and like I don't know, future commentary. So yeah, I wasn't ready for a debate, but I'm glad we found something we disagreed on. That was kind of fun. Again, like I'm not like a politics YouTuber, and to be honest, I haven't been really political for longer than like a year, so I don't really know of just about anything. So I don't think my audience holds my political views very highly regarded, and I don't really think they should, because I don't know. I think there's a lot more research that I would need to do to actually give like a substantial opinion on basically anything other than our words online doing stupid shit, because I think that's like my bread and butter is talking about that, and then like the Slazo incidents.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think those are overall like a pretty fun discussion. We don't really have much that we disagree on. I think you're pretty broadly pretty left leaning. I think like when it comes to social issues, if you're left leaning enough that you're like pro trans, like you recognize trans people are valid, it's like on the social side of politics, you're probably about as left leaning as anyone could reasonably expect you to be at this state and time. Like beyond that, you've got to be like pretty hyper educated, politically active, and like aware. When it comes to people that aren't like online politically obsessed people, if I find out they're like, if I meet some normie in public and they're like, yeah, I think trans women are women, I'm gonna be like,
dude,
well, all right then, you're about as left leaning as I could possibly hope.
So when you see like gay people, gay marriage, and all this stuff, odds are you've probably met a lot of gay people. It's not like a outwardly I don't know, it's an extremely common thing. I think I think there was a time in my life where I only met one gay person, and I was in like middle school, and I probably had a much more bigoted perspective on gay people when I was like fucking 12 or 13 years old than I would have after I've gotten to know a lot of people. I think a lot of people run into this issue with trans people where they've literally never met a trans person in their entire life. And then their only instance where they understand trans people or hear about trans people is either in like a super niche Discord group chat where they think the entire world acts the way that they do, or they watch like a Nick Fuentes stream, like the exact opposite, right? Yeah. So I had like a much more bigoted view of trans issues going into college. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend fucking 2015 Nick was like a fucking super ultra trans progressive. But I mean, I met my first trans person that I've ever interacted with in my first day of college and stuff like that. And I think once I was more exposed to trans people, it's the same as everything else as I grew up or whatever. I think people should be able to identify with what makes them comfortable. And I think that, yeah, dude, trans women are women.
Based. I think that, I think we agree on, like, you know, like, we have no political disagreements that would get in the way of any friendship. That's, like, generally the consensus, I think. But yeah, man.
I probably disagree with, like, tons of stuff. Maybe, like, Augie or, like, I mean, like, Flamenco is probably a perfect example of someone who I'm probably, opposing on most of those or whatever. I don't really care though. I don't have an issue with people politically. I'm not gonna like cut friends out.
I think it's got to be pretty far. Like if it's family, then it's just one of those things where it's like, fuck, you kind of have to live with it. If it's a friendship, I typically try to do everything I can to keep that friendship going, and the political opinions that person holds have to be like so detrimental that it's like I really just can't. The only time I've broken up a friendship over political opinions was with a friend that I'd had for like 2 years, and they ended up becoming a tanky, and they were a very prominent member of my community. They were my like head moderator, my closest friend, and they ended up going into the tanky stuff and started to fall down into the VDS stuff, like the anti-Vosh stuff. And that may not sound like a big deal. The problem is me and Vosh have been very good friends for a long time.
Again, like if you're having a situation where like a friendship is conflicting by like, well, you're friends with this fucking degenerate, then like
it wasn't that. It wasn't it wasn't that my friend had a problem with me being friends with Vosh, or vice versa. The problem was this friend had a very large role in my community and was an admin, and there was like a significant worry that if we don't do something, they're just gonna start banning everybody from the Discord who likes Vosh. The fan Discord.
Yeah.
Like that was the tier of like political disagreement it got to, where it was like, I'm sorry, we can't be friends anymore. I'm not gonna cut ties because you've got this political disagreement about like Stalin with this streamer that I'm really good friends with, that a lot of my fans like, that you want to have them all banned. Like that was the problem, that we couldn't go any further there. Yeah, plus the genocide denial, the denying the Holdemer and stuff.
Yeah, I just make sure, like, if somebody says something fucking outrageous that I absolutely disagree with, that's not like a joke, or at least I think it could be interpreted by a wider audience as not a joke, I just try to make sure people know that I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
That's really it.
We've been talking for 5.5 hours.
Jesus fuck, dude.
Alrighty, man. I'm gonna let you go because it's been a long ass time. It's been fun talking to you, though. It's been a good
Thanks for
stream.
having me on, dude. We got to get you back on Half Baked to record, and I'll make sure Augie doesn't delete his audio next time.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I'm gonna probably I need to do something about making it so that the echo from my headphones doesn't get picked up by my mic, because it's not a problem when we're talking now or if I'm streaming. It is a problem when trying to isolate audio for a podcast. So I'm gonna try to do something about that for
Don't
next
worry,
time.
we have fucked audio on our side too, so.
Yeah, I try to do my best though. But I gotta retell the Star Wars story, as I call it, so that can be reached. That can reach the audience. It's a good story.
All right, man. Anyways, guys, I'm on Twitch and on Twitter and on YouTube, and my name is my name, and I'm sure you've heard it at this point on stream. So, all right, thanks for having me, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
No problem. Have a good one, dude.
Peace.
Sorry. I wish I'd hung out with them whenever they were in LA. I feel bad that I was like, the day that they were doing the LA trip, I think was like that they were all in LA partying. I think might have been the same exact day that I tweeted "We in the Hood today" and showed that my PayPal balance was $15. Like I don't know if I would have even been able to afford the gas to go. So yeah. Yeah, Nicholas DeOrio is cool. I like him. He's a cool guy. I like Augie and Boblax and Tom as well. There's, like, particularly with Tom, I think I have more political disagreement, but I've talked to Tom. Like, I know his opinions on, like, for example, like, trans people. He's you know, he believes trans men are women, at least when I've talked to him about, like, they can definitely be edgy, but when it comes to their actual beliefs, I wasn't like this originally. Back in like early 2020, early to mid 2020, and definitely 2019 through all of it, I was a lot more stingy with those that I was willing to associate myself with based on politics. Nowadays, I know I haven't matured that much. It hasn't been that long, but I'm now 22 and well into it by now, well into 22, and I'm just like, if someone's a cool guy and you don't have like super massive political disagreements, no one's gonna die if you're friends. You know what I mean? I'll give vouchers for you, Xander. Thank you. I was pretty alert on Tom at one point, but I mellowed out seeing more of his content. The InfoWars video is still crap though. Yeah, I don't agree with this take on Alex Jones entirely, but I mean he's a chill dude. I would have hung out with them in LA if I had the money for it at the time. I just hadn't. I've been like doing like really lazy streams the first few days, like right up until that point. So I just didn't have like a bunch of cash on hand to be like, all right, let's go party in LA. I do now though. It's been a few days. All right, guys. Oh yeah, Boblax is pretty left leaning. Trust me, I know. I've talked to him. He's certainly pro-trans and everything. I've talked to Boblax. I think Boblax and Nick are probably the most progressive out of the four. We got to do some media share and then wrap up because no, Lonnie, no Walking Dead tonight. I have been live for, and I haven't even stopped recording. I've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes. I'm so hungry, and I'm pretty sure Denims is coming over tonight, right, Lonnie? Oh, I wasn't talking about that. What were you talking about, Lonnie? What do you want me to do? Oh, you're still sending the recording? Okay. Oh, you want your video? Yes. So for those of you guys who are not aware, my girlfriend Lonnie is in a band. It's sort of like a locally popular thing now, but it's a band called Jessica. Oh, stop playing. Stop it. It's a band called Jessica Von Rabbit, and Lonnie is in it. She's not the singer, but she's like she has like performance art, kind of like dance. Like she dresses up in like a there's like a really funny outfit they wear. It's like a dog head, or like dressed up in like a bunny suit, stuff like that, like dancing on the side along with the beat. So Lonnie's band did another music video that just came out on October 26th. It is called Desert Dream Center, and we're gonna watch the music video for it. It's pretty dope. You mean like fursuits? Yes, but not in like the furry way. Don't make it weird, chat. Don't make it weird. Let's go. Whoa, wait. Give like 2 minutes. God damn it, Lonnie. Whee! Apparently we're waiting a couple of minutes. Okay. Not fursuits, lol. Yeah, no, not like fursuits now. It's okay, just go ahead. Okay. I saw a, oh, there we go. I saw an early cut of this. That's the guitar player for the band. I think that might be Lonnie. That's Jessica, the singer. That's Jessica, the singer as well. Yeah, I think that's Lonnie on the left there. Hold on, I noticed this earlier. When I watched the original cut of this, it says "fuck Trump" on this rock. Wait for it. Look at that. We got a little "fuck Trump" right there. I like it. A little "fuck Trump" on the rock.
When I was away, I can't really say, oh, place or time you cannot find. And you're kind of waiting there nearby along the mountainside without a face. I gotcha. And you're coming across like a raven on a rainfall. Oh, you wanna run away today? Oh, the nightmare.
Lonnie, you asked if you could keep the gas mask from this music video, right? Because you should know, of course, being my girlfriend, that I would want a gas mask, right? No? Well, why not? It's Roy's? Okay, well. I just want to have a gas mask just because they look cool.
I can't think about it, and the nightmare. I can't talk about it, and the nightmare. I can't speak about it, and the nightmare. I can't live without the time you realize you're away, but you can't wake yourself up from it. You run around, you run away. Who's the dominator? Take it by the reins.
Wait, chat, I'm curious. Hypers, if you've ever heard a song called California Christmas. Like if you've ever been, say, a grocery store or listening to the radio, and you heard a song about Christmas in California called California Christmas. Because if you've heard that song, and I'd heard it. I'm from Florida, and I'd heard it many times. And I've known a lot of people that know it. It's like, she made that song. Jessica here, she made that song. Chances are, I'd be willing to bet almost all of you have heard it at some point, but maybe you don't remember. I remember Lonnie put it on for me. I'm sorry for interrupting the song, but Lonnie put it on for me in the car. Like, hey, did you know Jessica, the lead singer of the band I'm in? Did you know that she made this song and played it? And I was like, I think I probably heard that in the grocery store around Christmas in Florida like 100 times. She made that? Holy fuck. Damn, you know someone real famous. Not streaming for 69 hours. No. Not even for the meme. Do I want to talk about Israel with an Israeli? I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's 11 p.m. at night, and I'm high as fuck, and I haven't eaten today. I'm gonna have to give you a rain check on that. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in chat for everybody if everyone wants to go watch the video. Go, leave a like, comment, and say Xan raid, alright? Or just say Xan sent me or something, I don't know. Go like and subscribe and comment and whatnot. If you don't do it, then you are cringe. Wait, what? It's not breaking a promise to not play a game on stream? Yes, listen, I understand that I promised yesterday that I was going to play probably 2 or 3 episodes of The Walking Dead, and I held that promise yesterday. Certainly, but I did not expect my talk with Nicholas DeOrio to be nearly 6 hours long. I did not expect that. I got very carried away. We had a very fun time talking. There was a lot of stuff to talk about, and I think overall it was a very entertaining talk. And I had a lot of fun with it. I didn't expect it to go on so long, though, so I figured the talk would be maybe like 30 minutes to an hour, and then we'd be able to play Walking Dead, but I think that a political talk with another YouTuber probably takes priority over a video game stream. I feel like we've established that politics always takes priority over a video game stream if it's important. And I'd say talking with another YouTuber about these topics is pretty damn good discussion. Oh, I never leave anyone on red, Lisbos. Yeah, guys, we are a political discussion channel. Are you guys seriously mad Xan didn't play video games last stream? I'm gonna upload a different video tomorrow, though. The Nicholas one will be the day after tomorrow. If you want to take on editing that, like, I think it'd probably be best to try to get it down to like maybe an hour. Yeah, Xan's left me on red and we're friends. To be fair, I sleep for about 16 hours at a time, so you might not be getting left on red. I might just be asleep. And if I do leave you on red, it's probably because I was streaming and I couldn't read any messages, so I just immediately clicked on your message, on like your notification to make it go away because I can't ignore. Like, having a notification on Discord is just misery when I'm streaming. It distracts me so much. So I probably just forgot about the notification. That's usually what happens. Should I cut out like an hour of the talk that's more focused, or upload the full thing with full timestamps for every part? I think probably the best thing would probably be just like consolidate the more political parts of it, the more contentious, like entertaining parts, and have that be a segment maybe, if you want to make that into a video. I know when you're streaming and make sure to message when you're not streaming. Thank you. I appreciate that, Balthazar. I know you do. You are good at that. You rarely message me when I'm streaming unless I ask you to. Yeah. We did talk about cancel culture for an hour. Should you upload that? Yeah, that could be a good segment if you want to do that. All right, guys. Let's watch the media share videos if there are any. I believe there's one. Mr. Krabs sent I Am All of Me, so we got that to watch. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. That's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's for damn sure. It never ends. The Sonic never ends. Pufflegate, thanks to the tier 1 gift sub to Cyberdog. 00100 said 1 month. Thank you. Reza Sutra, thanks to the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $20. Jokes Theorem, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Xeno King. Said we must secure an existence for our subscribers and a future for our weed streams. Let's not fly too close to the sun there, my friend. But thank you all. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. There we go. I feel like that's better balance. Enjoy your retirement, Eugene Crab. Until we should see you again. Nah, Cherry, I need to get a snack, and I think I have some, I gotta tidy up a little bit, because we're having guests either tonight or tomorrow. So, yeah, or guest, but yeah. Do you guys want me to do, like, a segment or two with Denims on stream? You guys want that? Thanks, baby. Yeah, Denim segment. Alright, I'll see if she's down to do a segment. Yeah, maybe. What would we debate? Nah, I don't drink. I'm a weed boy, Lonnie. We'd have to be smoking weed. I gotta charge this pen. True, Cherry. Weed is also icky, but less icky if you consume it in certain forms. Alcohol is always yucky. By the way, alcohol is so disgusting that the entire art of mixing drinks was invented entirely to help cover up the taste of how bad alcohol is. Yeah. Because the entire art of mixing drinks has been created to help mask the terribleness of alcohol. The entire art was made for that reason. Is it effective? Many times, yes, especially when Lonnie's mixing drinks. However, that doesn't change the fact that alcohol is fucking disgusting and you need to mix it with a bunch of stuff to make it not taste bad. Vodka is the least bad tasting alcohol. It's the easiest to mix. That's why it's used in like every like fruity, sweet mixed drink, is because all you've got when it comes to vodka is the ethanol flavor. The part that that stings, you can cover that up. You can't mix Fireball with something to make like a decent mixed drink. You're going to taste the Fireball in it. But with vodka, you can kind of cover it up better. That's the entire point of the art of drink mixing. Whiskey tastes good. There are some psychopaths out there that can stand the taste of alcohol. My first time getting like really drunk was when I took 6 shots of Canadian Mist, a very cheap, disgusting whiskey. That is a pretty high proof. And that 6 shots got me to the point where I was crying. That's how drunk I was. Wait, I thought the stream was over? We're watching this last media share video that someone sent in. It's a song from Sonic. Someone donated for me to watch it. And then we're going to wrap up. Unless anyone else sends in more media share. We did talk to Nick DeOrio earlier, though. I know that Nick tweeted out about our talk. Anybody who saw that, we did just talk to Nick DeOrio. You can rewind the VOD and watch that as well. It's about 6 hours, maybe 5 hours long, 5.5 hours long we talked for. Very, very good discussion. Very fun. Very, very much enjoyed it. He's a cool guy. You guys can either like rewind the VOD to watch it now if you want to, or watch it later. Or you can wait for the day after tomorrow when the talk will be consolidated into a smaller video and uploaded as a video on the channel. So you can wait for that if you want like a more bare bones cut down version of our talk. But you can also just rewind this stream to see it. It was we finished talking like maybe 20 minutes ago. I've been binging Everybody Hates Chris. It rocks. True. I think I was a part of that, right? Didn't I tell people? I think I told people to watch Everybody Hates Chris recently. Yeah, it bops. It does bop. Everybody Hates Chris bops real hard. It's a good show. You know what? I'm gonna watch Everybody Hates Chris after I finish streaming today. I'm gonna rewatch the show. I'm gonna start episode 1 tonight. Such a good. Yes, it was your recommendation. Good. It's such a good show. Oh,
Welcome
we got
to
another media
capitalism,
share.
dude.
Mr. Krabs with a Sonic Unleashed cover. Last video for life, and I want to be I'm sorry if I'm being a cranky person today. I'm trying to make the day after so much stress in my life, etc. It's no problem, Mr. Krabs. Thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it. Listen, I'll sit through any Sonic song for you, Mr. Krabs, okay? And perhaps one day I'll watch the Sonic Orchestra Symphony thing, okay? One day I'll do that in your honor, okay? I promise you. I will watch that whole thing on stream. Cirrus told me Emmy Jones, the girl who sings this song, is pretty chill and apparently based, so that's good to hear. I can't believe I'm gonna have to play a Sonic game for a charity stream. You guys made that happen by bullying me for a prolonged period of time. The Bendy song, Lonnie? That's a good one. I listen to that one still. I've got it on my playlist. Xander, have you seen the new Wheel of Time trailer for Amazon Prime? I've never cared about Wheel of Time. I'm excited for the Lord of the Rings Amazon show. A lot of people have been dunking on it, saying it's going to be bad because they think it's a remake of Lord of the Rings, when it's supposed to be an adaptation of some parts of the Silmarillion. They don't even know what the show is because they've just read the headline saying Lord of the Rings Amazon show. So yeah. I'm excited for that though. The Silmarillion has some really cool stories. There's so much cool shit in the Silmarillion that we don't even get a peek of in Lord of the Rings.
I see it now, it's always been inside of me. And now I feel so free in this possibility.
Don't worry, Eugene Crab. We're finishing off season 3 tomorrow.
My time to shine has come, I feel it. As fast as I
Okay, okay, Cherry. Sorry, your names are pink.
I know you'll see it.
I wanted a Lord of the Rings lore video binge spree. Thanks, Zan.
Please wake me up.
I'm just influencing everybody's watching habits today. Yeah, I watched a video this morning about Tom Bombadil and how powerful he is. And really, the only answer to that question is he just is. There's no question as to how powerful he is. He just is. Tom Bombadil just is. Makes a lot more sense when you watch the video. I love that there's a character in Lord of the Rings lore named Tom Bombadil, and he's just all powerful and older than the entire planet. And he just runs through the woods, chills, smokes weed, eats a lot of food, and just vibes all day in a tree house in the woods, or in a house in the woods. There's no tree in it. And he's so powerful that being in his house, Tom Bombadil is such an overwhelmingly powerful character in Lord of the Rings. In the book, he puts on the ring, doesn't turn invisible, chuckles, flips it into the air, turns the ring invisible, then does like a magic trick with it and hands it back to Frodo. He doesn't give a fuck about the ring. It can't even turn him invisible. Its corruption has no effect on him. And the hobbits being in his house rejuvenates them instantly the second they step into his home. I love that shit. Tom Bombadil's so dope. If they do remake Lord of the Rings, I do want it to be an Amazon TV show, but I want it to be a perfect shot for shot, word for word remake of the Lord of the Rings books. 100% faithful adaptation, and I want it to be in a show style instead of a movie style. 3 movies isn't enough to fit Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings books are far denser than the Lord of the Rings movies. But a TV show might be able to do it. You know, something like The Witcher show on Netflix. Nah, Balthazar, the easiest way to explain Tom Bombadil's power level is he's just a humanoid manifestation of the spirit of nature as it exists. He's just kind of nature distilled into a person, and where there is nature, he has unending power because nature's power trumps all other power in the world of Tolkien. So, like, for example, Tom Bombadil would be powerless in Mordor because there is no nature. There is no, greenery or life in Mordor because it's a hellscape. But, in the Shire and the area around it where he lived out in the west of Middle-earth, he exists as a personification of nature's power. And as long as nature has power, he has power. And where there is nature, nature is the most powerful of all powers in all of Lord of the Rings lore. We see that's clearly what Tolkien believes, with, like, the Ents and their destruction of Isengard, with their, like, Isengard's, like, a very industrialist, machine, metal-driven, like, cutting down the trees, and the Ents attack them. It's very clear that Tolkien cared a lot about the environment and what the rise of industrialization would do to it. Back in the 50s and the 40s, during World War II, he was concerned about the environment and what the machine of war and the advancement of humanity would do to it. And that's a huge plot point in Lord of the Rings. Like, probably the overall plot of Lord of the Rings is about nature healing from evildoers who would destroy it for their own means. That's the whole concept of it. Mordor is a desolate land that's resources have been pillaged by the orcs and Sauron to build his war machine. That's what Isengard was. That's the entire arc we saw from Isengard, where it started out as Saruman being this nature-loving, kind wizard who was sent to this planet to take care of people and fight evil, who turned to evil and then had an army of orcs cutting down all the trees and burning them for fires to build an army to forge their weapons and everything. It's clearly a criticism of industrialism first and foremost. That's my interpretation of Lord of the Rings, and I think it's probably the correct one. Nah, Saruman was good once. He was the White Wizard for a reason. Sauron was also good once.
I'm trying to make an announcement.
I think we'll end the stream on this one right here. I think this video is a good one to end the stream on.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right. This is what you get. My super laser piss.
I'll do another take of it.
Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
It never gets old. That's an actually really funny Sonic video that I'm glad Mr. Krabs sent, because that's actually hilarious. All right, we'll give it another take. I'll give it another take. Lonnie, you're going to turn this into a TikTok, right? Lonnie wants to make me doing this speech into a TikTok, but I'm also going to make it my outro, okay? This is going to be an outro and a TikTok. Here's my take. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedge... One more. Hold on. Give me one more. One more. I can hear myself on the TV in the other room, and I know that's going to fuck me up. Lonnie, can you turn the volume down there just a little bit so I don't hear myself while I'm doing it? Because I'm about to be really loud, and I'm going to distract myself through the echo on your TV. Lonnie's watching the stream on her TV right in the other room. She's going to go in there. She's going to try to open it and get in there. She loves dressers. Look at her. She's going to try. Look at her. Look at her. She's going to try to get in there. Watch her. She's going to try to get in there. Should I go open it for her, chat? Or should I let her do it? She's trying. I wonder if she's even strong enough. Should I do it for her? Chat, do I do it for her or let her do it? Oh, I think she's giving up. Oh, no, she's asking for help. All right. I got you, Luna. I'll help you. Is this really the one you want to lay in? This is like the least comfortable one. Make sure it's not going to fall. Okay, you fucking weirdo. Now she doesn't care. Oh, now she's repositioning. Should that be the new cat spot, chat? Should I just make that little spot right there her bed and just whenever we do a cat stream, I just put her in that? Oh, look at that. Look at her belly. It's all fat. Fat and soft. That's how we like cat bellies here. All right. Time for another take. Whew, I'm high as fuck right now. No, I think it's just far enough in that it won't fall out leftist ass. Let's just hope she doesn't push it out anymore, because then I can't guarantee her safety. But she's a cat and they're sturdy, so I'm sure she'd be okay if it fell. It's not that heavy. And cats are pretty good at falling 2 feet. It's about 2 feet up. All right, guys, here it goes. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right, he took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. It's the Fuck, I fucked it up. God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm trying so hard. Hold on. Let me read over it one more time and do another take. Can I read over it one more time and do another take? I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, the smallest dick. It's the size of a walnut. It's way smaller. And guess what? Here's my... Okay, I'm ready. All right, here we go. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right, he took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. That's tall points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right. This is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. You have 23 hours until the droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get the fuck out of my sight before I piss on you too.